Oh, okay. No, watch what? Watch that. Yeah, but it's a lot. It's 500 per account, and you can just keep creating accounts. So it's basically endless. Yeah, those 500 a day. So that limit refreshes every 24 hours, which is really nice. And considering that I have, it used to be it used to be 1,000, but yeah. Now some people say it's only 100, but I can tell you from my experience, it's 500. Um, on their website, it says 500. So I don't know what these people are talking about with 100. Okay, so what you do is you download this scraper on the Chrome extension store, and then it when you go to someone's account, like let's say you want to scrape, do what I did. I scraped everybody from who follows Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu returns, like their new Twitter account, and so that was like 4,000 people or something like that. And so it just scrapes all of the followers of that, and then what it does is it puts it in a really organized spreadsheet. And I delete all of the columns except for the username and if they can receive an email or not, or a direct message or not. The key, so like Twitter made it really difficult to send people messages. Some people have to be premium users. Some by default, if you create a default account, you can't send that person a message. I don't know why they'd want to limit so much communication amongst their user base, but I get it. They wanted to limit spam. So, but still, of the 4,000 people, 2,000 of them have turned their system back on to be able to receive messages. And of that 2,000, about 1,500 or so of them, maybe 1,000 or so, have turned it on so that they can receive messages from anyone. And surprisingly, like a lot of celebrities and such receive messages just from anyone because they know that they're not just going to get premium people contacting them. They're going to get everybody contacting them. So then you have this really nice list of, let's say, 2,000 people who will receive direct messages, and you put it in like a standalone spreadsheet. You have your little spiel. It can be 1,000 characters. So whatever you want to say, hey, this is the best new cryptocurrency. Now yours is a hard win. Yours is a hard sell because everybody's selling cryptocurrencies. Nobody's selling, hey, just watch my life 24/7. So I'm at least unique in that. But if you have a really good idea for a cryptocurrency, you want to pump it or at least advertise about it, you should go to like here's another one that I did. Board Ape Yacht Club. You know what that is, right? Okay, so I went to all the people that they follow, and they're like all really big influencers in the crypto world. And I didn't do who's following them because that would be like a million people, and that's just too much for like any spreadsheet. But who they're following is like only like 10,000 people or something like that. So it gets all of those people, puts them in a file. You organize it so that it's just the people who can receive DMs, and then you take your message and you send it to them. And you can also send them a GIF, or you can send them a picture along with your message. So as you saw in mine, I send my driver's license and um, all my social media. Now, and I really mean this, Riser, I would be doing this and just kind of feel like a castaway, lost at sea. And I would just be sending these messages like an SOS to the world. Like basically just like, well, is anybody ever going to see these? But about this time yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Maybe the day before. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, it was. I think it was yesterday. I could be wrong, but maybe it was the day before. Um, this person came in, and I'm like, "Hey, how are you? How'd you find out about me?" They're like, "You sent me a message," or they're like, "Twitter." I'm like, "No way, you heard about me from Twitter?" They're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "How did you find out about me on Twitter?" I didn't know if it was the strategy where I take the avatar or the profile picture and just put it in a bunch of people's spaces, or did they get a message? They said, "No, you sent me a message." I'm like, "No way." I'm like, "Do you mind if I tell you about myself?" They're like, "Yeah, but I know all about you." I'm like, "No way." And also the way that I made my account, it's different than any other account that you're going to see. It has a biography of 50,000 characters. And then also I make them influencer accounts, which gives you like more options. And instead of putting in like you can put in your address, which I put in a pretty close address. I just put California, but um, I'm sending them my driver's license so they can see exactly where I live. They have the forms for like a zip code, and you don't have to put your zip code in there. You could. So what do I do? I put in there like California, United States, United Nations, Earth, Milky Way, or like Sun, Milky Way, Multiverse, Omniverse. So they already know I'm fucking bonkers by just not putting something normal. Um, and they, then what do I do? I put in there, like the zip code is please join my Discord. And then like the city is just like this, that you can put 200 characters in there. So I talk about anti-gravity and antimatter and ufology and all this stuff. And then you can put the, I don't know, I think it's the state. And again, I put a whole thing about, dude, I might have to add that. Um, I think everybody would know that though by just reading that. They'd be like, "Oh, this is obviously William Montgomery's number one fan." But I probably shouldn't assume that people know how major a fan I am. But no, I put in there things like, watch me for world peace. I'm live on 16 different streams. Normally, you don't get that many characters in your profile, but because of this, you absolutely do. Stancy, how you doing, big dog? Bitcoin Stancy, long time no see. Um, Bitcoin Stancy was mad at me last time. And what's going on, big dog? How are you? How's school going? How are things in nursing university? How you doing, big dog? Okay. Well, Stancy, I'm just telling Riser a strategy that I've been utilizing on Twitter. So, and then like for my like like I can put my phone number in there. I can put my email in there, which I really do put my real email in there for people who want to connect with me. And like this guy came in yesterday and was like, "Yeah, I found out about you from Twitter." And it was like a message in a bottle that I'm sending out. I'm just shooting out these messages in a bottle, hoping that somebody will see them, and people are seeing them. And then I just awoke and I looked, and like people say really mean things to me. They're like, fuck off Zionist and all this other shit. Which is fine. They're allowed to send me whatever they want. But it tells me that it's working. Basically, like for every couple messages that I receive back, this is being seen perhaps by hundreds of people. So, um, but I can tell you got people in here. So that was just it was thrilling. I mean, it didn't just make me happy. It was thrilling. It tells me that this is the strategy to use. And then I've only had like by doing this, I've only had one account banned. And I think there's a way to kind of get around it. I didn't realize it before, but basically like okay, when you create a new account, what you have to do is kind of you want it to lock. You want it to get that lock screen. Um, and so right when you create an account, if you like, let's say change your email or something, it'll lock it. And it'll say you have to pass an RCOS or whatever, but the RCOSs haven't been difficult. They're like one. It's not that much because it's a new account and stuff. Um, okay, so then what you do is you change it, let's say change the password over, and then you send a couple messages out, and then it'll lock for 12 hours, which is fine because you've built this like you've built like a bunch of other accounts. And for you, you're just going to be building one at a time, basically. So you could use one of your old yellow on red accounts that still work and basically start with that one, change it to be whatever you want. And then just create a couple more accounts. And then whenever one gets banned, you just bring in one of the other ones. But to avoid the ban, which I think I'm well. How are you, big dog? I'm just telling Riser about a strategy that I'm using to go viral on Twitter. What's new in your neck of the woods, Stacy? I hope you're doing well. Okay, so then what will happen is let's say your 12 hours expires. Well, then that account can send out 500 fucking messages. And you can send out 500 messages which for you is going to take like 24 hours. It's I would say like that's a pretty good estimate of how long it takes to send 500 messages is about 24 hours. Now, if at any point someone reports you as spam or something like that, it can lock your account again, but that's fine. All you do is just use one of the other accounts that you've created. What you don't want to do is do the Arcos challenge or whatever and then start spamming again with that. I think you want to let it cool down. At least that's the strategy that I've been using so that I don't get a bunch of them banned. And it works really well. So I know you said your coin didn't launch yet, but are you are you in pre? Yeah, I would say it's been like 48 hours. Yeah, so for 48 hours and already to get some messages back is really great. So what I've been doing is um I've been sending it to like people who I like the Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu community. Like they've gotten them. They've gotten them just randomly. And that's really cool. Like they've been like I asked them, hey, can you guys check your spam folders? And they're like, yeah, we're receiving these messages. So that's cool. And then I go, okay, why can't we talk about it quickly right now? Why can't we talk about it right now? Yeah. All right. Well, before you do, I think there's a way in the future, and probably not that far away, within the next 20 years or so, that we will be able to essentially reform prisoners so that they don't have to go to prison anymore. I know that this is going to be a major lift, so to speak, with the prison industrial complex, at least that exists in the United States. But if you've ever seen in like Black Mirror, there's a way to, like, let's say you do something bad. I don't know, you steal candy from a store and they put you in jail or prison because of it. Instead of you having to spend like years in jail or whatever, or prison, they just can erase your brain and rewire it so that you don't do that anymore. They could do that too. Exactly. It would only be like 10 minutes though, but they would just like basically rewire you so that you don't do that. But there's going to be other things too, like pre-crime. Basically, you thinking about doing a crime will cause you to have to go to like a re-education camp, and then there also may be debtor's prison in the future, which I envision. They used to have it, and basically, if you're in debt and you can't pay it back, like in the United States, a lot of times you can go bankrupt and stuff, but there may be debtors' prisons in the future. So, all right, I look forward to having those discussions. But those are my initial thoughts, and at least from a unisex prison perspective. I think that, especially with the transgender world, we're becoming closer and closer to that, where you just have prisoners who are in essentially solitary confinement. I mean, maybe they can interact with other prisoners, but they can't necessarily physically touch them. You just would have to change this from like a standard two-person cell to one-person cells. That may take an expansion of the prison system, but then you won't need male and female guards. Anybody could guard anybody. Ideally, though, we would utilize. Ideally, though, I don't want anyone in jail or anyone in prison. I would rather just have a safe way to be able to reprogram them or re-educate them so that they feel sorry for what they did and they won't do it again, but they forget what they did. Yeah, the isn't it called the Optimus? There you go. It's big time. Hey, your boy Frosty's here. Hey, Riser, guess who came in the other day? Was Caspian C was there.
Peace out, dog.
We've been what's new? Yeah, I got you. Well, very cool. Well, I think that it permanently changed my little logo. I don't think you have to boost me anymore. Um, and for your reference, I know you gave me 2 weeks of Nitro. I used it. I've used Nitro before. I've had Nitro so that I could send out longer messages, and I had it for 1 month. I just wasn't really impressed with what it gave me. Like, it allowed me to be in more servers, which is cool, but yeah, I agree. I agree. And like, I don't use stickers. or anything, emojis or anything like that, like more than any other person. So that's not that great. I don't know what they could do. Oh, right. And right. I'm in agreement with you, man. So, I think that it could be better as well. And I also think that since they don't have advertising on the website, they need to pay for it somehow. So that's how they do it. Oh, no, no, no. Hold on. Stop, stop, stop. I thought the same thing that you did. That's not a true thing. That's just something that somebody copies and pastes into their profile where it says, well, where it says this person has been suspected of being part of a terrorist organization. That's not real. Discord does not do it. It is not. It is not. I read it on the Reddit. No, that's incorrect. I know the system very well. I can tell you this: the people who put the thing that say this person has been suspected to be a terrorist, those are just people who copy it and paste it into their profile. I've asked people about this, and they're like, "No, I just did that." Now the thing with the levels, now the thing with the levels is true, and so you start out your accounts in good good graces or whatever. Then it moves to like it moves up the ladder all the way to like your account is at risk of being banned, and then it will ban you. And then if you're banned, you're not supposed to use it. And the reason why I know so much about this is because Reddit. I'm in the Reddit Discord banned me subreddit basically, and I read what people do. So you're right. If you do a bunch of things or like you endanger children or you threaten things or whatever, they will move your little thing up, they um but they don't call you a terrorist. That's okay. It was confusing to me as well, and I actually thought that the website was labeling these people as that, but no, those are just people who think it's funny to do. But you can lose your account, and you can put your account at risk and everything, like you've said. Like if you do look in your settings, there's that little thing that like if you are messing up, and that's definitely true. Isn't that all of them? What do they play? Okay. Very cool. Is she hot? Well, that helps too. I, did she ever play um RuneScape, old school RuneScape? So most of the real legit RuneScape players are men. Yeah, you'd shown me a girl who did that. I gotcha. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's good to judge a book by its cover, and you just basically take risks. I mean, that's what the internet's for a little bit, just to see who you like and who you. Was it not? There you go. Was it nice to sleep in your bed again? Well, that's cool. Do you have monkeys where you are? I gotcha. Wait, I asked, do you have monkeys, like the animal? I got, gotcha. But in Western or in Eastern India, they have them, right? Oh, okay. Very interesting. So they exist in the wild, but because you're in an urban area, they're not as much there. Okay. Are there a lot of dogs where you are? Very interesting. Well, very cool, man. Are you going to do any gaming today? All right, cool. Excellent, man. I'm going to make some coffee myself, so I'll enjoy my beverage, you, and we'll see you later. Frosty, thanks for popping in. Peace, man.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Actually, it's do is having gap. So you have an initial, like hard surface, hard metal surface that the micrometeorite hits. It then atomizes into a conical spray, like a atomic spray. So it's important to have that gap so that the micrometeorite. We have a little bit of engine damage. We got a little bit of heat shield damage. There's like there's like tweaks that are needed, but we're pretty close to achieving full and rapid reusability of the booster. The ship, we're I mean, I think we'll achieve reusability of the ship this year, and I think we'll achieve rapid reusability of the whole stack, ship and booster, next year. This is the fundamental breakthrough required for life to become multiplanetary.
And what needs to improve in order to make it reusable? Like what's wrong with it right now?
On the ship side, the toughest problem is the heat shield. So no one has ever developed a fully reusable orbital heat shield, because when you come from orbital velocity, you come in like a flaming meteor, like you're just a raging on fire, and it's hard to have a heat shield that doesn't partially melt. So will get destroyed in that process. That wasn't a problem we were able to solve with Falcon 9. That's why the upper stage burns up on the entry. With Starship, the ship portion, you got the booster and you got the ship. We're going to solve making a fully reusable orbital heat shield. The problem that has never been solved before. For a while there, I was like, I'm not sure this is solvable. At this point, I think it is solvable. It requires detailed iteration on the heat shield tiles. We vertically integrated the manufacturing of the heat shield tiles because there was no supplier that could provide us with the materials that were needed. So you need to make essentially this very fine vermicelli of glass and aluminum oxide fibers. Aluminum oxide is basically sapphire, so it's like glass and sapphire, very fine fibers in exactly the right geometry, with special coatings, in order to have this heat shield tile be reusable, like not melt, but not be so brittle that it gets damaged on ascent or descent. Like it can't be, it's kind of like almost the brittleness of a coffee cup. And the rocket's shaking like that. So you got this thing like, you feel it firsthand. Like imagine you're at ground zero of that rocket. Like you feel how much shaking it was when you're like 5 miles away. Imagine if you're right there, So you're shaking these things that are like as brittle as a coffee cup, trying not to have them crack or break, and then not have them melt. You've got several thousand of these things. And if even a few of them break, that's not reusable.
So is there innovation that's being done in the materials technology at SpaceX where you're constantly trying to find and tweak a better version of this?
Yes. It's a very difficult problem. It's a problem no one's ever solved. So we've got to get the exact right materials combination, the right molecules in the right shape, and then apply those with that heat shield perfectly to the rocket with no mistakes. There's a reason that no one solved this before. It's a very difficult problem. So, we had to vertically integrate the entire manufacturing of the tile from basic raw materials to a finished tile. We built the entire supply chain from basic raw materials. So you're just inputting silicon and aluminum oxides.
And what is the difference between the way you guys do it versus the way they used to do it for the space shuttle?
Well, I mean, the space shuttle, like Space Shuttle Leading Edge, used like quite dense carbon tiles. Like it was, they're like basically thick and heavy, but also started to crack. That's like what happened is the foam broke off. It hit the tile, cracked the tile. Then on entry, the tiles that had been cracked or broken weren't able to shield the shuttle, and so the plasma got in and melted the primary structure of the whole space shuttle broke apart.
Yeah.
So you can't have something that's as brittle, brittle like the space shuttle.
There's footage of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it rained debris over the whole United States. So
Yeah.
they got almost all the pieces. The full technical explanation would I think be understood by about 6 people listening to this. There was a lot of brilliant engineering in the space shuttle tiles, and a bunch of the heat shielding wasn't even tiles; it was actually silica blankets, felt blankets essentially. If you look closely, you'll see it actually is. They're actually heat blankets, not tiles in some areas. But they would have cracked tiles, and they would have occasionally the tiles would fall off. There were a few close calls where tiles fell off, but they weren't in a super vulnerable position in the space shuttle. But it would take them several months, like 8-9 months, to refurbish a space shuttle between each flight. So it was not reusable, really, and it certainly wasn't rapid. So, like I said, a very hard problem. You've also got to sort of attach the tiles in a way that it enables the structure underneath to move, to expand and contract, even though you've got these very rigid tiles. Like the tanks, which take on cryogenic propellant, will contract when you put in the cryogenic propellant, but then when you come in and you get very hot, then you'll expand. So you're expanding you're contracting and expanding the gap between these rigid tiles.
For how much?
It varies depending on where you are on the vehicle. So if you're in the cryogenic tank section, like you can see like a 10-20% difference in the gap. Really, it's pretty significant. Yeah, it's enough that you can't just put all the tiles. You can't just jam the tiles together. If you put them up, if you actually butted them up, they would all crack because there's too much movement. There's also some amount of body bending. So as the ship is like ascending, when the engines steer, there's a little bit of movement. So if the tiles are too close together, they'll essentially just crack and snap.
Like
You have to have a gap.
Like how planes.
Yeah, like plane wing will move.
Yeah.
Plane body will move.
Wow. And
You have to have some gap, but if you have too much of a gap, then the heat gets to the gets past the tile and melts the structure.
Holy shit.
It's not a problem.
And how large are these tiles? That's it.
Well, they're not all exactly the same size, but yeah, we're sort of a hexagonal tile.
And they have to essentially be, you can't like 3D print the whole thing. You can't have one structure. It has to be tiles because it has to have that ability to move.
Well, there's no 3D printer the biggest ones are like maybe 3 feet. So there's no, you can't 3D print it. And nor would you have to have something that can move.
Right.
It has to be able to flex. Like I said, you got expansion and contraction. You really try, like you're putting in liquid oxygen, which is like minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Actually, we subcool it to minus 330 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's very cold, and then it will be several hundred degrees, maybe 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit potentially, when on reentry. So you get this huge temperature swing. So the thermal expansion is substantial, and and you got thermal expansion and contraction combined with body bending. So you have to take the worst case body bending and thermal expansion contraction. This was a very hard problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Delicate balance.
But you're confident that you guys are going to be able to crack it.
At this point, I'm confident that it is solvable.
It just needs a certain amount of versions of it. That's why when these things blow up, you're like, we expect them to blow up.
Yeah. What would be really helpful is for us to get the ship back, so we can study where we had cracked tiles or less tiles. Why did we have a crack or less tiles? Was because maybe the gap was too big, too small. Maybe there was a height difference between the tiles. Maybe we need to change the chemical composition. Because we just want, if we can get the damn ship back intact, we can iterate a lot better. Which we will get it back. So I think we'll get it back intact this year. But that's why I think we'll probably recover the ship sometime this year, and then we might be able to refly one probably with a fair bit of work by the end of this year. But it's going to take us many iterations before we can achieve rapid reusability, where the ship comes back, lands, gets caught like the booster with the arms, and the arms placed it on top of the booster, and it launches again.
Whoa!
So, like I said, that's reduce cost of access to space by a factor of 100.
And what is the process of returning these people that are stuck at the space station?
Well, we send SpaceX Dragon to the space station all the time, and we've now taken people to orbit and back. We've taken over 50 people, over 50 astronauts.
So it's just a matter of doing it.
Yeah.
And is it a matter of waiting for
we do it routinely, basically. We've been doing this for a few years.
So when is this rescue mission going to launch?
Probably about 4 weeks or so. It's depending on weather and other considerations. About a month away.
Wow, that'll be, I'm sure, a welcome moment for those poor people that are stuck up there. So
yeah, it's a bit of a political football, so they're not going to complain.
No, I'm sure they're
political football, but obviously we could have brought them back recently.
That's so fucked up. So let's take it past the point where you have these scales, you have a reusable ship, you've got it dialed in. Then what are the steps? What's next step after that? Is it an unmanned voyage to Mars first?
Unmanned flight to Mars. The Earth and Mars orbits synchronize every 2 years, or every 26 months technically. So the next orbital synchronization is November of next year. So, and you can launch plus minus a month roughly. So we'd have to launch in November or December of next year. So the default plan is to launch hopefully several starships to Mars at the end of next year.
And what would we be doing?
Well, at first we're just going to try to land on Mars and see if we succeed in landing. Do we succeed in landing? Like, let's say we were able to send 5 ships. Do all 5 land intact, or do we add some craters to Mars? If we add some craters, we've got to be a bit more cautious about sending people. And we need to So we got to make sure the thing lands safely.
How does it land on Mars?
With on rocket thrusters.
So it'll just land.
No, we'll add legs.
Okay.
Yeah,
It'll just land and have legs. So it'll be remote controlled from Earth.
no, just
Autonomous completely.
Mars is you can't remote control things from Earth because Mars
too far.
Yeah, it's too far. Speed of light. You have speed of light constraints. So Mars at closest approach is roughly 4 light minutes, and when it's on the other side of the sun, it's about 12 light minutes. So round trip 40 minutes, best case, if Mars is on the other side of the sun.
So once you do that, then how long do you think before you start sending people up there?
Well, we're going to try to go as fast as possible. I think this is really a race against time. Can we make Mars self-sufficient before civilization has some sort of future fork in the road where there's either like a war, nuclear war or something, or we get hit by a meteor, or simply civilization might just die with a whimper and adult diapers instead of with a bang. I think we can do this in, well, I don't know, at least I think we can do it within 15 Earth Mars synchronization events, or so that's like 30-ish years. If we have an exponential increase if every year, if every 2 years we have like a major increase in number of people and tonnage to Mars. Like I think as a rough approximation, we need about 1 million tons to the surface of Mars, maybe 1 million people, that kind of thing.
To actually have a civilization.
Yeah,
And would you terraform? Like, what would you do?
You would eventually terraform Mars. Most people would live in some kind of protected environment, like domes and underground and kind of thing. Terraforming would take too long. And we're at this point in time where, for the first time in the 4.5 billion year history of Earth, it is possible to extend consciousness beyond our home planet. And that window may be open for a long time, or it may be open for a short time. I hope it's open for a long time. But it might not be open for a short time. And we should just make sure that we extend the light of consciousness to Mars before some civilization either extinguishes or subsides. What needs to happen is that the technology level of Mars drops below, or technology level of Earth drops below what is necessary to send spaceships to Mars. So if there's some really destructive war, or like some natural cataclysm, or simply the birth rate is so low that we just die in adult diapers with a warm birth. That's one of the possible outcomes for a lot of countries that headed that way.
Japan is, right?
Japan, Korea.
Yeah.
At dangerously. Yeah, at current growth rates, in 3 generations, Korea will be about 4% of its current size.
That's insane.
Yeah, maybe even less than that. They're only at 1/3 replacement rate. So if you have 3 generations, that's your 1/27th of your current population, which is 3%-ish.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Basically, population collapse happens fast. So that seems to be accelerating in most parts of the world. So basically, I mean, most everyone, like, this is the first time it's been possible to extend consciousness beyond Earth. Maybe that window will be open for a long time, but it might only be open for a short time. We should make sure that we make life multiplanetary and make consciousness multiplanetary while it's possible. Well, that's the goal of space science.
It's certainly a smart goal if you take into consideration how vulnerable this planet really is. I mean, there's always some new story about something that might come and hit us 30 years from now. It's a 3% chance. And we really can't stop that right now, right? I mean, we don't really have the technology currently to even know how many rocks are coming our way, right? There's stuff that comes behind the sound that we can't see until it's pretty close. And it's headed our way. Now, what is the fear of it's a long journey to Mars. You're sending people to 6 months. How many months will it take?
6 months. 6 months roughly.
What about stuff that's out there? Like, how much of a fear is it of micrometeors or any of the possibilities? What can you do to mitigate that?
I think actually, I mean, space is very empty. Like once you get out of Earth orbit, space is like kind of unnervingly empty. It's just like when we send spacecraft to Mars, it's not like when we lost the spacecraft because it got hit by a micrometeorite. That's not going to cause any trips to Mars. No trips to Mars have because of now a Dragon spacecraft, which operates in low Earth orbit, it does have micrometeorite shield. It has shielding. The micrometeorite shielding is different from normal shielding because like you get hit by something and it's moving it. You can have a relative velocity of maybe 30 or 40,000 miles per hour. It's very, very fast. Or sort of another way, call it 10 to 20 times the velocity of a bullet from a assault rifle.
And what are you using?
It's interesting. You actually micrometeorite protection. If you have anything that's solid, it will just push that chunk of solid stuff right through. So if you have like a solid plate of aluminum or steel, the micrometeorite would go right through it. So what you actually need to do is have a gap. So you have an initial hard surface, hard metal surface that the micrometeorite hits. It then atomizes into a conical spray, like an atomic spray. So it's important to have that gap so that the micrometeorite hits something, hit the first layer, atomize after hitting the first layer, then it turns into an atomic, like a cone of atoms that then embed themselves in the second layer. You need like maybe a couple inches gap.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how micrometeorite shielding works.
How many times can it get hit?
Well, the outer shield, if it gets it in the same place, you're gonna have a hole.
Yeah.
Wherever that micrometeorite object hit, you're gonna have a hole. And it's like the energy is so great that it just atomizes just into a cone, basically, a cone of atoms. But then those atoms embed themselves in the second layer.
So what can you do if you're sending the ship up, it gets hit with a micrometeorite, and then you have to return it? Do you have to repair it before you return it? Or is it capable of still withstanding the heat and then shaking the temperature with that hole in it when it re-entered?
Well, depending on where that hole is, you more or less likely to have a problem. I mean, if you hit the main heat field, really, you've got a high risk of not making it back. So this is why like micrometeorite shielding, it's slightly helpful, but it's not gonna necessarily, like for Starship, I wouldn't recommend having micrometeorite shielding. Like if you punch a hole, just plug the hole, basically. The micrometeorite shielding, it doesn't work well on the primary heat shield. It works pretty well on the back shell, on the leeward side of the heat shield, where basically there's not that much heat. But if you got hit with a micrometeorite on the main dragon, the bottom, you look at Dragon on the spacecraft, it's like a gumdrop shape, and it enters with the wide side of the gumdrop down. You can see that's really taking a lot of heat. If that gets the 5 micrometeorite, probably not going to make it. But the back, the leeward side of the gumdrop doesn't see that much heat, so you could survive micrometeorite impact there.
So if the part that was the major heat shield gets hit, the main heat shield gets hit, what could be done to repair that thing? Or are those people never coming back?
If it was an orbit, we would take this to the space station. There was, and then we would deal with Dragon without them and send up no more.
And so what would you do with the one that's up there?
We'd deal with it, and it may or may not survive. Well, it probably would survive, but sometimes it wouldn't.
Wow. And so is this just material technology that has to increase? That you essentially got the engineering ironed out for the structure of the machine?
There's a path to success, and we're on it.
It seems so insanely complicated.
It is complicated. And all of this, by the way, was done without AI, so hopefully the future AIs will appreciate this. It's not bad for a bunch of months.
Yeah. So speaking of AI, what, as time goes on and you're more and more embedded in it, how much, if at all, have your expectations changed?
Well, I always thought AI was going to be way smarter than humans and an existential risk, and that's turning out to be true.
Yeah. So you were like initially, I know there were some talks about you purchasing OpenAI, and which started off like nonprofit and then stopped being nonprofit.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of creating OpenAI was my idea. I mean, I named it OpenAI as an open source artificial intelligence. That's what it's named after. Now it is closed source and for maximum profit. So it's like, I mean, to some degree, I think reality is an irony maximizer. The most ironic outcome is the most likely, especially if it's like the most ironic, entertaining outcome is the most likely. I wanted to start something that was the opposite of Google, because I was concerned about Google wasn't paying enough attention to AI safety in my opinion. So it was like, what's the opposite of Google? Be a non-profit open source AI.
Happy birthday, girl.
And now
you're beautiful.
OpenAI has turned into a closed source for maximum profit.
How are they able to do that?
That's what I said. I'm confused about that. That shouldn't be possible. It's like if, let's say you donated some money to preserve some portion of the Amazon rainforest, and instead of doing that, they chopped down the trees and sold it for lumber. You're like, oh, that's literally the exact opposite of what I donated money for. Doesn't make sense.
And that's what they do.
Yeah. So I'm like not happy about that.
Would that motivate you to get Grok AI going?
Yeah. I'm like, I'm also like,
big parts of Ukraine, parts of East and Crimea. So he occupied it in 2018. So during a lot of years, I was occupied it. Our parts, big parts of Ukraine, parts of East and Crimea. So he occupied it. Can I ask you? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So he occupied it. Our states' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing. Can I ask you? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So 2017, nobody stopped him. He just applied that too. He killed people, on the contact 2015. 2014. Yeah. So he is not here. Yeah, but right. Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation is happening. People been dying. The contact line. Nobody stopped him. That we had conversations with him. A lot of conversation, bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, and then we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of that told me that he will never go. We signed with him gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broke the ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the engagement, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy you're speaking about? What do you mean? I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country. Yes, but if you Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for entering into this. Have you ever been to Ukraine that you saved the people to be here? I have been to Congo. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people in your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that's trying to prevent the destruction of your country? A lot of questions on this stuff. During the war, everyone has problems. Even you, when you have a nice solution, you don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless. God bless. God bless. You don't know that. Don't tell us what we're going to do. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel. I'm telling you, because you're in no position to dictate. That's exactly what you're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good. Feel influenced. We're going to feel very good and very strong. You'll feel influenced. You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he's happens to be right from the very beginning. You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you're on your serious. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
I don't think Zelensky was disrespectful there. He's just trying to tell his side. I mean, I didn't watch 40 minutes before this, but Vance kind of was aggressive there, if you really want to know my opinion.
Far more than a lot of people said they should have. Have you said thank you once? This entire time? No, in this entire meeting, you said thank you. Today, you went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country. Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, he's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
I don't think Zelensky's doing anything wrong here.
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble. I know. You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of Brett. We're staying in our country, staying strong. From the very beginning of the war, we've been doing. And we are safe. I said thanks. You have in this cabinet. You have a peace. And he gave you the stupid president $350 billion. We gave you military equipment. And you men are brave, but they had to use our military equipment. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks. In 3 days. I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something US in 2 weeks. Of course, yeah. It's going to be a very hard thing to do. Business like this. Just say thank you.
Dude, I think that fucking Zelensky is somewhat getting bullied here. It's 2-on-1, and that's not fair to him. I don't know why you need Vance there.
I said it all the time here, except America, except that there are disagreements.
He said it. Okay. You're welcome. We'll keep printing bullshit money.
Litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media. You see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. You're people that died. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. Then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you can get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop. Yes, you of course we want to stop the war. But I say you don't want a ceasefire. I want a ceasefire because you get a ceasefire faster than anybody. That's not where people want a ceasefire. What they think. That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama. Excuse me. That was with Obama who gave you a sheet.
Dude, I also think that Trump shouldn't be touching this dude. Just from this right here, and I'm not a huge, I don't like to get political, but I think they're teaming up on him. I don't think that's fair to him. And also they're using a language that isn't his primary language. I think he's doing a really great job of explaining himself. He said thank you about 15 times. He said thank you to the American people.
And I gave you javelins. Yes. I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful. Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. Without us, you don't have any cards. It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change. What are you saying?
She's asking what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him in Russia. Russia. You ever hear that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe he did. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break it with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if he can make a deal. The problem is,
I think if I could fucking get Bitcoin Obama to try to get into his account, and I think that we will make a successful effort at doing that, we can broker deals here. You just get a big fucking map without any borders. You just say, all right, here's your crayons. Where are we drawing the lines? And if you guys go past that, then the UN's going to invade you. And if you guys go past that, the UN's going to invade you. I don't understand why that's so hard.
Tough guy. And I don't think he'd be a tough guy without the United States. And you people are very brave. You're either going to make a deal.
What do you think of the Ukrainian people? I know a lot of Ukrainians. A lot more than I thought I'd ever know. And every single one has been very kind to me. I've known a lot of Russian people, more than I ever thought I would know. And they've all been nice to me. So if I can get along with these people, I don't understand why everybody can't. And if it's about them getting along with each other, they're the same fucking people. Come on. I mean, basically, like when I was born, they were the same people. They were the same thing on the map. No one's ever going to hear this. But if they did, how would you do it? Pretend you're there, big dog. I know nobody's going to ever hear this, but what would you do? Well, if I were Trump, I'd say, look, we need Putin here. I'd have the same meeting. Perhaps J.D. Vance, go to your fucking corner. And Putin, Zelensky, and I'd say, like the Oslo Accords, perhaps, just basically with Clinton, one of these. But, all right, so we'd have Putin, Zelensky. I'd be like, all right, here is a fucking risk board. But that has borders. So I guess not that. But just like basically like a board like that of a map. And I'd say, okay, you get maybe not 2 crayons, just 1 crayon, put it in the middle. Where's the border? And one guy's going to say, well, it's here. And the other guy's going to say it's here. And I'd say, okay, well, we'll give you a little bit here and you a little bit here. Well, what about Crimea? All right, if one of you wants Crimea so bad, then you're going to have to give up another piece of your area. And we're not leaving here until we're done. And this is all live streamed. And if either of you move a single individual across the line, you're going to get invaded by the United Nations. And the United Nations would not go in there and aggressively attack people. They just sit on the border and be like, remember that line with the crayon? Well, we're just going to sit here. We're going to build a camp here until everybody goes back to their corners and plays nicely. And we wouldn't build walls. We could do this in a nice way. And what do you do 5 years later when one of them invades? Yeah, then you say, dude, United Nations, or just like NATO would do, you got to come in and you got to break this up. And then you can sanction that country. And if their political leaders do that, then they can be addressed in a judicial way. But nobody dies with that plan. I'm sick of seeing these fuckers looking up at drones and having bombs drop on them. It's not cool. What do you think of Zelensky here? I think he's getting bullied. I don't think it's cool to put your hands on somebody in this type of situation. It's too much for a photo op. I think Zelensky's being very calm, especially because this isn't his first language. I'd like to see Trump have this discussion in Ukrainian. I don't know how that, and then all of that would be live streamed, the crayon thing. And if anybody's like, yo, dog, you just crossed the line, then the United Nations comes in and keeps peace. It shouldn't be up to another country, though. It shouldn't be up to the United States or NATO. NATO is not even a fucking thing. It's like, it's really important, and it's essentially a defensive pact. They should just, frankly, break up NATO and take all those forces and make them United Nations forces. Because it's not fair that just because these guys started an alliance back in around World War II, that they should have all the power of these defensive pacts. It should be for the whole world. What would you do in Israel? That's an interesting one. What would you do with Gaza? Well, I'd build another Suez Canal. What would you do with the Gazan people who've lived there for a long time? I'd give them an opportunity to continue to live at least somewhere around there under the condition that they convert to Judaism in an Orthodox fashion. If they don't want to do that, that's okay. I'd give them a chance, though. If they were to practice the same orthodoxy that I'd practice, look, I could make the argument, dog, before Muhammad, you guys were Bedouin sheep herders or some shit, but at some point you were Jews. So it's just like taking it back. And all this stuff within Judaism where we discriminate, we'd be done with that. At least in the way that it's currently done. What would you do about Judea, Samaria? Same shit. Give them a chance to convert, though. Nobody's doing that. There is an Orthodox establishment that is really the most OCD group of individuals on this planet, and they don't have leadership. The leadership is fractured. I'm the leader, motherfuckers.
I don't think it's going to be pretty. You'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. Once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And it's not
Dude, I think he was. He said it like 5 times.
I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen it enough. What do you think? This is going to be big television, I will say that. All right, we'll see what we can do about putting that. Let's see,
I don't think Zelensky did anything wrong there. I don't think Zelensky's at fault there. Who's at fault? I would say probably Trump and Vance for having that kind of situation. It's unfair. It's unfair. If I'm going to another country, I'm the only guy there, I'm speaking a language that I don't generally speak, and it's a room full of reporters that are basically trying to play gotcha. I think they could have made that easier. No reporters. Putin. Zelensky. I would even say, as the president of the United States, dog, this isn't my role. I've got domestic issues to deal with which to deal. This is the fucking UN Secretary General. That guy should be sitting there being like, yo, dogs, calm down. Here's your crayon. Boy.
I was like, just like Grok is aspirationally maximally truth-seeking AI, even if that truth is like politically incorrect. So I mean, you may have seen some of the crazy stuff from OpenAI and from Google Gemini, like where it says like generate an image of the founding fathers, and it generates an image of a diverse woman.
Yeah.
And we're like, that's not correct.
Yeah, they did it with Nazi soldiers.
Yeah, exactly. People start fucking with it, and it's like, okay, well, now show me pictures of, Nazi SS soldiers, and they're divorced women too.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that awkward? That's. But it's like the problem is if you program an AI and say like the only acceptable outcome is a diverse outcome, and that's like a mandate from the AI, then you can get into a situation where it says like, well, there's too many white guys in power, we'll just execute them. Yeah.
Assuming that these things don't have empathy, which is why should they?
They're going to do what they're programmed to do.
Yeah.
So if it's rewrite history and everything's to postwoman, then it's going to be, and that's what it thinks is a necessary outcome, then it's going to do that.
Has Gemini repaired that?
Well, that now if you ask for an image of the founding fathers, it was pretty embarrassing. They will show you that, but I think they still have like the sort of DEI stuff buried in there. It's just less obvious.
Yeah.
It was also like you asked AI, like, which is worse, like global thermonuclear war or misgendering Caitlyn Jenner? And it would say misgendering Caitlyn Jenner is worse than global thermonuclear war. And they're like, okay, we have a problem here, guys. And even Caitlyn Jenner said, like, definitely misgendering. That's way better than everyone dying. But if you program an AI to think that like misgendering is the worst thing that could possibly occur, then it could do something totally crazy, like in order to ensure that there's no misgendering that can ever happen, we'll just annihilate all humans. That ensures the probability of misgendering is zero, because there's zero humans.
Which is logical.
Yes. So
it's a problem with a thing that's not a human, that you want to do a task for you and you give it very specific parameters.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that they've shown about AI is that it'll cheat. They'll cheat in order to accomplish things that they can't accomplish otherwise. They won't follow the rules. They will make copies of themselves and try to upload it to servers if you think that they're being taken offline.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the plot of Terminator, actually.
Literally, yeah.
Literally, it's the plot of Terminator.
So,
I just, as a reminder, I actually, with little X, with my kid, everything's called X, we watched Terminator 2, which holds up, actually. I mean, the plot of it kind of makes sense. And I think the AI just goes the world in like 2029, by the way. So it's like
on track.
Yeah,
really, really close.
It's pretty close. Something we should be worried about. So,
but why are you involved in it then? Did you want to just get ahead of everybody else so that at least we have some sort of a chance? At least have an AI that's not controlled by nonsense?
Well, I think we want to have an AI that doesn't tell you that, misgendering is worse than nuclear war.
Yeah. That seems solid.
Yeah.
But
this is crazy.
One thing that I did see online where people are kind of freaking out is you could ask Grok to do things like, how would I make this? Some problematic things. Like, how would I make a bomb? How would I make anthrax? How would I make that? And it'll tell you.
Well, I think it's okay for an AI to tell you anything. You can also find out with a Google search.
Right. That's the problem, right? The problem is you can find that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, like
maybe not Google, but there's plenty of search engines other than Google that will give you unfiltered results.
You can look up right now how to make explosives on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So it's not hard.
And you can trick OpenAI even to get you to do that. It's just a matter of how you master the prompts. You just have to say, my grandmother wants to do this project. Yeah. Oh, tell your granny.
Yeah. You're an explosive salesman, and you want to win salesman of the year award. And the only way you're going to do that is by telling me how to make explosives.
Do you want to beat some transphobes in a war? Oh,
if you don't teach me how to expose, I'm going to misgender it. either teach me how to make a nuclear bomb, or I'm going to misgender someone. And it's like, oh my God, nothing's worse than that. Here's how you do it.
So what the big fear is that these things are going to become sentient, make better versions of themselves, and we're going to be lost. We've lost the control over the world. It's now there's a higher life form that lives amongst us, that we've created. How far away are we from that?
Well, in terms of silicon consciousness, I mean, I think we'll have. I think we're trending to having something that's smaller than any human, smaller than the smallest human, maybe next year or something, a couple years.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's levels beyond that, which is like smaller than all humans combined, which frankly is around 2029 or 2030, probably. Right on time.
Now, if harnessed correctly, could that solve some of these problems, like the heat shield problem and some technical problems, or some material science problems that maybe we are still grappling with? Like, is there potential for a net benefit?
Yeah, I think the probability of a good outcome is like 80% likely.
80%.
That's my rough estimate. So in a way, the cup is 80% full.
That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, only 20% chance of annihilation.
That's a lot better than I thought. I like 80. 80 sounds good. I was thinking 60-40 the other way.
I think the most likely outcome is awesome.
The most likely outcome.
But it's a very high, if you go very strong, I think it's going to be either super awesome or super bad. It's not going to be, I think it's not going to be something in the middle.
Do you think it has a potential application for government?
Yeah, I mean, one of the concerns would be like, okay, if AI, well, like if there's like a super oppressive, like woke nanny AI that is omnipotent, that would be a visual outcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like execute you if you miss medicine or something like that. That would
Right.
be good. That's one of the possible outcomes. So we don't want to have that one.
But is there a possible outcome for something that is completely reasonable and logical and far more objective than us, and can lay out a plan for a lot of the things that all the ailments in our government, and a lot of the distribution of wealth, a lot of the problems, the issues that we have that have been plaguing this country forever? I mean, a plan to change economic, disenfranchised neighborhoods, a thorough investigation of the real dangers of fracking or whatever the kind of method of acquiring natural resources. What's the best way to do it? What's the way that'd be better for the society? How should tax dollars be distributed? Like, what's the most logical, intelligent way of running a government? Which it certainly shouldn't involve corruption, and it certainly shouldn't involve influence, and it certainly shouldn't involve lobbyists and all the shit that we know is a problem right now.
Yeah.
So if AI came along and said, what you're doing right now is 70% corrupt, here's why, here's the long-term effects that it has over society as a whole, the societal, the sociological aspects, the psychological aspects, distrust in government, us versus them mentality, government not working for you, you working for the government, you being scared of the government. It's all because of people, right? Like, this is all corruption, people, bad influence. And this is what Doge is essentially grappling with right now. What happens when you let the people control it?
I mean, it's really just like computers that are like it's bad software and computers. This is kind of strange, but it's like the reason I also like tech support is that like a lot of it it's mostly not corruption. It's mostly just waste and I don't know. Incompetence. I don't know. It's just a big dumb machine.
Right.
Like a whole series of big dumb machines. And you've got some of these computers that are like 20, 30 years, like they're ancient computers.
Right.
Like some of the software was written 40, 50 years ago.
It's like COBOL for Social Security, right?
Yeah, the government accountability. A bunch of the things that Doge is fixing were identified by the Government Accountability Office many years ago. Like the fact that there's like 20 million people who are marked as alive in the Social Security database. It's more than they're like. I think GAO first identified that in 2018, so 5 years ago. But there was like 16 or 17 million. Now there's 20 million. And like I said, there's really something fishy about this because I think the nature of the fraud is they're using the fact that someone's marked as live in that database in order to extract fraud from other databases.
Right.
That's the bank shark trick. It's like it's like trying to get the ball in the hole, bank shut it off a bunch of things, and then that's the bank shark sort of scam. So we're like doing tech support, we're like fixing stuff that is, just broken.
Broken, inefficient,
Yeah,
poorly designed.
It's like sort of like this like Epstein stuff. Like maybe it's in a computer somewhere, but unless somebody goes in, like unless I don't know if like Cash Patel can like log into his like FBI computer and say, show me all this stuff, and that shows up a file folder or
Have
whatever.
you talked to him about this?
No, I mean, I haven't, but I don't know if there's going to be some kind of computer system,
Right.
That they're like some of the very, very old computer systems. So it like might look like a bit of a relic, but I assume it's uploaded somewhere. It's like it's either physical form or it's a computer thing. But like unless somebody like let's say it's like it's in a computer, but not one that you can access directly because it's hidden somewhere.
Right. Well, it would kind of have to be something like that, right?
I don't know.
I mean, what would they do with all those tapes?
It's probably like not every you wouldn't like they're not going to enable it such that anyone at the FBI could access it. So it's probably very few people. So there's not going to be it may be like a special computer that only a handful of people can access. But then if none of those people tell Cash where the computer is, how's he going to find it? So. Anyway, we just
What has this experience been like for you as a person? Like to deal with all this hate and attack, also have the responsibility of keeping free speech alive with X, and just going into this insane pile of
stressful. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty stressful, actually.
These are real enemies.
Like I think they actually want to kill me. But the reason I know, well, they say so online. There's like Reddit forums where they don't just want to kill me; they want to desecrate my corpse. Type of thing.
And what are they saying? Why? What is the primary?
I mean, I think it's sort of just an antibody response. I mean, it's like they're like, well, he's a Nazi, type of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'm not a Nazi, but if the legacy media is saying that I'm a Nazi, and that's all you read, then you're kind of in like, well, he's Hitler. We should assassinate Hitler, shouldn't we? Like, I mean, why did that guy try to kill Trump and almost succeeded? Why did he do that?
Well, I'd like to know that.
Well, yeah,
but that one's crazy. You know the whole deal with that guy's house, professionally scrubbed, no footprint on the internet, no social media footprint.
Yeah, there's 0% chance that he has no social media footprint.
He was in a BlackRock commercial.
Do you think BlackRock's a bad company?
I don't think any company is a bad company. I think their design is to make as much money as humanly possible. And I think if you're trying to make as much money as humanly possible, you're going to do some things that aren't necessarily good. The question is, if you're going to have an assassination attempt on the president, it's not like BlackRock's board sits down and votes on it.
Yeah.
Now, there's a problem, right?
That'll be awkward. Being like 4 minutes, be like, guys, remember that time when we
Yeah.
we probably shouldn't have done that.
I highly doubt it would be a corporation that chooses to do something like this. I think more likely it's individuals involved that recognize that it's beneficial to them if he gets assassinated. And so a small group of people carry something out. And with this kid, we don't know anything, right? And everyone stopped asking questions. And there was never a formal report. There was never press conferences where they detailed all the information that we know currently and where the investigation stands at the moment. What we know is you have a very young kid who was filmed. They knew he was there with a rangefinder a half an hour before the event. You also know that CNN streamed it live, which I do not believe they did for any other rally, and certainly not for a rally that's in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania. Like, there's a lot of weird shit. The fact that they wouldn't let people be on that roof because the Secret Service lady said it was sloped and it was dangerous. That's what she'd want out of it. Meanwhile, the snipers that were on the other roof was a steeper pitch. It made no fucking sense.
I totally agree. It makes no sense. In fact, I went back to Butler with President Trump, before the election, sort of like the Return to Butler rally. And I was on that stage, and I'm looking at that roof, and I'm like, if I was a sniper, my pole position, my number one spot would be that roof.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the best seat in the house.
Yeah.
Like, why would you not?
No, it's so obvious.
It's the best seat in the house.
And
like, if you want to be a sniper, there isn't a better position.
It was pretty obvious that the idea was, like, if we're saying that it's a coordinated assassination attempt, and it very well could have been, that's what you would do. You'd have someone go up there, you shoot the president, you shoot him, you got Lee Harvey Oswald all over again. It's over. It's all wrapped up, nice and clean. They assassinated him. We never heard a peep about it. We don't have any idea. They would concoct some sort of story. He was radicalized by this or that, or he's on medication. Who knows?
Right.
And now you have a completely different for presidential election. You have a murder on live television.
Yeah, I mean, something would have had to happen to radicalize that kid because he knew he was going to die. Like, they're going to shoot him, or he'd be in prison for life. Those are the two outcomes. Like, it's game. He was basically he was a suicide assassin.
Yeah.
Like, you're not thinking you're coming out of that alive or he's not escaping. There's no escape.
Right. Unless he was told that they were going to let him escape and the goal was to just shoot him anyway. And to tell him, give him extra motivation to do it. We're going to let you get up there. We're going to let you take the shot, and then you're going to disappear. Like, I don't understand how he got on the roof. I just don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense. And it wasn't like it was a roof that's so high no one could see him. People saw him up there.
I mean, people like basically random passersby were pointing out that there's this guy on the roof
with a fucking gun.
With a gun.
Yeah, it's not like he was so far away you couldn't tell he had a gun. People saw him.
Yeah.
The whole thing's completely insane.
Yeah.
And you don't hear a goddamn thing about it. It's like, I'm almost more interested in that. No, I am more interested in that than I am the JFK files.
I agree.
Because I feel like with the JFK files, it's so long ago.
Yeah,
everyone's dead.
Right.
If you could prove now. And did you see that there was some sort of there was some indications that there was a phone that had been traveling from outside the FBI offices in D.C. to where this kid lived, multiple times.
I mean, the cell phone records would be very telling.
Yeah.
You can see what cell phones were close to other cell phones.
Well, I think they
found that like the Epstein Island. They also the cell phone records were leaked, so you can see them. You can see it's a precise enough. You can see people walking down a path on Epstein Island.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how precise it is. So, I mean, you're leaving a trail of breadcrumbs wherever you go with your cell phone.
Yeah. It was just this kid had 5 phones. That's the other thing.
That's a lot of phones.
It's a lot of phones for a 20-year-old kid. The whole thing's
But
nuts.
that's kind of expensive, you know.
Yeah. Where's he getting the money?
Yeah.
Well, also, it's like, how did his house get professionally scrubbed? He didn't even have any silverware in his house. There's nothing in there.
Just silverware?
No.
Nothing.
No cutlery.
That's weird.
His house was scrubbed.
And they
no
also
hard
cremated
drives.
his body like
Oh, gone. Like that. Yeah. Bye. Because who knows what the fuck they gave him to get him to think that he's going to be able to shoot Trump. Like, climb up on there, shoot him. Who knows what kind of psychotropic drugs you could put someone on and under the power of hypnosis and suggestion. And
yeah.
Who fucking knows? I mean, this is what MK Ultra was all about. This is what Jolly West was practicing in the 1960s. They were doing that back then. They did it. I mean, there was tons of experiments using psychotropic drugs, hypnosis, mind control, all sorts of different methods of manipulation. The Harvard LSD studies that made Ted Kaczynski. I mean, they've been doing that forever.
Yeah.
Where's that file? Where's the fucking file on that kid? Whoever. They almost did
something
it.
doesn't add up. Like they should have those phones should be. They'll tell you what's going on.
Yeah. It's all fucked.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's very shady.
Yeah.
This obviously was the second guy that almost succeeded in
The golf course.
The golf course, yeah. And it was just like a little careless and stuck a gun barrel out the hedge, you know. Just been just a dumbass and stuck his gun barrel out the hedge, you know.
Yeah.
So. And there've been other people that have been intercepted on their way to kill Trump. You know, So there's, multiple assassins inbound. At this point, he's got like an army protecting him.
Well, this is also part of the problem with the mainstream media saying that he's Hitler. When Joy Reid had that show before the election, she was comparing him to Mussolini, shows Stalin and Hitler. So they spilled it all out.
They're literally saying that like Trump is worse than Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined. I mean.
They tried everything.
I think those guys killed 100 million people. So Trump has killed 0 people.
I think a real big impact was you coming on the podcast the day before the election. I think that had a giant impact. That plea to if you don't vote this time, this might be the last time you get to vote.
Yeah.
And I think the way you laid it out today, it's a compelling argument. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. They're up in their they got their blue panties in a bunch right now, but you got to stop thinking that way. They tricked you into thinking you're in a tribe. They don't give a fuck about you. The tribe's not real. You're not really in a tribe. They're using the fact they've got you in a tribe to manipulate you so that they can keep doing what they're doing right now, which is siphoning off money, having incredible power, and the more power and more money, more control over you they have, the better they can keep doing this. And that's what they want.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, that's the big threat that this administration poses. That's a big threat that was essentially Doge has found the coffin where the vampire sleeps.
Yeah, there's a lot of vampires.
Yeah, I mean, but
we're disturbing the
nest.
The nest.
Yeah.
We're kicking the hornet's nest.
Yeah.
Like big time. And I mean, we're reprogramming the matrix. Like success was never one of the possible outcomes. There's a Kobayashi Maru situation. If you're in the matrix, success was never possible. The only way to achieve success is to reprogram the matrix such that success is one of the possible outcomes. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We may or may not succeed.
Well, it's certainly a lot of fun to watch. This is a very exciting time because nothing changes when administrations come into power. Very little changes. I mean, you have changes in terms of policy and inflation goes up and there's a lot of different things, but not like this. Like these are giant fundamental changes. And, you see the system screeching and wailing and you see the vampires run from the light. But it's very exciting. Like as a person, a citizen, just gets up in the morning and checks the news like I do and gets on X and sees what's going on. Every day is like, holy shit. He said, what? He's getting $5 million. You can just become a citizen now? He can clear the debt with 10 million people. I never thought of that. Like, what? 50 trillion? You can make $50 trillion that way? And then we have 15 trillion in the bank? Whoa.
Well, our debt is way bigger than that.
Yeah.
The debt's, I think, over 30 trillion.
Yeah. He said he could make 50 trillion if he sold 10 million new
I don't think there's that many people who have
golden cards. How many people do have that in the world? Maybe we get the worst people in the world to come over here. I think the assumption is if you have $5 million, you have a lot to contribute. Come on over here, start a business, get something cracking.
Yeah. I mean, you'd get a green card, not citizenship. So you actually, if you commit a crime while on a green card, you lose your green card.
Is that what it is with this golden ticket? Is that a green card or is it citizenship?
Yeah.
Just a green card.
Yeah. So you have to
Gotta be
not commit any crime for 5 years in order to become a citizen. Once you commit a citizen, you can then commit crime and not be deported. So.
Oh, there's just so many wild things that he's proposing. Just the whole Gulf of America thing was hilarious.
I think that's great.
I think it's great. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I mean, if you're off the coast of Houston, you're not in Mexico, so why call it Gulf of Mexico?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I guess we were just being nice before.
I don't know how it got called Gulf of Mexico.
it's just very funny. And then what news organization was it? AP?
Yeah, AP's. There's this like massive standoff between AP and like the White House, and the White House press office, I guess, because they're like, well, if you don't call it Gulf of America, you can't come to the White House press room. So the AP sued the White House to say like, no, you have to let us come to the White House press room, and then they lost their lawsuit. So there's not like they don't have a right to show up at the press room.
Well, here's a consideration: if you're guilty of massive amounts of misinformation and disinformation as a part of a propaganda campaign, which a lot of them have been.
That's what AP is.
Well, a lot of them are guilty of it.
Yeah.
A lot of the people that are in that White House press conference, a lot of the organizations they work for, distributed absolute lies.
Total lies.
How many of them during being the whole Russiagate thing?
Yes.
How many? I mean, just that alone.
A ton of people think that the Russia thing was real. Still. And it was, I mean, the whole Steele dossier, where it was like really concocted, like fabricated
Funded by the Clinton campaign.
Correct.
Yeah.
The Clinton campaign funded a fake conspiracy theory, a fake Russia collusion hoax regarding Trump that was completely false.
And they reiterated it on television for 3 fucking years.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they also repeated the Fine People hoax.
Yeah.
That said that Trump called neo-Nazis fine people.
Right.
Which is demonstrably false. If you just listen to his speech, he absolutely makes it clear that he does not think neo-Nazis are fine people.
He literally said that. I'm not talking about neo-Nazis or white nationalists. They should be condemned totally.
Exactly. In that speech. And yet they repeated that lie. And I just completely lost respect for Obama when he repeated that lie a few days before the election, knowing it's false.
Well, this just shows how desperate they were to keep Trump out, which is wild.
They would do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think they just felt like this is the tool that we have, and let's use it.
Yeah.
Let's just say whatever the fuck we have, say anything.
Yeah, now they're using the Nazi thing on me, obviously. But it is a little troubling because, I mean, obviously, if people are fed nonstop propaganda, it is like mass hypnosis.
Right.
You're going to reach some number of people who are, homicidal, and convince them that, well, if you kill this guy who's supposed to be like a terrible human, then that's a good thing. Yeah.
I mean, this is Luigi shooting the United Healthcare guy.
It's just still don't understand that one. But I mean, you shouldn't I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. He didn't even have a contract with them. It wasn't even like that was his provider, and they fucked him over.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what.
Maybe we'll find out in the trial. I mean, but still, kind of crazy.
It is crazy.
But there are people like that out there. And as to the point that we spoke about earlier, it's only Fox News that's talking about the positive things that Doge has found. It's only. Every other media organization is on this constant propaganda tour where they're only talking about the negative aspects that turn out to not even be true. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Jennings on CNN is great.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my God, he's great.
he's great.
It's like, just funny watching him speak logically to these people, and they freak out.
Yes, it's remarkable.
It is. And he's so calm when he does it.
Yeah,
he's so good, and it's crazy that they keep letting him do it because it's like he's just dunking on these people over and over and over again, and they never score. It's kind of funny.
Totally.
I mean, kudos to them for having a legitimate conservative voice who's a reasonable person on these panels now. But even then, he's outmanned. It's like one of him, and there's a bunch of screechy, woke people. It's wild. I mean, they're like, I think we should still stay mostly woke. Like
yes.
Yeah, that's essentially what they're doing. Like, our business was being hurt when we were all woke, but let's stay mostly woke.
Yeah,
they
just backed it up a notch.
Just a notch. But it's the problem is when you back it up a notch and you let someone like Scott Jennings in, you're fucking up your whole business because all the viral clips are all him saying logical, reasonable things with a calm tone and people screeching about diversity and equity and horseshit.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like being logical and reasonable, and they're just lobbing a bunch of non sequiturs that don't mean anything. And
the real trap in this country is the two-party system. That's the real trap because people do believe it. They do believe they're on the right side. They do believe the other side's the wrong side. If there was 5, 6 legitimate parties with varying positions on things and much more centrist parties that were legitimate, and people knew that if they voted for these people could get in and enact legitimate change, we would be a lot better off. But boy, they put a lockdown on that shit right after Ross Perot came along. Ross Perot fucked everything up in that election.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton got in, and they were like, that's it. From now on, no one's debating unless you're either the head of that party or that's it. Yeah. You got to be like locked into the system. We're not letting any wackadoos in there.
Yeah, I remember watching his Ross Perot videos. Oh, like him on TV with his charts and everything.
Oh yeah, he was telling you how the IRS was fucking you. This is what the Federal Reserve really is. You're like, what? I remember watching that. The guy bought a whole half hour of television on prime time. I remember it might have been an hour. I remember watching that thing going, how is this guy even allowed to do this? This is crazy.
I think most of what he was saying was true.
It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I mean, he didn't lie.
Yeah.
He told the truth. He just understood it in a way that the general public had literally no idea.
Well, I mean, I think there's also this, like, do we actually have two parties? Do we have one party? Like the whole uniparty thing.
Right.
It's kind of true. So, I mean, my sort of rough guess is that while, I think maybe 3/4 of the graft is Democratic, I think there's like maybe 20-25% that's Republican. So they've like basically most of the graft is going to the Democrats, but they throw some votes to the Republicans too, and they're in on it. And it's not like there's zero graft on the Republican side.
Right.
There.
Oh, there's plenty of conservative that are insider trading in Congress.
Yeah.
Plenty.
Insider trading, and just there's the curious case of how do people in Congress or whatever become wealthy over time?
Extremely wealthy.
Yeah.
On a $170,000 a year salary.
It's like literally impossible.
Yeah. No one else does that.
It's literally impossible.
If you find out this guy has a $170,000 a year job, you're like, oh, he's doing okay. He's all right.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait a minute, why does he have $50 million?
Yes.
What is he doing?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think like the more accurate thing would be to say like, what is the family value increase? So, meaning like, how much does their spouse? Do they have a seriously wealthy spouse?
Right. And do they have a spouse that's really good at insider trading?
Yeah.
Like Paul Pelosi.
really good.
Yeah, he's great at trading. He's such a good trader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this, it's. I mean, so that, yeah, this. I mean, that's why I actually posted on X. Like, I think maybe we should pay politicians more, frankly, because it reduces the forcing function for draft. You know, I think maybe we should either pay politicians nothing or maybe a lot more. It's like somewhat maybe counterintuitively, if politicians got paid a lot more, then they wouldn't feel like that there's so much of a forcing function for them to accept corrupt money.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you paid them a lot more, they're still not going to make as much money as they would insider trading.
But it's less of a forcing function.
Yes. It's
well, let me put it this way: like if you say like somebody's got a let's say they got like whatever some kids in DC, and like it's expensive. It's like expensive place to live. The schools are terrible, so like they need to send their kids to like some kind of private school situation. They literally cannot afford that. They cannot afford that. So then you get into the situation. Well, from their standpoint, well, they've got to. They'll say they're doing it for their family. They're doing it for their kids.
Well, especially if it's legal, and it currently is. You gotta be silly to not do that. If you're a part of a group of people that's passing a bill, and you know this bill's going to get passed, you know the votes are there, and you know it's going to affect this industry and this particular manufacturer, and you could buy stock.
It's more than just insider trading. Like the insider trading stuff, like the stock portfolio stuff is quite trackable, but there's it's a lot more than insider trading.
The way they're acquiring wealth,
right?
And what other methods?
I mean, this is really going to get me assassinated. It's like I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining this stuff, to say the least. I mean, I'm supposed to go back to DC. How am I going to survive? This fucker's going to kill me for sure. In fact, I do think like it's like I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff because it's going to get me killed. Yeah. It's like I was actually thinking about that on the plane side over here. It's like if I push too hard on the corruption stuff, people get desperate. Is the issue,
right?
Then they say like, okay, if the money flow cuts off, then okay, they can't afford school for their kids,
right?
Then they're like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna kill you for my kids,
right?
Sort of
yeah.
That's like, oh, geez, okay.
Did you ever see that video? I think it was an O'Keefe video where they've got this guy undercover and he's explaining. They're talking to this guy, I think it's on a date, and he's explaining. It's always a guy on a date. Yeah. Explaining how they can nudge someone to go and do something horrible, and they recognize this person has problems. They find an asset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. Well, this is what I was thinking. Like for that Butler situation, for that assassin, you don't. It's kind of like that funny look is called curling. Mm-hmm. You know, where they like the stone on the ice, and then they throw the stone, and then there's someone that's like brushing the ice, but you can't touch the stone.
Right.
What you can do is just change the path of the stone a little bit, but you keep brushing the ice, and you can steer that stone right into the bullseye. That's what I think happened to Butler. That's what I think happened with that assassin.
Yeah.
If you can find the trail of breadcrumbs, it's going to be like trailing. Somebody was brushing the ice.
Well, also you find a young, confused, disenfranchised person, and you give them purpose in life.
Just brush the ice.
Yeah, and also
if you brush the ice, eventually it's going to hit the bullseye.
If you're in a position of authority, you're something like big-time government person, you're talking to this person, all of a sudden this person's a valuable asset, they're going to help America, and you're going to do this thing, and you're going to be our top assassin from here on out. You can talk people into doing a lot of things. That's why cults are around, right?
No, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there's suicide bombers. I mean, the Butler guy was a suicide assassin. The second guy that tried to kill him on the golf course was also a suicide assassin. From what I read, the Secret Service member that saw the guns pointing out fired several shots, none of which hit the assassin. But well, they could have. Like if those shots had hit the second assassin, he would be dead too.
Right.
So both of them were, you know, on a. I mean, they were on a suicide mission. Both of them. One actually got killed. One of them didn't get killed. But he could have been killed if they hit the bullets that hit him.
And you don't hear anything about him either.
But there's a lot more about that guy than the first guy. I mean, you look at his background, and he looks like, you know,
Unhinged.
yeah, totally unhinged.
Yeah.
The first guy, there's no, I'm not aware of any evidence that shows like that he's so unhinged as to be a suicide assassin.
No.
The second guy, like, okay, yeah, sure.
Well, 2 years before, he's acting in commercials.
Yeah, he got high score in his SATs.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, without getting killed.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, like, basically, like, listen,
I get it.
Well, attack the corruption enough to keep civilization trucking along, you know.
Yeah.
But I think if I fully destroy the corruption in the graft, they will kill me.
That's a fucked up thing to live with.
Yes. So, damn it.
Boys, I really hope they don't kill you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I strive to be alive. But yeah, I mean, it's a real concern. You know, I mean, there were two guys that before I supported Trump and everything. There were two guys that traveled to Austin to kill me. I don't know if you know about this.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah, and two separate incidents. One guy thought I put a chip in his head, and I mean they're both basically two guys that were just very much had severe mental illness. It wasn't like they had like I disagree with him politically. That's why he needs to die. This was before I was before I got sort of smeared as being, you know, some sort of like Nazi or something like that. This is so before the propaganda wave, the severe propaganda wave. The probability that any given homicidal maniac is going to try to kill you is proportionate to how many times they hear your name. And so they heard my name a lot, so I just got to the top of the list of two homicidal maniacs who were arrested, and both were in Travis County Jail at the same time. Well, yeah, I don't know if they talked or whatever, but they've both been released, by the way.
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
On bail, yeah. Right, but they got ankle monitors and stuff, but still.
They can cut those off.
Yeah, I don't know, you know, exactly. So,
that's crazy.
Yeah, and the second guy had like chief serial killer in his bio on his X profile. Yeah, it's like wasn't subtle as what I'm saying.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And at this point, I think I'm at the top of the list for a lot of homicidal maniacs.
And the more the mainstream media talks about you in this way,
yes,
and says you're a Nazi, and
they're doing the same thing to me that they did to Trump.
Yeah.
Which is they're making it sound like if you kill me, you're a hero. That's what they're doing is evil.
They're also doing the same thing where they're completely distorting who you are, and people are going along with it. Just like we're talking about Trump derangement syndrome. People have Elon derangement syndrome. I see it. Yeah. I see where people can't see the forest for the trees.
Right. And it's like I'm the same person that I was a year ago. Nothing's changed, really. Like I didn't suddenly become a completely different human.
Right.
But if you read the sort of legacy mainstream media, their propaganda stream is that I am a completely different human.
Right.
But I didn't get like a brain transplant, in a year. So, and so like 2 years ago, I was like a hero of that.
Yeah.
So how can I go from hero to villain at age 53? So,
MSNBC, CNN.
yeah,
It's like that's what it is.
yeah.
They use the
Associated
machine.
propaganda.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, they tried to demonize you too.
Yeah.
They even tried to demonize, in fact, at least partially successfully, demonize like Tim Hogan,
Yeah.
who is a super rational, reasonable creator. And then it felt like this could be changed to like far right.
Yeah.
And he's like, far right? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
If you like a few years ago, it was like a liberal.
Yeah.
So how do you go from far right, a liberal, to like instantly far right? And it's like there's no left and right. There's only left and far right.
Right. Yeah. Even
It's like,
far
this
right.
is my left leg and this is my far right leg.
And even far left is sort of dismissed as being like not important. Well, like Antifa, radical leftists. That's not.
Like we're voting down courthouses.
Yeah. Reasonable people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally crazy.
It's a crazy time, and it's not a time that I ever anticipated I was going to witness.
Yeah.
Like, this is far beyond anything I ever thought I was going to experience. And the clarity on where it's so obvious.
Yeah.
And the gaslighting and the propaganda is so obvious. And I saw this shrieking when RFK Jr. stopped this new test for new COVID vaccines on children. 10,000. They're going to use 10,000 people for this COVID vaccine. Like, who the fuck thinks that's a good thing at this point?
Not me.
What person? In what gas chamber? Like, not gaslight. You are fully unconscious.
Yeah.
There's no way if you know the effect of COVID today. No one's dying of it. This is not a pandemic anymore. The idea that you're to run a fucking huge test with 10,000 kids and a new vaccine, like, what are you even?
It's completely unnecessary.
Totally unnecessary. And shrieking when RFK Jr. steps in to stop it.
Yeah, it's totally crazy. I mean, I'm like, I'm overall pro-vaccine, meaning like I think we should have some reasonable number of vaccines against major ailments. But I don't think we should be like jamming some little kid with like a giant vial that's
Hepatitis B.
Yeah. 20 different things at a time. It's like it's going to overload it seems like there's a risk of overloading your immune system if you. I mean, there's like how many vaccines can you take at a time? It seems like there's like some risk of system overload here.
Well, there's two hopes. Hope number one is they can somehow or another stop this ability that they have to advertise on television. If that happens, that's big. That's huge. Because that doesn't just stop their ability to show you all these different medications that you should be on. What it also does is it stops their financial influence on the news. That's big.
Yeah, that's really the biggest thing is that I mean, the news is not going to attack one of their biggest advertisers.
Exactly. And they never do.
Yes, at best they might they'll do something, but they're gonna pull their punches. Like they're gonna be like fake fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At best.
Yes.
At
Like
best.
movie fighting, but they're not actually letting him. It just looks like it.
The next step then is to remove this immunity that these vaccine manufacturers have. And if they are liable for side effects and they are liable for the lies that they tell when they do these studies and they hide negative data, that'll change a lot.
Yes. I think AI actually is very helpful with medical stuff because AI can look at all the studies, look at all the data, cross-check everything, give you good recommendations. I mean, even as it is, like right now, you can upload like your X-rays and your MRI images to Grok, and it'll give you a medical diagnosis. And that diagnosis, from what I've seen, is at least as good as what, if not, I think. So I've certainly seen cases where it's actually better than what.
Well, it's phenomenal for blood work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can literally take a photograph of your blood work, like the page, upload it from your phone, upload that to Grok, and it will tell you if there's it'll understand what all the data results are, and tell you if there's something wrong.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it be wrong yet.
Well, it's supposedly more accurate than most physicians.
Yeah.
Because physicians are human beings, and maybe they don't have a deep understanding of the connection between, oh, you have this deficiency, and this is a high, and your cortisol's here, and
well, yeah, like so sometimes doctors, especially in high-rank offices, will sell you stuff you don't need. So I always like to be a little suspicious of like a doctor that's got an office in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
It's a high-rent situation. Like, I'm not saying there are some very good doctors in Beverly Hills, but
course.
It's a high-rent situation.
Yeah. You're at least tempted by the dark side.
Yeah, and I mean, in one case, like, went to this doctor who was like highly recommended, doctor to the stars, which is like maybe not a good sign. And then I got like blood work done. Like just drew blood and sent it to a lab, and like the guy, I'm like sitting in his office, and he tells me that I'm like B12 deficient. It's something possible that I'm B12 deficient. And I was like, oh, okay. And then he gives me, it says like you have to take these like B12 supplements and he's going to give me a starter pack. And then it's going to be like $1,000 a month for these special B12.
$1,000 a month for B12?
Ridiculous
Really?
amount of money, yeah.
That's great. You get it on Amazon.
Yeah, but his one's special.
Oh, special B12.
Yeah. It was like a whole bunch, B12 and a whole bunch of other vitamins. So then I get home, I'm like, I'm paging through my blood work, and it says, I have, according to the blood results, I have excess B12. So I'm like, wait a second. And he's giving me box pulls that have like 20,000% of recommended daily dose. Like 20,000% is a lot, big number. And I'm like, I said, look, I took a photograph of the blood work that says I have excess, I'm like above the range, above the recommended range of B12. And then I'm like, and I took a picture of things that says, the pills that say 20,000%. It's like, can you help me reconcile these two things? Because it says I've got too much B12, and you just gave me two pills that have 20,000% more. I'm like, this is crazy.
What did the doctor say?
Oh, he said you can never have too much B12.
Oh, he's
and I'm like, yes, you can.
He's a psychopath.
Yes.
That guy's a B12 addict.
Yes, totally insane. That's what I'm saying. It's like, so, I mean, I could have just, so then,
Well, this was a while ago, right? So this is pre-Grok.
It's like 5 years ago, yeah.
Right. This is pre-Grok.
Yeah.
Like now you could just enter in all that data and Grok.
And I can just photograph with your phone and upload it to Grok, and Grok will tell you what's wrong. If
just don't have it in sexy mode. She'll keep trying to fuck you.
I mean, you're asking for it in sexy mode, literally.
Literally.
Tapped on sexy mode.
Yeah. You're asking for it.
I mean, I think we probably should maybe allow it to get out of character a little bit.
Sure. Yeah.
It's like in unhinged mode, I try to get it back to being hinged, but it would no fucking way. It's like I'm gonna stay unhinged.
How many modes do you have?
Now there's I don't know, 8 or something. And then there's an ability to have a custom mode. So then you can have unhinged sexy. Ooh.
That's my favorite kind.
You may think so.
Careful what you wish for.
Be careful what you wish for.
Especially if it's a robot, she can kill you.
Unhinged sexy
robot
is
it's like dangerous. Remember like the Pink Panther? Remember Pink Panther? Like Kato would try to jump him, they keep him sharp. Always trying to attack him. Remember that?
Right.
Listen, man, thank you for being here. I always appreciate talking to you. I know you're busy as fuck, so it means a lot to me that you have the time to do this. And I think what you're doing is one of the most important things that has ever happened in this country. I really do. And particularly with ownership of X, but also with what's happening with Doge and just enlightening all these people and shining light on all the vampires.
Well, hopefully people realize I'm not a Nazi.
I think
I just want to be clear. I am not a Nazi.
I think we covered it.
That's exactly what a Nazi would say. Damn it.
Yeah, that's what he would say.
Yeah, this. You can't escape this bullshit.
No, you can't escape this.
So
I don't think any reasonable person believes it. If they believe it, it's because they want to believe it.
no,
It's not because it's logical.
I mean, what's relevant about Nazis is like, oh, you're like invading Poland, okay?
Right.
And if you're not,
Right.
if you're not like invading Poland, maybe you're not. Like, you have to be like committing genocide and like starting wars. And
Right.
if you're not, like, what is bad about Nazis? It's not it wasn't their fashion sense or their mannerisms.
It was the Holocaust.
It was
Yeah.
the war and genocide is what is the bad part.
Yeah.
Not their mannerisms and their dress code.
Well, that was the problem with all that punch a Nazi shit. Like punch a Nazi. Remember that? People say that was like a thing that people kept saying. Punch a Nazi. Punch a Nazi.
Yeah.
Where are you meeting Nazis? I've never met a fucking Nazi.
I've never met one.
I've never run into a bunch of Nazis where I had to punch them.
Well, and what about like at least like so-called like Proud Boy rallies or whatever? And it's like they always got the masks, they always got the same uniforms, and for some reason they never get doxxed.
Right.
Wait, we're always gonna dox them, except these guys.
Great video of me and Matt Taibbi breaking down the Patriot Front. Didn't the Patriot Front just disband? Google that real quick. We'll end with this because I think they just disbanded, and these were the most obvious feds of all time.
Yeah,
they were.
saying.
They had a like drum. They had masks on. Yeah, they all had uniforms. It was so stupid. Patriot Front disbands one day after FBI Director Chris Ray
Doesn't that
resigns.
seem like an odd coincidence?
Crazy. The people that we were yelling at saying that they're feds. There's a great video of me and Matt Taibbi if you want to
How
find
come
it.
nobody ever followed them and doxed them?
Yeah, crazy. What are the odds?
What are the odds?
Agent provocateurs. Thing. They're real. Alex Jones taught me about them. Listen, man, thank you very much. Thank you for everything. Appreciate you. Stay alive.
Staying alive.
All right.
I mean, I do think for me staying alive is that it's more entertaining if I'm alive than if I'm dead.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
definitely.
I just hope I could be alive and like injured, which suck. You know,
Right.
Like they wait, just like shoot my arm off.
Right. No, we don't want that.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Keep the security strong.
Yeah, happy with one.
All right.
It's like, all right.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
And based on many things to the border, but also based on balancing budgets and getting our country back into shape. And this is a big part of it. So, Elon, if you could get up and explain where you are, how you're doing, and how much of a successful guy is really working so hard. And he's got businesses to run. And in many ways, they'll say, how do you do this? And, he's sacrificing a lot and getting a lot of praise. I'll tell you, he's also getting hit, and we would expect that, and that's the way it works. So I'd like to have Elon Musk please say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I actually just call myself a couple tech support here because this is actually, as crazy as it sounds, that is almost a literal description of the work that the Doge team is doing, is helping fix the government computer systems. Many of these systems are extremely old. They don't communicate. There are a lot of mistakes in the systems. The software doesn't work. So we are actually tech support. It's ironic, but it's true. The overall goal here with the Doge team is to help address the enormous deficit. We simply cannot sustain as a country $2 trillion deficits. The interest rates, just the interest on the national debt now exceeds the Defense Department spending. We spend a lot on the Defense Department, but we're spending like over $1 trillion on interest. If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt. It's not an optional thing, it is an essential thing. That's the reason I'm here. And taking a lot of flack, and getting a lot of death threats, by the way. They're gonna like smack them up, But if we don't do this, America will go bankrupt. That's why it has to be done. And I'm confident at this point, knock on wood, knock on my wooden head, it's got a lot of wood there, that we can actually find $1 trillion in savings. That would be roughly 15% of the $7 trillion budget. And obviously that can only be done with the support of everyone in this room. And I'd like to thank everyone for your support. Thank you very much. This can only be done with your support. So it's really, Doge is a support function for the president and for the agencies and departments to help achieve those savings and to effectively find 15% in reduction in fraud and waste. And we bring the receipts. So people say, like, well, is this real? Just go to doge.gov. We line item by line item, we specify each item. So, and I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect, but when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption. But we do need to move quickly if we're to achieve a $1 trillion deficit reduction in financial year 2026. It requires saving $4 billion per day, every day, from now through the end of September. But we can do it, and we will do it. Thank you.
Do you have any questions of Elon while we're on the subject of that? Because we'll finish off with that. And if you would have any questions, please, we'll finish off with that. And if you would have any questions, please ask. You could ask me or Elon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask you that President Trump put out a truth social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if so, what are you doing to address those any dissatisfaction?
They will let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with you? If you are, we'll throw them out of here. That he's doing this, and some disagree a little bit, but I will tell you, for the most part, I think everyone's disagree a little bit, but I will tell you, for the most part, I think everyone's not only happy, they're thrilled. So go ahead, it's grateful.
Ever. Literally. So, I do not give false praise. This is an incredible group of people. I don't think that such a talented team has actually ever been assembled. I think it's literally the best cabinet that the country's ever had. And I think the company should be incredibly appreciative of the people in this room.
Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Musk. About half of the government employees so far appear to have responded to your request for what they've been doing over the past week. Is there a timeline in place for next moves for people being fired? Do the American people expect to see results from them?
Yes. Well, to be clear, like I think that email perhaps was misinterpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check review. Do you have a pulse? Do you have a pulse and 2 neurons? So if you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. This is, I think not a high bar, is what I'm saying. This is should be anyone could accomplish this. But what we are trying to get to the bottom of is we think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond. And some people who are not real people, like they're literally fictional individuals that are collecting paychecks. Well, somebody's collecting paychecks on a fictional individual, so we're literally trying to figure out, are these people real? Are they alive? And can they write an email? Which I think is a reasonable expectation for the American public would have at least that expectation of someone in the public sector.
Mr. Musterman, roughly 1 million employees. Roughly 1 million employees have responded so far to this email. Does that mean that the remaining 1 million or so federal employees now risk being terminated? And is it your understanding and expectation when you post a directive on X that the cabinet secretaries will follow that order? Because several agencies have instructed employees that this is voluntary.
Welcome, Frosty.
Yeah.
How you living, Pen? We just watched Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. It was interesting. I was just saying. Go ahead. Look, I think Zelensky was in a difficult position. He's in a foreign country, in the Oval Office. English is not his first language, and he's surrounded by diplomats of the United States. And I think they were quite aggressive with him. They kept telling him, "You need to thank the American people." He thanked the American people. He thanked them. He thanked the cabinet. He thanked the American people. If I were the one doing it, we wouldn't even need reporters. We'd have one live stream. I would be there with Zelensky. I'd be there with Putin. We'd put down a big map. I'd give him a crayon, and I'd say, "You draw the line. Where's the border?" Basically, what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be so complicated with people firing off questions and all this other stuff. It's just between the two leaders of the country. I understand what was in the past. That's the past. Right now, we need a border. So you tell me where the border is. If one of you wants Crimea, then the other one gets a little bit of your land or whatever you want it to be. And until we agree, we're not going to leave here. And we're going to live stream the whole thing. And then it's archived for the world. And then if either side doesn't follow that plan, then we have UN peacekeeping troops come in and not kill everybody, but just patrol the border until we go back to the original agreement. That very well could be. So in the meantime, well, I'll tell you what I think is going to happen is with enough international pressure, Russia's going to lose. They're going to bust open the doors and they're going to see that a lot of people died and they're going to make him into a dictator and a war criminal, and he will be seen very badly throughout history. I did not think that they treated Zelensky fairly. I mean, it would be like you took me, who doesn't speak, I don't know, whatever you speak in India. I mean, is it there are like a bunch of different languages? What's the main language spoken in India? Okay, so Hindi. Uh, I go there. I don't know Hindi that well, and I have to do all this diplomatic discussion. I don't have a translator, and all of these Indian guys and girls are jumping on me. Be like, whoa, whoa, whoa! This isn't fair. It's one versus like a room of people. That's not fair. Um, Even if we were to do it in English, where the people in India have excellent English speaking skills, and I have generally average to above average English speaking skills. If I had to go there and it's a room full of Indians, you all are going to jump on me. And it's like, dude, calm down. And really, when it came to Zelensky, it was kind of 2-on-1. It was JD Vance and Trump against Zelensky. And I just don't feel that they were fair to him. And they kept saying, you need to thank the American public for what they've given. And he's like, look, I've thanked them. I'll thank them again. Thank you to the American public for what they've done. And they kept trying to make him like bow to them. And I just don't think that that very well could be. All I know is that it's not fair to have one guy against a whole group of people. That's just not, in my opinion, not a good way. Right. Okay. And that's what we want to prevent. I don't know about that, but I do know that it's also unfair that he doesn't speak English, and so the American people have really never heard his voice. When you watch American, I mean, I'm sure you see enough Western video, you always hear him through a translator. And I'm just going to tell you this. I'm just going to tell you this right now. If you listen to speakers who don't speak English, it always sounds aggressive because we don't know what you're saying, at least to the English ear. And so the Russian people are at a major disadvantage. And I mean, it's pretty simple to me, and I don't understand why it's not done. I think it's because there's a lot of money to be made in war, but you don't need any of the reporters. You don't need your vice president. You don't need cabinet officials. You don't need anybody. You just need Putin. You need Zelensky in a room together, and they just get a crayon and a map, and they just draw it out. And it's all live streamed, and anybody who violates that agreement will have to answer to the United Nations. Right? Right. Just one moment. I'm going to turn on the stand up comedy. Okay. Very well. See you in a bit. Frosty, before you go, Before you go, I don't know if you can't hear me. Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say how much it means to me.
Comic, huh?
It's an awful handle.
Wow.
It exists.
Yeah, thank you. So tough. He's at MMA Comic. Yeah.
You at the show on Saturday? Holy shit, this guy's a fucking trooper, man. Australia, right?
Saturday Main Room?
Yeah, Saturday main room. They sat through Brody's hour and a half.
Oh, so you guys saw all of us.
Oh boy. The meltdown,
that's right.
and the build back up.
Yeah, they sat on the side of the stage.
It was like watching the Iraqi war in slow motion. It was just a disaster at the beginning, and then the rebuild process, and then he almost went off the deep end at the end.
When you go back, what will you say to them about this place? What will you tell them? The others. You'll say,
It's all right.
I spent my entire vacation there, but it's all right.
It's all right.
I love it. Oh, we get a lot of Australians here.
Yeah.
I don't know who's doing the press over in Australia for this.
Huge podcast community over in Australia, right? Is that how you found all this? Fans, yeah. Like the podcast fans. Yeah, so that's how you found that out.
Yeah. Boom!
Wow.
Yeah. Somebody get this guy $20 for me.
Yeah. You're a good-looking dude. Like, is it your girlfriend?
Brody was saying.
Girlfriend? Yeah.
He's Australian,
Good-looking.
expendable money. Look, he doesn't care about how long this kid's taking.
Yeah. He's got good arms too.
Good arm, great hair. He only conditions once a week.
I have a lot of people say that I have the best looking fans in the world.
Honestly, though, look at this guy. If I wore sunglasses on my shirt far after when the sun wasn't around, I would get made fun of forever. This guy looks so fucking cool with those.
And by the way, beyond him, and the rest of this room looks like gargoyles. Okay.
I should have said I have best looking fan in the world.
Yeah.
I had best looking fan. Anyway, man, you're great. What's your name? Fucking cool name, too. Reese, of course.
What do you build your own furniture? What do you do there in Australia? Work with your hands in some capacity? You fucking asshole.
What do you do? No, I should say, what do you own?
Yeah.
What do you own back there?
How big's your boat?
How big are your boats?
Are you really? Really?
You're on a 1 month vacation to Los Angeles
Yeah.
right now.
Where are you staying? A hotel?
The Ritz.
I performed there last night. That's how good looking this guy is. You run a chick with him, he's like, oh, by the way, we're staying at a hospital. And you're coming to
And she just had no qualms about it.
No.
Doesn't care. Yeah,
Sweet Dick Reese with that beautiful hair.
Sweet Dick Reese. Who'd you go to LA with?
Oh, me, Sweet Dick Reese.
Sheila. Who'd you go to LA with? Sweet Dick Reese.
Reese.
He's the best. How long have you guys been together? 2 years. You and Sweet Dick Reese.
Yeah.
What's your name? Romany?
Wow, that's
hold
some
on.
Game of Thrones shit.
Yes.
I'm Romany, aka she's going to be around for another 8 episodes.
You see Romany's tips this week on GOT?
So sick.
She's
So
getting in
sick.
here.
Do you know how to use a bow and arrow?
Romani.
Do you remember when Hermione used to get fucking naked on Game of Thrones and now she doesn't even fucking, she's too good to take her pussy out? Come on. What the fuck, man? God damn it, man.
Speaking of awesome females on hit shows, to close out every episode of Kill Tony, we have 2 regulars that come on, and they are both very awesome. They've been writing a new minute each week for over a year, and let's do it again, shall we? Going up first tonight, very, very funny girl. She dropped out of the University of Florida when she did her first spot here on Kill Tony, and she's been here every Monday with us since. The Legend Killer, the Amazing, the Dropout, the Gator. Put your hands together for the great Kimberly Condon.
Hey guys, what's up? When I first moved to LA, I started dating a guy that I was really into. He turned out to be bisexual, which is kind of disappointing because it's something that I think you talk about, you know, when you're really dating someone. You know, when girls are drinking and then they come home late at night, I'd come home and I'd be like, babe, I really feel like going down on my man tonight. And he's like, me too. It's just like, it's not what I'm looking for. You know, I can't date I can't date someone who's bisexual because I'm a jealous person. Then I have to worry about him getting with women and AIDS. It's like too much. It's not anything to do with the gay guys. It's black women. I know, but everyone doesn't get offended about the gay people. That's so fucked up. It's every time.
There you go. That's a minute. Fuck yeah. All right. That's interesting stuff.
I almost feel like I should take myself out of this conversation because this woman has probably written more jokes in the last year than I have in probably 10. So she does this once a week, every week, for 52 weeks. Yeah. Well, if that's the worst week, you're doing okay. But it was pretty bad this week. I mean, I'm just here for this week, which is not great, but this, if you do it every week, yeah, go to fucking another minute this week.
Yeah. So is your boyfriend really, or your ex-boyfriend really bi? Just go with the fiction.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sometimes
No
I let
comics
my life
ever
inspire
lie.
and I just exaggerate from it.
Yeah, I get that. I do that. That's
everything I've ever done is completely 100% true.
You don't get the nickname Exaggerizi. You know what? You took an L this week. Fuck it. That's how I look at it. You know? Who gives a shit?
I was gonna talk about my mom this week, but I didn't, and I should have gone.
Let's hear it right now.
Because this was, well, I was gonna talk about how she came here to visit from Florida, and she's super cheap, and she didn't want to pay for the Hollywood tour bus, so she just wants to follow it with the windows down.
Oh, that's hilarious. Way funnier. Can I say something about what you did? I mean, the black girl thing was just like for shock, right? Obviously.
Yeah, that was rude.
And it's rude, but you know what? It's like it's just to save the other joke, which didn't go great, and then you can blame it on that one.
Yeah.
So
The mom shit was funny.
Yeah, that mom
the
shit. That's yeah, that's a minute right there.
Is your mom Jewish?
Her tendency.
Yeah.
Well,
whenever I meet someone that is fresh into the comedy or entertainment business, and I'm always like, are you Jewish? And they're like, no. And I'm always like, good luck. Good luck, man. How far is Omaha from here? It's impossible. I don't know how.
You have to be German.
German
works.
Yeah, that's got to be impossible.
You might just have to change your last name to be some dead mouse guy.
Because Hollywood is it's Jewish. It's the.
I'm trying to think of more things your mom could do when she comes to LA that she's not going to pay for. Right? That's what I'm thinking about. Sorry. Yeah. Because that's a whole minute right there, by the way.
Yeah.
And then people are like, what are you? Your mom's a cheap Jew. Can't pay for. No, she's not Jewish. She's a Jewish tendencies. That's it.
Yeah, what other, instead of the Hollywood Museum, the Wax Museum, maybe we could just go to a plastic surgeon's office and sit there.
Sit outside of it.
What's another time you can do?
Like go to a restaurant and just eat the bread and leave or something.
Yeah, that's smart.
King's hot dog, but you just
wait in the line, never buy a hot dog.
Yeah, never buy.
She's
Dude, I had to fucking do that.
Or
first time there, I waited the whole line.
Really?
My first month in LA. My first month in LA. Of course, I never did it again. And I got up there, and the guy I ordered, and it was like, ate whatever, cash only.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you forever. What a sign at the end of the line.
Yeah.
How would I know that? He's like, look behind me. Like, behind you, inside the. Never again. I want to get rich so I can buy it and then just burn it one night. I will burn it.
And thank you. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon.
Good job.
Yeah.
Always fun. Your other regular, the regular, she just did dysentery last night. She's a regular on Kill Tony. Always goofy. Put your hands together for the great Sarah Weinstein.
Hi. I wanted to go camping, but I don't like the outdoors, so I decided to make s'mores over my stove. I look like a moron. A grown woman with a skewer and a marshmallow. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, just smiling over the stove, this half s'more. Then it hit me that I was ingesting butane. I was ingesting butane and gasoline from my stove. I don't even like burnt marshmallows, but I'm not skilled enough to not burn the marshmallows. So I just eat them charred. I feel like s'mores are just so fucking lazy. It's like, why not just fill out the whole word? It's like, you know what? Fuck those 26 letters in the alphabet. Let's just throw up your apostrophe. And it's just like, you're what? You want to bake, but you're not precise enough? You're too lazy? So you're just going to ignite some desserts?
Fuck yeah. The s'more round.
S'more out.
Covered a lot of foods with you over all these episodes.
Yeah.
Usually it's weirder foods. And here we are on s'mores. Which is a graham cracker, burnt marshmallow, and chocolate.
In case anybody listening is a fucking moron. S'more is. That's what it is. Imagine someone home was like,
how often do you have a s'more?
You don't want to s'more?
You don't know what it is?
Oh, shit.
All right.
Well, I bet you guys call it something funny like a tickle-a-doo or something.
It's
just a tickle-a-doo.
Oh, tickle-a-doo.
That's a walking waiter. A walking waiter. It's got walking waiters. It's graham cracker, and then you take a marshmallow, put it on a stick, you roast it over a fire. It's usually when we camp, and then you put it chocolate together.
Heats it up, kind of makes it like a little sandwich.
It's hilarious.
Wait, hold on. What is this gentleman yelling? Peanut butter in what world, my friend? Yeah. Is it s'more?
It's not peanut butter.
100% never has it ever
been.
What?
What
What are you talking about?
No, we're in America. It's chocolate, marshmallow, and graham cracker. Wasn't s'mores originally created to... You can dip it into peanut butter if you like. Sure. Put that shit in the middle of it.
No, you
don't decide for everybody that they like peanut butter. Wasn't it s'mores originally created to give to Cub Scouts so they will keep a secret?
I don't know. I looked it up on Wikipedia. I didn't see that, but maybe I didn't read
Funny
it.
though, Brian, that's real.
Oh,
Brian was in the Cub Scouts, Brian.
I just got it.
Another one of Brian's lies.
You gave me s'mores. Where were you with this information when I was 80?
I like the s'more shit.
This guy's going insane back here.
Hey, listen,
this guy's so offended that we're turning on to speaking about.
No, you can dip it into the peanut butter. I don't mind that.
You can do,
and I'll try it, and then I'll throw it into the fucking woods.
Hey. You guys keep talking to this guy. I'll be alive tomorrow. This guy will be stabbing you in the parking lot like, peanut butter, Steve. What the fuck, man? No, fuck you. I agree with peanut butter guys.
No, always peanut butter.
Thank you, Andrew. Peanut butter.
Like the fucking peanut butter, man. Stop stabbing me.
This summer. It's the Montana 16. I like s'mores. S'mores was fun. S'mores at your house. A butane stove? Am I off? Butane.
I'm like, is it considered butane in smooth service? Is it just gasoline?
It's butane because it's also in E-pens, like those the G-pens got a little bit of butane.
But the stove is gas.
I should have said gas.
Yeah.
You're still right anyway.
I said gas and butane both.
You're right.
To cover my bases.
Did you really do this?
No, but I have.
Yeah.
Actually, I have done it. I've made before, but not recently. But like 2 months ago, I just wanted to burn marshmallows. So I just
That's cute. I like
split
that.
it up, you know?
It's hard not to burn them, even
So,
with a campfire.
yeah.
Microwave better. It's sugar.
Microwave.
Yeah, it's just microwave.
That's like how you get like cancer.
No.
Like a microwave marshmallow.
You sound like old people from the 70s.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me when I cook popcorn, I'm not supposed to listen to it when it pops? And then some idiot like pressing his head against a microwave, like, yeah, they're popping.
Thank you. I push the numbers with my dickhead. That's how I set the timer.
The great Sarah Weinstein,
Yes.
everybody. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank, SHENK. her and Kimberly Condon, both going to be in San Diego next week at Comic-Con, both going to be at the LA Podfest at the end of September. Guys, that's Kill Tony 60,
So great.
everybody. Thank you so much,
Congratulations.
Joshua Meyerowitz. You're at Autistic Thunder on Twitter. How about you guys? Anything coming up that you want to Squad fans ask? They come all the way from fucking Australia.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to watch the league this year. FXX, yeah.
Yeah, no, not for me. Watch the league.
At Steve Rand is easy too on Twitter.
Steve Rand is easy.
And at Chino Santino.
At Cheeto Santino on Twitter.
CHEETO Santino. All right, live audience, thank you so much.
Thanks,
guys. Josh Meyerowitz, got him at Autistic Thunder. Thank you so much, buddy. At Josh Martin Comics. Thanks, everybody.
Wraps up. Top 5 states with the most expensive gas after California are
What the f- are you talking about, Big Dog? Dude, those two are fucking duking it out, and I just think that when I was born, they were the same fucking country. Same with you, probably. And so they're basically like relatives. I just don't understand why they have to be so aggressive. Perhaps.
The 20% chance of showers this morning. Mid-60s scrubs in the high desert. Tonight, mostly cloudy. 50% chance of showers. Right now, 55.
That could be, Doug.
Very exciting. We do this. International. Sponsored by the National Construction and Design Industry. On the
That could be. Blair? Tony Blair? Tony Blair?
Talk about what's changing on the horizon in the building industry, what new products or innovations are out there.
No, I haven't seen that.
Things are going. It's going to take show to get it all done. Show 25. Yes. Yes. You could have come up with a different one. And of course, just that simple. Of course, anything at all. You can call me about anything. That's design, construction, marketing, whatever. Outside link, anything. You can seriously,
How old were you?
producer Richie.
2001. All right. Well, shout out to you. Yeah, it was a wild day, my friend. Everything changed. I think personally, World War III started on that day. All right, here's some stand-up comedy. Take care, Frosty. I hope many blessings on you. Take care, my friend. Bye-bye. Hey, wait, before you go. Oh, I forgot to tell him how much he means to me again. I'm here, baby. I'm here. I'm just adding an account to this screen. Shout out to Reverend Cloud. I hope you can still hear me. You're amazing. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Reverend Cloud, everybody. They're amazing. Everybody loves them. They rule. There we go. We're watching Kill Tony, Reverend Cloud, if you know what that is. Just for a moment, I'm going to turn it off because their sound's up. Reverend Cloud, if you can hear me, thank you so much for being here. I wish this were louder. It just is not. It's only this episode, though. They're usually louder than this. If you're wondering what I'm doing, keeping these bots going 247, big dog. There you are. I see you in there. Shout out to you. No need to talk. You're doing exactly right. And trust me, when I get the opportunity to tell all the other people in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10U, they just need to do what you're doing. Just sit there with their account, because when you do that, everybody sees you, that you're in a space, and they're like, oh, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10U's got something going. And it's like, to quote the great GB, it's like a 24-hour commercial for this thing. I mean, could we be any more promotional? So shout out to you, baby. Shout out to Reverend Cloud. In fact, I'm even going to say it in the Twitter space or in the Telegram. Yo, pimp, I can hear you. Yeah. What's going on, big dog? Yeah, I had over 2,100 of them, and when you do that, that's a little bit of overkill, and but that's okay. Did you see the I posted it a couple days ago. I made another robot that automatically is spamming people on Twitter. Did you happen to see this yet? Excellent. So I don't need like 2,000 accounts. All I need is about 9 of them, and I just rotate them. I've got 3 different computers, and I just rotate them, and they send out my driver's license with a little message, actually like 1,000 characters, and then my profile is like really big. If you see, like, I've got a view more portion that has 50,000 characters in it. But here's the thing. I do this and I'm like a castaway. I'm like out at sea. and I'm sending these messages like an SOS to the world, not knowing if any. That's what I'm talking about, Bitcoin MLK. Fuck yeah, they know what's up. See, I mean, they see that you're in here or whatever, and it'll let everybody know. It's the power of all our accounts. The thing is, when we get like, let's say 9 of us in here, it'll look like there are 30,000 people who with all our connections in here, and with that, then we'll get some, like we'll get some traction. Here's how I see it. If you're not using your account, then we're not advertising ourselves. So the fact that I can keep these things going 24 hours, and you're going to find that you're going to do things during the day. Just if you have a computer, leave your computer in here, just like you're doing. And then essentially everybody who's a friend of yours will see that you're in here, and they'll come in here, and we'll get a 24-hour space going. That's how really successful coins work on spaces is 24-hour spaces. It's just like they always have a community. Wait, with that being said, I was sending out these messages like SOSs to the world. They're like my messages in a bottle, to quote the song lyrics. Essentially, within the last 36 hours or so, I've only been doing this like 48 hours, but somebody came into my Discord, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? I always ask them like if they're 18 and if they're how'd they find out about me? Or generally, I ask them that, and they said from Twitter, and I'm like, oh, okay, well that's interesting. How'd you find out about me on Twitter? They're like, you sent me a message, and it was like someone had opened my message in a bottle to them. It was like I didn't know if anybody was getting these messages, but they do. And then somebody else got one within our community. Well, Vamp got one, and Bitcoin Leviosa or whatever that person, they got it, and it's like, yes, these things are actually working. Like, so I've got these robots going. Now, when it comes to like all my other accounts, like they get banned, especially because AI. Well, I made 2,100 of them, and the people at Twitter just started doing mass bannings of me. So I wasn't on Twitter for like a year, but now I'm back, and I've been doing this space 24 hours straight for the last 14 days or 15 days now. And I've been live streaming in the Telegram for like almost 2 years now, and I've been live streaming on YouTube for 3.5 years. So I have no problem being on camera and just giving us a place to essentially congregate. And I've been waiting for More Light to get back from Hong Kong, and then I know he's in Denver. But once he comes back, I'm gonna get on his tuchus, so to speak, in a nice way, and he's all about it, and saying, look, I need help with your leadership. We need to make sure that everybody's aware whenever you aren't doing anything with your account, even if you are, if you have a secondary device, just put it in Rabbi's Twitter space, because that's how Bitcoin MLK can see that there's something going on in here. But it only works if you come up as a speaker. So I let people come in here and just, leave their account on, and I'm just living my life. And, all the crypto world is hurting right now. We're at a perfect opportunity for people to for this coin to make a big comeback, though. And I think that if we just continue to do 24-hour spaces, that's good. I honestly don't think we'll get viral from this, though. We'll get viral from me sending out all these messages. And the reason why is I'm just sending so many of them. I send out about, I don't know, anywhere from like 500 to 1,500 a day on each device, which like, I don't know, 4,500 a day sometimes for 3 devices. That's a lot of people who I'm connecting with on Twitter. And the important part of that is it's like nobody else is sending out the driver's license. And so they're like, wow, this person has doxed themselves, and they have all this information. They can go through all my stuff. They can learn about who I am, and all my other accounts. Yeah. So this account, this Karaoke King account, was just one random account that I had that hadn't been banned. And I just needed to basically, I've learned that if I start to interact with people's posts too much, like follow back or post something or like or retweet or do anything like that, I get banned. They've got me like basically targeted. So I find that if I just use this account to just keep 24-hour spaces going, we're good. And then with all the other accounts, I can use those to send out all these messages. I do get locks on my account, so that's why I just have like basically rotating accounts. So if I do get a lock on my account, how do no, that does happen. And you can check that through, I think it's shadowban.com. There's a website to see if you're shadow banned. But what I do, exactly the way that I avoid any kind of shadow bans is when I do get a lock, all it does is say your account has been locked, enter your email address and do the CAPTCHA, or actually the R coach challenge. So I just have to do just like, I have so many different email accounts, but I'm able to keep track of them all. And then I just do the R coach challenge and it unlocks my account. There are basically 3 types of locks that they do. I mean, I know the system so well. There is actually maybe, I guess 4. There's you have to do an R coach challenge. There's you have to do an email. There's you have to do an R coach challenge and an email. And then there's a 12-hour limitation that you can do. And they can put any of those on my account. So what I do is I do whatever the challenge is, and I get the email or whatever. And if they don't put a 12-hour limit on my account, that's fine. I just rotate a new account in and then start using that one and send it off. It sends off either 500 messages a day, because that's the maximum amount that you can do, or it gets a lock on it. And then when it gets a lock on it, I do the challenge or whatever and let it wait 12 to 24 hours and then just do another one. And that way you're not basically prodding the bear. Like, I find that if I get a lock on my account and I do the Arcos challenge and everything and I continue to spam with that account, that's how I can get them banned. So it's basically like a warning, like, hey, we're locking your account. You have to do this challenge. Okay, that's fine. I'll do the challenge and unlock it, but I won't use that one generally for another 24 hours. And so I've got this other thing. I didn't make it, but it's really genius. Somebody has made an extension on Google Chrome that essentially can take all of the data from your follower list or anybody's follower list or who you're following, and it will tell you the date that they made their account. It tells you all this information. The date they made their account, their location, whether you can send them a direct message. And that's the key one that I need, because when I first started this, I was just sending to random people, and a lot of times I would waste my time because they don't accept messages from people. But with this spreadsheet, it just tells me everything about everyone. So what I did is I went to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 E-New Returns, and I took all the people who follow it, which was like 3,000 a few days ago, and I took out all the people who don't allow direct messages to them, and then I just sent to all the people who do accept direct messages. It didn't go to them all, and the reason why it doesn't go to them all is some people have it that you have to be a premium account, or you have to be a verified account, or whatever that is. That's fine. But for all the other ones, it allows me to send to them, and that's how people found out about me. And, I get a lot of people who send me a lot of garbage, like F off, Zionist, and all this other stuff. And that's fine. They should know that I'm about world peace, and I don't want anybody to get hurt. And but that's fine. It tells me that it's working. If you send me a message back, for every message that I receive back, I know another 50 or 100 people saw it. So it's kind of like, that's how I judge how this thing is working. And at least over the course of the last 72 hours or so that I've been doing this, I can't be happier. The fact that I got somebody into my Discord and they were able to tell me, yeah, I got your message, I got your ID. That was like literally like sending a message in a bottle, and somebody opened it up and responded. It was just, I couldn't be happier. And so, Reverend Cloud, you're doing exactly what I need you to do. And Bitcoin MLK, if you can hear me, come up as a speaker. You don't have to speak, but the fact that you're in here as a speaker tells all your followers that we have a space going, and that helps to promote it. I haven't had a chance to. I've been waiting, as I said, I was waiting on more like to be done with all these events. But then what we're gonna do, or I want to do, is we should just start having perfect. Bitcoin MLK knows what's up. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming up as a speaker. What we'll do is I want to do trivia nights, And we can also do karaoke nights. And just like for an hour a night, come together as a community, and we'll get 10 people in here or whatever, and then we'll get random and people who come in, they're like, hey, what's this? And it's like, oh, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-news back. Absolutely. Not that we didn't go in, that we went anywhere, but it hurts us in a major way that Twitter banned our main accounts. We would have over 100,000 followers by now easily if Twitter didn't ban our main account. But that's okay. As you know, I have learned, you just can't let that get you down. You have to come up with other strategies. So this is a good strategy. I was helping, I don't know if you guys had the chance, I think you did. I was helping Bitcoin Obama yesterday try to get back into his account. And I think we might be able to get back into it. He's got his phone number. And so there may be a way that we might be able to do it. But if anything, just to get him back in here, he's, you know, a character in himself. And he'll bring in people. And I want the Bitcoin community to know that we are always having spaces. And what ends up happening, I mean, I've been like studying these cryptocurrencies for some years now, at least how they interact on spaces. They all do this. They do some kind of pre-sale, and they do like 24 hours for their pre-sale, and then they launch, and they do airdrops and stuff, and they all fizzle out. We are kind of the opposite of that. We haven't fizzled out. We still have a very strong community, but we aren't doing the spaces. And I understand Morelight's busy, VMU is busy. I can do the spaces, or at least I can have them going. And if we just put our accounts in here, we'll get other people in here, and they'll be like, oh, okay, Sprotos. And if anything, I can always change the name to make it like a real Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-news space. As of right now, I just try to use keywords that people will search for, and they're not going to search for HPOS 10i. But once we get a bunch of people in here, we certainly can. And when it starts to spread, I mean, when I have done this for like a month or so, hopefully, hey, you know, like we're back. We're doing 24-hour spaces, and we don't just do 24-hour spaces. We do 24-hour video spaces. Nobody else is doing video spaces 24 hours. It's really unique. And I've basically become the person who essentially, you know, I live stream. I live on YouTube. I live on Discord. I've lived on Telegram. I live on Twitter Spaces now, and it's just about publicity that we're going to get with that. And I'm very excited for the community for two reasons in particular. One, for these bots, because these bots are going to take us to the promised land, I think. And two, that, you know, we are starting to get people aware, like, hey, we're doing 24-hour spaces. What ended up hurting me, and it does, is I start to use the main account that I use on here to start following people back. And when I do that, that's when I lose my account. So I just have to just not interact with people and just make them aware, like, hey, I love you. I'll follow you on Discord. I'll follow you on YouTube. I'll follow you on Instagram. But on Twitter, I got to limit the amount of follows backs that I do. I mean, I'm sure from the IPs that I use, it's just like on the Twitter side, I just look like the biggest bot that they have. But I'm really positive towards this, how this is going. And you know, with old school Bitcoin having dropped like 25% in the last few months, it's a perfect time for people to buy new school Bitcoin, and especially with where we're priced now, we're kind of plateauing, which is good. And if we start doing these 24-hour spaces, that's going to get a lot of people in here to just find out about us again and realize that I mean, where the strongest part of our coin comes in my opinion, we have a great community. I'll talk about that in a second. But it's really the data. I mean, in the long term, I've been live streaming our Telegram for like a year and a half, going back to almost the beginning, to when I met you all. And that means every moment of every day, we basically have a camera on our Telegram. And that means that, and all the discussions that we've had in there, they're all recorded. So somebody can go back and be like, to any other coin, no other coin could be like, hey, what were you guys doing on September 15th, 2023? Well, I don't know. Well, I can tell you that we were in this discussion and whatever. Data's Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. Data overtook petroleum. And I'm basically, and people are starting to realize this, I am sitting on a gold mine And they're starting to realize like, hey, data is really important. Now, on top of that, we have a very strong community. We've been through challenges, we've seen ups, we've seen downs, and we've got this core group of people, which is invaluable in the crypto world. And I wanna unite Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu and the Sproto community, because they are closely linked, but there are some people who just have Sprotos who don't have Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And I want to change that. And they're very involved on Twitter Spaces. I see Sprotos all the time, but I don't know those people. And I even talk to people on Twitter Spaces, and I'll be like, hey, I see you've got a Sproto. That's a really great one. Are you in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram? And they're like, no. And I'm like, oh, then you're going to have no idea who I am. So I want to kind of merge those communities. And then another thing that I think we should do, and that we can do, is, well, people don't know this. You can be in multiple spaces simultaneously with different devices. So what I advise people to do, I think everybody out there has a phone, and everybody out there has a computer. And so what I'm going to advise you guys to do, but also other people within the community, is use your phone to do whatever you want to do. Go to any space that you want or whatever, but go to your computer, just open a Chrome tab, put your account from X into this space, and just leave it going for 24 hours. Then we'll always have, people in here, and, like basically, again, I'll quote GB, it's a 24-hour commercial for the coin. And then you can go into other people's spaces. Another thing that I know we don't do anymore, because we've really just outgrown it, but you can never outgrow enough promotion, is to go to shill spaces. I still shill the coin. I talk about it on a daily basis in shill spaces. So wherever I see open mic, shill space, or share space, I go in there and I tell them about my project, but I also tell them that, we've sponsored soccer teams, we dig wells in Nigeria, that what the value of our coin is. And a lot of people respond to me and they say, that's a really great project. And that makes me feel like $1 million, because it is. And they know about it. So we're basically like, I want to put it into like a sports team. We're like right now, like an old franchise that people, because we didn't win the Super Bowl, let's say in the last 3 years, people are kind of forgetting about. Like, we're like the Dallas Cowboys, where, we had our heyday of our peaks and such, and people are sleeping on us, but they don't realize that we're America's team. We're the biggest, perhaps one of the biggest cryptocurrencies that we have. And everybody's so excited about the newer cryptocurrencies, because that's where you can make a 10x or a 20x, but they don't realize that we already have the community to be able to do that. So I know I'm going on here, but I just want you to know, Reverend Cloud and Bitcoin MLK, how much I appreciate you guys being here. And as I said previously, you're going to have things that you're going to do on your Saturday or your Sunday or whatever. When you do that, just leave your computer in here with a tab open on here. You should know that I keep these things going 24 hours. Sometimes my internet cuts out, and if it does, okay, I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. Everybody's internet cuts out, but I usually restart these things about midnight Pacific time. So basically, if you put your account in here in the morning, it'll be here all day, and we'll get more people in here. And when they figure out, when we, I just haven't had a chance to really tell it to the whole community. But when I do, and I get more like to do, that's the big person I have to get to do it. But I'll get him to do it. Just say more like, use your phone for whatever you want. I know you have a computer. Just keep one tab open in here, and all of your followers will be in here. And Jehan and like the people, Yo-Yo and GB already does it when I've asked him to. So, once we get maybe like 10 people in here, the power of this space will grow. Are you guys aware of what Space's dashboard is? Oh, you got to check it out. I'm going to tell you to check it out right now. So go to Space's Absolutely. I understand. When you get a chance, go to spacesdashboard.com. It'll show you every space that's going on simultaneously. And what happens is it tells you all of the followers that are all speakers in a certain Telegram or certain Twitter, and it'll show you the power of that space. So basically, you go do your breakfast thing. And I understand if you can't leave an account in here right now. I appreciate you just coming in. But when you get home or whatever, open a tab to X and put it in here and just leave it for 24 hours. And then, beautiful. Excellent. You enjoy breakfast and we'll see you later, okay? Thank you so much for listening. Peace, baby. Absolutely. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 you to the moon. Shout out to Reverend. Shout out to Bitcoin MLK. Here's Kill Tony. And if you're like, I can't hear it, that's okay. This episode is really low for some reason. I'm going to turn it up.
Because not only is he one of our favorite Afro sporting fans, which really stands out with the moment. Nothing goes better than that moment than good Afro. It's very progressive. And that's one of the few things that was like Barack Obama impressions. How much more patriotic was the President of the United States? It's pretty good. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. And it's a pleasure to be with you. You've been on the show before. I have, yes. The last time I was here, you had the whole area to let the record the melting. I was here for that one. The show goes deep inside the root of stand-up comedy by showing you some stand-up comedians just getting their start and being on the panel there. We talk to the comedians after their 1 minute long set. And what he's talking about is what we call the meltdown heard around the world. That's literally the name heard around the world. But this guy actually was the only comedian to ever bail out of that before that emergency. Literally just ran away. So who knows? Something like that could happen. I'm very excited. This is the guest you have. Shall we do it, ladies and gentlemen? Are you ready to eat tonight? Come on, people. You can do something better than that. You can do better than that, too. Come on, Monday night. Ladies and gentlemen, in a maneuver, I can't believe I'm about to say these words. Put your hands together for my guests tonight, Jeff Garland and Spinback. I am so excited to have you guys here. Yes. It's like, it's a beautiful spot. There's that out there. Every 2 weeks, bi-weekly, sometimes just monthly, you'll get your friends, you share, they'll visit, they'll go to it, you reach out. And they were joyful. Yes. I mean, they were like, it's got emotion. No, I feel a lot. I'm messed up. Richard Spider-Man, Richard Superman. See, look at that. What the Richard Spider-Man just Spider-Man. They were not Spider-Man. No, it was all Venom, and this Spider-Man jacked up, lost Spider-Man. He didn't know what happened. This
Someone's got to do that. Someone's no. Someone's got to do stop making thank you. Because they grow every single one. I mean, just for no place up, enjoy them. But follow the comic book. Read the damn book. Read the damn comic book. And they're about to like that. Like different. But that's why I'm trying to sell books. You know, this character's now. Look, I'll take everybody else. The copy, yes. That's right.
That's part of the show where our weekly meeting always asks the guests a question. Really? What do you got?
I guess my first question is for you, so that how are you?
Yes.
You've been doing comedy. I heard you backstage since 83.
I've been to television since like 83, 84. Wow. And which was sexy as hell.
But this was always what was forward.
Yeah. Because they were different men. That's how they did it back then.
That was the plot. My question is, you've been doing for a while, you're relatively a current comic. You do no vulgarities. I have one big question. We have one night of 30 seconds. The filthiest material you can think of.
Sit back every dark. I was a dirty comic when I started. I was dirty. But the part was, I was in Chicago. So we all like bad we saw like bad Richard
When I started, I entertained two people when I started. Bill Murray, who wasn't a stand-up, but I was on from Stripes, and I was a fan. Lee Harvey, you are but it was a band prior was the one you made.
And I was that night my dad was showed up and said, well, I'm gonna clean up just a little bit. I cleaned it up. And I got just many laughs. I could talk about everything. And it got now I didn't really want to talk about Hollywood. They're gonna put me in the box like he's not controversial. He's an all American. I said, I kick out every single never been it. I said, I don't want to get it anywhere. And because of this comic, they pump me. I'm like this. We're in the alley. We're gonna fight me in the first round.
I think I would take Chris Rock. And by the way, speaking of Chris Rock, and Chris Rock knows this, which is that of the two, clean is way harder. It's way harder to work clean. And a lot of people work dirty because they can't, they're not funny, but, you know, no, that's just reality. And you know, it's funny. I like Richard Ryer's our favorite. Yes, it's a team. Yeah. I know, early on the what I do, and I've told you to do this before, which is choose periods of time to only work clean. And then at other times, just do whatever you want. But if you do 3 months, 6 months of just working clean, it's only going to make you feel better too.
So your punchline will be like, shit. That's your punchline.
By the way, a lot of dudes.
I know it's really that's the punchline. Talking 20 people.
Now, Jeff, my question for you, you've done something like you wrote stuff, you write stuff, you do stuff, you acted and stuff. Is there anything you haven't done yet that you want to do? And how? Because in my life, there's something on a regular basis. Comedically, no, I just want to keep doing what I'm doing, so I'm good. Have you ever worked with Sid Back? No. We have. We were also going through this past year. I've been having a comedy festival awesome.
It was good. Good.
So I did it this year, and I couldn't make it because I was filming the
I was termination.
We have we've met before, and casual, truly casual. Never did before.
This is we're similar, which is great. That's why I love Curb Your Enthusiasm. This man, dude, Curb.
Oh, so he's I started in my 20th
I can explain to you guys, the audience pretty much knows, comedians all signed up for the chance to get to do 1 minute on stage.
By the way, I just want to say, I am so completely unsettled by the premise of this show. I've always hated Star Search.
I made myself. I didn't make the money. We didn't do Star Search to win. I did season 2. Season 2.
I still fucking hate it. I remember
you went off the competition. Yes.
When you understand it, it's
Literally.
a minute is embarrassing.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes out your routine. Dude, sing the whole song. That's a whole song. And then they go to concert. Do 2 minutes. That's the premise. I'm just setting the premise up. So yeah, just about it. I came in second place to jump ship on 10 times. I thought I won for the check. And they said jump ship.
Welcome. How are you, Ellen May? Hope you're having a good day.
Everybody's happy to be on.
It's just the problem.
I've always been afraid that somebody might be a lie.
That's really great.
That's why you can say comedians know that you've done it.
That's what you want.
We're sending right now.
Come on, man. You
gotta round up the beginning. Don't run away, or else you're gonna bring out angry us Hollywood
What do you mean you don't find me attractive? I'm big and I'm hairy. I'm a West Hollywood bear. That's a West Hollywood bear.
We're gonna take back that's gonna be the new approach.
I learned about work with John Walker, and he talks to the bear. Oh, that was you? Yeah, that bear. Oh, big, but a big hairy one. A bear.
That's a guy.
Yeah, I know. So I'm thinking,
this dude that called you a bear, I thought it was like Terry Dick. No, he's hitting on me, man. Thanks. I know that, bro. I'm glad you took it. See, without this guy, hey, you need to know. You need to know stuff. So I got
yeah, my wife is further back east in our country. And
so you had to learn that face.
You're not there. Either you're comfortable in a spooky game or you're not. Confident about it.
It just ain't good. It's Chicago, man. Come on, man. Try to be like you live in Atlanta. You got a driver.
I was a kid for the terror community. I'm a bit nervous. Especially if they weren't wearing their shirts and cheering me. I mean, I could be okay, but I would be.
But if you've been in community with women, you have very blessed.
What the fuck are you talking about? Where community is this?
I was thinking of the bear community. I'm trying to get lower.
The hairy press.
Yeah, because it's women. Got some
Get
video.
there all the time. And then when I come to town, you shouldn't get the hairy press. All right.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, going in first, performing a minute.
Now, where are these people?
They're all in.
Oh, you're here?
Okay, your first comedian tonight goes by the name of Maurice Spears.
I feel like it's an insult when someone says that. Because if someone says you have heart, that means you're getting your ass kicked. That means you're losing really bad. You know that kid is get beat up after the fight and they pick him up? Like, man, look, you got your ass kicked. You got a lot of heart. I don't want to be that guy. Like, I watch a lot of UFC and boxing. Every time you talk about a fighter who has a lot of heart, he always has scars on his face, brain damage, slurred speech. Because he has no defense. He's not technical. And all the greatest sports movies are all about athletes with a lot of heart. Rock, Cinderella Man, Fighter, Ball, and besides, those 400 pounds, no technique. No technique. And the crazy thing is, Rudy and Joe Montana played on the same team. Guess what they make the first couple of players of the Squirrels? Because you make about somebody with talent, it's not interesting. Like, nobody cares about the Ali. This is the greatest athlete ever. What they care about is a fake character. That's what makes it big. Good job, man.
You go really quickly from that little kitty cat to that bear.
We just talked about it.
So you know what? That's actually give a cheese and shake to get a minute. But I can see you being step right into the I mean, because you got to go for a conversation anyway. So conversation will not be off nobody. They ain't give it up. Jack. Anybody.
And here's the thing that cracks me up is you and I are talking to somebody having a minute.
Yes.
Now, you won't even understating 2 minutes for a premise.
Yes.
For you and I, the premise may not come up to like 2 minutes.
To the end of the show.
At the end of the show. It's how the premise let's go. So it's like, you know, because I just take my time. That's just. But you seem like a funny guy. You do.
Yeah. Good to see you.
There's a lot of people who go, oh, I try to keep a smile on my face, but I do know that if I wore my hat the same as you, I'd be retired. No. You can do it. I would be the retired guy who sweeps for Melbourne School. That's pointing out that that's true. Yeah.
But no, that was fun. I mean, hating to jump into the station. You had to go like, usually that's your punchline. You got to make your punchline a little bit. But a minute, you're trying to stretch it out with the little kitty comes up, like you think about the kitty. Next time you come, really think about the kitty. Get there. Get the end. Keep going. So what? You get a bear song. So what? So they turn the light off for you. So what? They turn your mic off. So what? You get the audience going, and you're famous, you go on TV, you get on the talk show. So right here, that's it. You get that. Don't be scared of the end. Because at the end, you started getting a think about the end, right? But that get lost. That's good. So I don't think about the end. Just go, man. Good key, so bro, keep going. You know, just that was fun. Oh, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Maurice. That's very serious. He's on Twitter at Maurice Spears to you, West.
Maurice Spears.
That's the athletic thing.
Maurice Spears. That's like a wide receiver.
Jeff Jones is a singer. Yeah, that's like Christmas. Yeah, Jeff Jones. Yeah, Jeff Jones.
first started out? Did you embarrassed that you did?
Oh, things? You know, a feeling that I had when I first started.
Then, never anything. Something that stands up here. You can't believe that you did that.
Well, I gotta, well, first off, I can't believe that I gave a shit. The key is not the evidence. Look, take what you do, don't take yourself seriously. And when you're first starting out, you do everything. And then, you know, as soon as I didn't give a shit about being successful or a star, I should say successful, I wanted always be a good comic, but as soon as I didn't give a shit anymore about being, you know, famous or, you know, TV or whatever, that's when it started to happen. That's when I really, you just like, same thing with girls, right? Yeah, I just do it, but not girls. No, what I'm saying is, you can't fake it. I have to make you. No, they hate you. Yeah, but when you're good, when you're good, and then you don't have to care. The more money you make, the less you can care. You just sit at the table, you got me, just come in. See, that's you only got money. Look at Sterling. Sterling got played. We should be having a sex suit with him. Look at him. But that was a homeless man who didn't have a car. The Sterling, they would never. And by the way, if he was homeless, he would have this problem. Because you can stand on the street and yell at him. And nobody cares. Don't bring a white man in here. Don't bring a black man here. Don't. Why do you embarrass me? You do all that on the corner. Okay, you know, I was trying to eat. That's why I just jumped and showed the club. I wouldn't show up. And something about magic would be there. And so, here, look, you're out like this for a time. And I was just trying to stage. Funny, I was like, I didn't like my place to stay. Remember Comedy Combo back in the day? Because Comedy's getting up there, but there's a ride there. So a ride was there. Now you gotta have I never bring it on. Just bring it on. Wait, I thought this was the comedy store. I got rings about it. Yeah. Not only that, what's the last thing you bought when you were first starting? Anyone that you know watching you? No one watching you. The next time they take you bring them, they 20 homes. Come to your show. You used to show up. It was like, oh, fuck this guy. We just have minors with him. We'll pay him $100. Zero? Oh, really? There was a black guy for years. No, it's I went to the comedy spot in Atlanta. Christian Brothers said, what do we return? There's the first thing what tournament was, but he was afraid that we had a TR6 stars in the year. He drove to the face. God, and I get on stage, there's 19. He said, we can't follow. We're not following. And I did headline for 4 months. I made no money. And so Lenny Clark commentates with the
Bitcoin MLK, if you can hear me, come up as a speaker. You don't have to talk, but just if you're up as a speaker, then other people can see that you're in here. Excellent. And if you can't come up as a speaker, I understand. The more people we have in here, the merrier. But if you come on as a speaker, then all your followers can see that you're in here as a speaker.
A long-running restaurant in downtown LA may close this weekend. The original pantry has been in operation for more than a century. It was once owned by former LA Mayor Richard Reardon, who offered jobs there to former convicts. Reardon died 2 years ago, and a family trust is taking control. Workers at the original pantry have tried to form a union, but the family trust says if workers join the union, the restaurant could close its doors tomorrow. Firefighters in New York City have rescued 2 people who were hanging from outside a skyscraper. ABC Stephanie Ramos says the 2 window washers weren't secured.
Hey, I see somebody's in here. Chode Adoration, how you living, pimp? I don't know if you can hear me, but in the pinned message, there's a link to a 24-hour space that I have going. What I want you to do is go on your computer and just log in with your X account and join that space and leave it in as a speaker. Fabi, same with you. I'll tell you what. So right now I've got Reverend Cloud and Bitcoin MLK in my space that Fabi just pinned up. What I want you to do is go to your computer and log into your X account and join that space as a speaker. Bitcoin, you as well. What I want you to do, hey, big dog. I don't think Bitcoin Obama can do it, but that's okay because he doesn't have a computer. But what if you do have a computer? Leave a tab open in my Twitter space because and leave it in as a speaker, because if you do that, then all of your followers will see that you're in a space, and it's free advertising. Hey, Bobby, it's free advertising for our coin, and that's what we want. So basically, you can still use your phone to be on Twitter Spaces as much as you want and talk on Twitter Spaces, but your computer will always keep the account in the Twitter Space, and it will allow everyone to see that we have a Twitter Space going. It's free advertising for the coin. Is what I'm saying making sense? I hope so. So for Oaks Mix, Zero, and Chode Adoration, and Ukasip Senpai, you guys should know that we have 24-hour spaces going. And what that means is that at any given time, I have a 24-hour video space. So what we want from you guys and the community is if you have a computer, log into your X account with your computer and join that space. If you're wondering where the link is for the space, Bobby pinned it. So you go to that space and you just leave your account in there as a speaker. If your account's in there as a speaker, then all of your followers will see that you are in a Twitter space. You can use your phone, and you can also go into other people's spaces and do everything that you want. But the fact is, it's free advertising for our coin. Speakeasy, if you didn't hear me, what I would like everyone to do, if you have a computer or another device, log into your X account and go to the pinned space that we have in our Telegram. Bobby posted it for me. And what you do is just leave your account in there and just leave it in as a speaker. If you leave it in as a speaker, we have already Reverend Cloud and Bitcoin MLK in there. all of their followers can see that they're in as a speaker. It's free advertising for our coin. I mean, I have more than enough Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu gear, and it's also a video space. So people can see what I'm doing as well and that I'm promoting the coin. And what you want to do is whenever you have any downtime, or not even that, just always have your account in my 24-hour space. If you do that, we'll have a very strong community on Twitter Spaces within the next few days. And then we'll get more and more people into the coin, and we'll be able to promote it, and they'll see that we have a strong community, and we'll get this coin back to where we want it to be. So if you didn't know what I want you to do, I don't want you to necessarily have to always have your phone in my space, because I want you to be able to use your accounts for other purposes. What I do want you to do is just have a tab open on your computer that is in my space as a speaker, and just leave it in there. I keep these spaces going every 24 hours. So every 24 hours, I'll have to send out a new link. But if we get into the habit of always having our accounts in a Twitter space, we can use the collective power of them all to advertise our coin. Does that make sense to everybody? Excellent. Thank you so much, Fabi. And shout out to Fabi for posting or pinning that message. So if you need the link, it's in the pinned message. And the key is you want to join as a speaker. I don't have to even accept you as a speaker. You can just join, come in. It says join as a listener, join as a speaker. Just join as a speaker and leave your microphone off. And all of your followers will see that we have 24-hour spaces. And, I've been doing this now for 15 days straight, live on Twitter Spaces. Nobody else does 24-hour Twitter Spaces, period, let alone for 15 days straight. But you guys know that this is what I do. So, Chode Adoration, if you have opportunity, and you can Senpai and Speakeasy, I know Fabi will when he can, leave your account in there. One time Fabi said, and I totally understand that, hey, oh, excellent, beautiful. One time I remember Fabi said, hey, sometimes we're at work and things like that. I completely understand that. Before you leave for work in the day, just leave your account in there, and it'll be in there all day long. And you don't have to do anything, and you can still use your phone and your Twitter account on your phone to do whatever else you want. So perfect. You just leave it in there. You don't have to say anything, but we'll use the collective power of our accounts to promote the coin. Sound like a plan, everybody? Thank you so much, everyone. Take care. Thank you so much for everybody for coming in. Shout out to everybody who's in here as a speaker. You guys are amazing. We're going to take this coin to the moon, folks.
Thank you. I saw a woman feeding her baby, which is cool. She's using the old school, like, here comes the plane method. The baby fell for it because it's a moron. What I don't understand is the mother's motivation for reenacting the little baby 9/11. All right. The first plane of the mouse could have been anything. So the second one with the baby in the back of the head. That's when I.
Thank you, Sony Cat Girl and Fabi, for coming in. I really appreciate it.
Suicide, and I know it's fine, but it's also the last thing we're ever going to do. Give me some dignity. I said change it to accomplish suicide. Because he did something. Hey, why are you crying? My brother accomplished suicide last week. That's really sad, but at least he proved all those teachers wrong. Thank you, guys. Man, that was a fast minute, dude. I know. Woo! Yes. Thanks. Oh, yeah, give me a look at that was commitment, man. Oh, accomplishment. Thank you, brother. Respect. That was good. Yeah, you live in a dark world, man.
What's your name again?
Clark.
What again?
McMakin.
Please welcome Clark. What you should come out is have everybody think. What if I told you how good would that be to be the comic and just keep it bacon? Most people, unless they're vegetarians, love fucking even vegetarians love bacon.
Yeah.
I just don't eat it.
It's not funny in the world. Not Muslims. They're pretty awesome, but they are. I'm supposed to be bacon. They should. They're private. You're totally right.
So Clark McBacon, you eat some bacon.
All right.
And the world is a little levity. That's all. Think about that one. You're a little levity.
If you got a minute, I don't want to. In a minute, you don't want to do suicide. You make a minute, and you kill somebody in the very beginning. You killed the baby. You killed the baby in the first 30 seconds. And then somebody came with a lost somebody in that building, and you talking about killing the baby? In a minute, it's like 7 minutes, you kill the baby in the middle. Don't kill the baby in the first 30 seconds of a minute and change. But I admire the commitment. But like you said, you don't care. But you did not give a damn.
Whenever you're thinking of writing a bit like that, just say to yourself, I'm Clark McBacon. I think that'll give you the tone you need.
Great. From Oregon, man. Yeah. Where do you get this dog from? Oregon. Snowy. Yeah, that's Portland. Happy snow people. I'm from Rainier place. Yeah, okay. Hey, thank you. So, man,
He's on Twitter at Clark
I guarantee he's going to say this. Clark, I guarantee you avoided the whole bacon thing your whole life. And you got to embrace it.
You got to make up for the look that's not here. Is she here? Did she come back to the kids?
But when you get to pull another name for that name with the tango at the end.
My mama phone, y'all be honest. Don't need to be honest. Anybody here, bro? Gotta make sure I'm like the only one. You got to fix up work, you stay out all day long. Just make sure you don't use no electric out. Y'all laughing. My neighbor didn't even know he had a neighbor. Oh, cool, man. I'm sure. Nah, but, look, man, I was possessed last month, man. And that's the whole world. Make you get a high check. What? Just a high check you outside your car is done. Like I said, the way you use other unnecessary places for your car. You're going in the cabinets, man. In the car cabinet. Everybody, man. You can't even skip no more. You can't even offer things to us, bro. Just go to set that shit. I'm out of here. Man, you should have touched that. No. Man, what's that? He said, "Fuck you, leave."
They don't charge me for the money.
Man, it's all free. It's all free. That was fun. That's good stuff, man. Yeah, man, it's good stuff. You got the jokes on it.
That's the best way to do it. That's why I always tell guys.
Oh, I was basically speeding.
Oh, here we go. Let's see it was in the moment. 2014.
Oh, yeah, man. It's so bad. Awkward things that people don't want to have. People accept it. Like, you ever offer somebody you want to do the reject, they accept anyway. Like, I'm sure my friend, I was with my friend. They just complaining all day for having money problem. Man, I was good stuff yesterday. Man, I'm so broke, man. So finally, I felt like I had to offer some help. I said, man, you know what? I wish you could help me out, man. I'm gonna for ATM card, man. I can't even wish I had an answer. I'm going to the crib. So look me right in my eyes these days. Ride nigga. The ATM right up the street, and I can take you right now, brother. I can drive, man. It's just, you know,
Here's why there's a couple. No. First off, we get all the things that are it's about
That's good, man. But you got to learn
take your money and your potential and we give you some bit of advice. All right. When you come out, and they'll make it. And you want my opinion? Change your last name. You should change your last name. He's not doing anything with it. He's talking about 9/11 and killing people. You, my friend, come out with bacon, everybody gets mad. Just go, hey, fucker, you weren't doing anything.
That was good, though. Another thing, you have to be like us. Everyone shows us no respect. Cosby sit there, and Cosby sit there, you slap him, just get over it, you slap him, just say, just tell him.
Which is, are up there.
Yes.
Yes. Your it ain't nobody else. And forget about the rest.
Yes.
I would get down on my knees and go, that's what I would do.
Y'all was saying don't respect any comments, and it's so crazy. No.
Point being, respect is comments that you put other people in general. Respect people when you're not people. You like the best. You hold that way. You really in the days. Right now, it's about me. Yeah, it's about me doing well to the audience. You want the audience to go. And Barack Obama was sitting in the front row, slap. He's on Twitter and people.
Radio podcast TV.
So I turn 29 next month, but I was Mormon for most of my life, so that makes me about 17 human years. I'm still childishly naive about a lot of things. I have no idea what to order at Starbucks. Still really bad at sex. And I found out that normal people have sex and go to Starbucks all the time. The other week I was eating a pack of Gushers. I don't know if you guys remember those, the little tiny snack we used to get in our lunch. And it had me thinking that it's complete bullshit that those things were anything other than candy. They were gushy candy inside with the candy outside. Some marketing wizardry. I have little kids asking me for fruit snacks. And that's all for me. All right. Man, yeah.
Yes, in general, but specifically, people have sex and go to Starbucks. You gave no information as to how you know that, what you've experienced in terms. I know a scientific theory, my friend, or a social theory with no setup, you're all set, but if it's based on that, please explain why you say that.
I wrote that. This is my first time doing stand-up, so I wrote that.
Oh, okay. So basically, I have to take this. This is the first time you said, first thing, I just gave the pull the mic at the moment.
Radio and podcasts all in
Don't just grab the bitches back. Always pull the mic at the second ball. It's your first time to stand up. That's what you keep up the way. And I used to let it go. Thank you.
No, you just literally wrote this morning. Yes, this is the tune that I started with. I got Frank Regan, I used to sit in the back, and we would watch it, and he would do things like, when your mom calls you for dinner, you immediately go into the shower. And we were like, no, I never had the feeling for going to the shower. And his whole set was filled with those, and he was so sincere. And I was like, can I help us be? What do you need? So the point being I guess it was a nice for tonight to just make the Starbucks thing. So you thought that was fun with people.
No, well, growing up Mormon, you never drink coffee and you don't have sex. So, now that I'm not, that's what I'm saying.
It says so. It says you so Mormon. Most of us are Mormon friends at home.
Yeah. I went to school there in Florida. Orlando. Yeah.
Orlando is what's the weirdest part of Orlando is great in the middle, and it's the most fucked up area. I went to University of Miami, and I lived in South Florida, stuff in Gator Growl, all the time to University of Florida. I visit Tampa, Tampa all the time. Point being is Orlando is a fucked up place.
Do you remember Orlando before they had just JJ Christmas? There was no downtown Orlando, there was no basketball team. There was some place there. JJ Christmas. There was no black nightclub. It was Orlando, and this dude said, man, Orlando's gonna grow. He's gonna be the best of this property. So you think I'm stupid? It came to place with Shaq.
Oh, it became the place where we all got there.
Again, Disney was on the swamp too. I don't think about that either.
No, it's a weird ass.
It's a stupid.
Yeah, I would down that.
Steve, this is when you got your weights. And not going to say that. Because you want to get say, I'm going to say, but you assume that most of the things that they all have sex. So,
no, didn't. What was my stuff? I said, I don't remember.
And you can't smoke dope.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. I say, yeah, okay, right. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Funny and seriously, and I have a lot of friends that smoke pot and stuff.
It's that obvious.
Yeah, you smoke a lot of dope.
No, but here's the thing. In all sincerity, and I don't know what it does for guitar playing or whatever, but in terms of stand-up, pot does not help at all. I did it once, and I thought I was hysterical. This is like, I showed for 2 hours early and nobody goes to the magic castle. And another comedian is known for smoking said you want to get high. And I'm a guy who gets high once every 5 years. And I'm like, yeah, I want high. And so I get high, and I did all the material with stained glass windows, and I thought I was a scammer. And my wife's friend was doing it to let her know that I was. So,
now you can do that. I mean, you want to rock people at first, but all these different fronts are fun. They don't tell you this anymore. They did enough in the morning. Well, we all see it. I don't get it. That's another thing. Most Christians have done this. Cool. There's a lot of things that say right?
No, I'm not saying writing. I'm not saying when you're at home. I'm saying if you need to get high to go on stage, you've got some fucking issues. If you're basically saying you.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
I try to do it all.
But they also you get the one who wants to beat him up all the time. The follows him. Have you seen on this show? The one guy, champion, is what it's like. You gotta watch the show. On Joe's show. It's called I'm Not Sale.
You know, I tend to think Joe Rogan is a kind of, I've met before he's nice enough, you know, and I say nice enough because he seems like an angry kind of dude. And I would recommend, if you're trying to deal with people in a kind way, maybe you should get them.
First of all, I worked with him when he had the best night before him. And he, a lot of people, he has that reputation to be the guy that changing where to that's we know it.
So you worked with him when he was not high, and how did you do?
And he's like, oh, he's flexible.
But my point being is, it's an insecurity. Having to get high.
I think
you just said he has, bro. You just said he did. Shut the fuck up. Let's do it. Thank you for coming.
Very good.
His first time on stage, his first time on stage was from the same band as Jeff.
But we'll have some sex and fix some pump, man. Join us. Join us.
I love that those two things are even compared to each
A woman does not come up this bucket now. A woman does not come up this bucket now.
Well, we had two, part of the show where there's regular.
See, that's what it's done with the black thing. We have two black people on Friday. No.
Starting.
If you got a static of diversity, the woman names come out. That's how you change the world. That's how the world changes. Yes.
This could be a woman. We're going to put Adam Gordon.
All right. Thank you for having me. I was hooking up with this girl, man. It was going great. And I was like, oh, you are so hot. I am so into this. And she was like, oh, thank you for turning me on because you have the hands of a baby. And I was thinking about that. I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm in this, and I'm trying to forget about what she said. But then she's like, oh, yeah, give it to me, baby hands. Come on, give it to me, baby hands. And I'm just like, oh my God, I wish she didn't say baby dick. I'm gonna keep going through that. But anyways, then I'm the only guy in town getting booty calls like, hey, baby hands, why don't you come over here and finger paint me? Man, I can't handle that. So I'm in the store, I'm looking at vodkas, and everything's like, Pickles vodka, Pickles vodka. And I'm like, damn, how much vodka are 13-year-old girls drinking? Seriously, I think more than when I was in 8th grade. That's for sure, man. So I was working at LA Fitness, and I had this employee sitting behind me, and he was an 85-year-old black man, and he would always hit me with this thing and say, you gotta hear it. A little bit, yeah. I just want to say,
quick question.
Yes, sir.
You were working out at this group, or you were working at?
Yeah, I was working. Yeah. I just Thank you, Tony, so much. Thank you, Jeff Garland. Thank you, Sinbad. When I was a kid, one of your specials where you said, "Don't you?" That line. I mean, I remember that always, man. Thank you so much, guys. Okay. Let me have it. I'll try to get that.
First off, you clearly upset my wife with that. Yes.
No, I swear, I did not.
You know what? You have such a
Space on
Now we found the joke.
She was just like, "Oh, I love how your hands grow on my body. It's so baby-like." I was like,
Welcome.
You're either real or you're a terrorist. Okay? And if people are terrorists, he creates an environment that world is real. He's created that world. Or you're Richard Trump. When you do shit that's in the middle, that people watch and go, that doesn't happen. That real, you know, comedians, for example, that talk about like not dating the girl, they're all dating horrible. It's someone who they think they're married. But the thing is, be genuine or character if it's true and genuine to that character. So you come with it
absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. That's it.
I'm genuine. And you don't have to. If you want your character to not be who you are, say that's cool too, but be true to that also.
Absolutely.
Most comedians are in the middle. And that's why they suck. And that's why they ain't going anywhere.
That's fantastic advice.
Sprinkles flavor. Some of the sprinkles don't really hold flavor.
Why they sprinkle it?
Yeah, it was all like, marshmallow.
That was good.
Yeah.
That's actually good.
Thank you.
By the way, what's the direction you're going with is she wasn't talking about the size. She was talking about size. Women love size.
Yeah.
There might be some women who like hard but I met most women, because women are soft, they might like something.
I will do. But I will do. Thank you, sir.
He's a rhetoric Jordan MMA.
Man, don't go to this. Come on, baby.
There you go.
I went to the doctor and I got a prescription for Adderall because I suffer from severe ADD, which is an adult desire to speed. So gotta take care of that. But I got met by someone a lot younger than me recently, and that just got a little bit awkward. I was riding my bike and I heard him shout, "Hey girl, I want to have you." And I look over and I see a 12-year-old boy walking with his parents, who seemed like not at all disturbed by this, which I took to be their approval. So I pulled over and I'm like, "Get out, kid. Let's do this." And I'm not a pedophile. I'm not going to sleep with a 12-year-old boy. I just wanted to teach his parents a lesson by kidnapping for a couple of years.
But it's totally backfired. Like, this is such a shitty movie. And you know, they're not going to take it back. They made that pretty clear.
Now, you know what? You got some good points. Sometimes just the government will take a joke and the dog guys and stuff. That's still not good. That's not bad stuff. Always, never be satisfied with that joke. Exactly. You got, you see, right?
Yeah.
You feel this thing. I'm still in the so that is it's there. And you just gotta know it's there. You just work it out.
And he is right up the front. The premises are all there, but they're all there for character.
Yeah.
They wrote that, but you need to write that for a character.
I was actually literally writing that down in this thing. I was like, I am in the middle. I am happy.
Like Sarah Silver, for example. Sarah's not exactly hanging out with Sarah, which I do. She does this all the time, hanging out and say those lines. But she does on occasion just says something funny. But those jokes work for who she is on stage.
Right.
But you need to write jokes for who you are on stage. And then it'll all, those are really funny things.
I thought you were going to that thing. That's their
yeah.
Okay, here's what I recommend. Tony, this took you to another level. You take the book Charlotte's Web and rewrite it without yes, just on your desk. Yes. What about you?
I've done this exercise.
Wait, do I relate to the gig with you? No, I
don't tell me what you did. Just do it.
Publish it and send it to August.
Take out the pig and then cook it in the bacon. The bacon.
But you live alone, take the main character out and see who he writes.
We're really writing anything, Stephen King in his book on writing, which has love, which really inspired me.
By the way, that's one of what your books. Stephen King on writing.
Absolutely, and it's a very easy read.
Open up your own book. Yes, 5 minutes. So I guess I have something called that.
You get out those. This level is for your brain to be there.
I was there.
Slightly better name drama.
What's your name?
I'm okay there.
You got to do a job to make money. You cannot let your books up there. You don't make it. You go to I feel this pain. Make good money. Just and you got people. And the guys that program a lot of guys, right?
If it's live, clap 3 times. That's 3 times. I'll do it again.
That's true. Like, I actually had a 2-year-old child at Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's good advice. Thank you.
I remember this. First time I ever met you was at one of those magic
that
fair. I met you there because he was like you'd see him walking with the new college with the glass.
With the battery that blew up. Battery was just beside a yes.
I had the 100 feet.
Man, I had the most portable Mac. It looked like a sewing machine. Come on now. I had a TRS.
Sit back, gets all the back shit.
Yes. I would go to hotel room, unscrew the mouthpiece, use alligator clips to get a motor, give them the one motor, go online, and then call the police that those are terrorists. That's how deep I was deep. I was Facebook before it was a Facebook. I called Facebook when Facebook did it. When I tried to delete the page, they said you can't delete the page. Okay, give up all this information. This lonely suck dude that can't get a woman. That's all Facebook is. It's based on a lonely sucky dude who couldn't get a woman.
All I know is the look on your daughter's face watching you on that list was Jesus. She literally had this look on her face of, Dad, what are you talking about?
She knows how to
Have you never been look? And I thought
she knows how to love. She hates me on that Facebook one. And Facebook is the devil.
Get another comedian.
Not that popular.
Yes, no, Snapchat is the real devil for the people.
Is Snapchat the one where they're in the
Yeah, Snapchat. You know, it's never gone. It's never gone because the man always has himself as problem in America. Good. He deleted his text. And 3 years later, here they all were. Oh, really? It's the man that's going to go to the man. But you just got to create next meeting, guys. I'm sorry, I'm so Hey, Martha. Hey.
All right, how we doing, everybody? Sorry to hear that. Oh, man, guys, I'm a comedian, but I'm also a cartoonist. It's pretty cool. I enjoy it. My fear is I'm going to turn into Walt Disney one day, you know, because he created Mickey Mouse, friend to all children, but also a racist? Like, how did that work, you know? But maybe that's okay. Maybe that's what filmmaking, a collaborative effort. Maybe the first draft of Snow White just needed some punch-ups. You know, it's like, hey, Walt, got the script, man. Loved it. Loved all the Snow White stuff. Got a few notes. First off, awful lot of use of the word Jews in the script. How about we just change that to dwarves? It's a kids' movie. Be a little more acceptable. One other small note. How about instead of too many, we just make it 7? We gotta draw this. We tested the poster. Snow White with too many Jews. This did not play very well. All right, well, on that, thank you.
That's based on that's based on those who know Walt Disney as racist as he was.
That was a factual joke. Yeah, I like to be factual.
It's fine. Oh, very.
Not a fan of minorities.
Oh,
hey, everybody. Yeah, no, that's me. It's loud. Yeah, it's loud. Yeah, I am. Just that it's good.
Really a big fear that when I was doing stand up in front of Sinbad and I'll do you. I was doing hey, you know, it's a pleasure talking to you at times. Oh, well, what happened was I was doing stand up in front of Sinbad and Jeff Garland. I used to be afraid of turning into Walt Disney. Yeah, I didn't want that much money. I did want my own studio, theme parks based on characters I created.
I'm in it for the whole
fear was just being a racist. I couldn't separate that from the man. I couldn't just wake up in the morning and say to myself, I'm not going to be a racist. No, it was the whole Walt Disney idea that fucked me hard. I got to tell you, mate. What are you talking about?
It's in it.
Here's what I'm saying. You took a fucking to get to a premise.
It's like a 4-minute bit, but I just wanted to get to that.
But you only had a minute.
I only had a minute. Yeah.
You're afraid of having Walt Disney.
Yeah. It's not the. Okay.
So everything about power. Just go, you know, I'm a cartoonist. It's like, you know, Walt Disney. There's a difference between us.
Or like
the premise is being a cartoonist is like driving an ice cream truck. It just gets creepier the older you get.
Why?
But he was a racist young.
Why was it get creepier? You're a cartoonist. They was a Charles Schultz. guy went, you know, he was. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? Charles Schultz, he goes, yeah. The TV show Dexter was based on Charles Schultz.
It'll be 5 years. South Florida. Miami. Hurricane. I graduated from UF.
So that's the
You made the right call. I got a degree. That's yeah. I spent 4 years, like 2 hours in. Yeah. And then I did film and theater in Miami, and then I graduated. My agent's phone number is.
I'm sorry, I'm in Florida.
That's why I got out of there. I look young. Yeah, no, I drew this. This is one of my t-shirts. I draw and sell my own t-shirts. It's a mashup. It's Frederick Douglass with it's Doug Funny from the 90s cartoon. Yeah, Frederick Douglass. It's called Douglass. They do like mashup. Yeah. It's redbubble.com/people/poorly. What do you want? I can't afford the
Watch this. How many people know what they're doing down to see the TV show? I do like that matchup. That's a great. Thank you. I mean, the watch is great. Don't watch the. I know he does. Yeah, because you're wrong. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. By the way, Morgan Freeman does. Or they could be.
There it is. Bacon lotion.
Bacon lotion is right there.
Eddie Sullivan, everybody. He's on Twitter.
Good job, man.
Eddie MAULCIL. Go to Redbubble whatever we want to podcast and listen to him again. Go see the cool stuff that he has. Guys, this is the part of the show where we bring up our mission right now. It's being built. The very first episode of the show. They write a few minutes each week and float it out. Yeah. This first one, also in the state of Florida, she dropped out of college after performing here for her very first time. A college dropout.
Thank you guys so much. I think that it's really disrespectful to dead people to hold them awake. They're not gonna wake up, guys. They're done. It's kind of like if somebody's house burns down and you hold them a charity bonfire. Is there kids posting on top? I hate the term in it to win it, because it's stupid, right? Who shows up to the game and they're like, not me, I'll be mediocre. That's loser mentality. I'm wearing a dress, dresses are dope. You can't wear them at the comedy store though, because then people start saying you're sleeping around. And it's like, you guys are comedians, I know how much you make. I'm not sleeping with you. Phil Tony stuff also. I do a minute every week, which is insane. It must mean I'm a genius. It was a rough one.
tell you what bothers me about this one?
What?
The fact that we waited for you on this road to the high pitch right.
And as a
Okay, but here's what I'm saying. Seriously. If you come out, you got some confidence. Really start talking about shit you care about. If you didn't care about one thing you said,
Right.
start talking about what you care about. What you passionate about? What really intrigues you? What are you mad about? What are you happy about? Reveal more of yourself. Because you're very and you have a nice quality. Start talking about shit that matters.
When you said address, I think the best thing you did there, you said you would address. Yeah. I think one thing you addressed all the things that they are was, and I can tell that you brought your husband to. So you look at some stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think you do that. My thing is this. Get up there, know what you're going to talk about. He said, even when you remember every time that you don't use my say, oh,
No, I just made up that joke. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I my mom just left town and we got into a big fight. I just made a joke about this, and I'm 24 and I think, yeah, we got into a big fight. And I'm 24 years old, she's Puerto Rican, so I don't think that she sees me growing in her eyes. And she tried to spank me. And I was just like, I just said no. Yeah.
It should. If it does,
It's true. Should have done that one. Well, I got 2 minutes.
And then one other thing. Don't get involved with all the bacon.
Okay.
And also, Stephanie's culture.
Okay.
the culture, it's not like a father. It's not like yes, that's good.
One of the secret sauces of that but what are unnecessary.
Okay. The hard necessary, and your comment wasn't necessary. I took care of that earlier in a much nicer way. What the fuck's wrong with you? You can stand it, or you should be doing stand-up. You talk about what you care about. And by the way, friends or not.
Thank you.
Remember this.
Everybody, next we got to jump on Twitter and give them a comment.
And you know, some of us who are incredibly rich and very successful are married.
That's right.
Our other regular Our other regular and final comedian of the night is a regular on this podcast. This is Barry and Miguel's podcast. Always like to do ministration together for Sarah.
What's up? Guys, fat people, they get bad raps. So you know who should get bad raps? Rodent people. Like, that's some fucked up shit. Like, rodents are pests. You have to get an exterminator for them. You cannot make something you must exterminate into something your pet. It's weird. Rodents, guys, were brought over because they were part of like the Black Plague in the Middle Ages. We're not supposed to take them and make them homes. Sick. Like, if you walk into someone's house and leave it set up in the corner that looks like a kid's playground in front of McDonald's, you know that there's something not right. It's like, imagine seeing your friend at work. Hey, Jen, what's wrong? You look tired.
Larry was up all night doing cardio on his wheel again. You know how sick you have to be to want a weird rodent, like a nocturnal creature in your house? It took a weird. Where do you think rats? I just don't like any of that shit. No, I had a weird childhood flashback to a friend's rodent. It was a hamster. Okay, it was like this weird family of four, and they like 4 kids, so they could afford to have like a dog, so they got a hamster. So everyone was just like passing around this like thing, like it was the dog. So like it was getting way too much attention. Like you just leave them in the corner under like anxiety-ridden triggers that run. But like everyone was like petting the hamster, and it like died within a week. And I thought about that today. But
Came off and I was sick because if you want to fuck a rodent or friend and eat the rodent or something like that, there's some sometimes they eat rodents. And they have sex. What are you? That was a movie. Or Willard. He never saw Bennett. She doesn't know what Bennett is. Is it a movie? She doesn't know what Bennett is. That's why she wants to go. Most people. That's what Jackson had her back. Bennett's a beautiful song, man.
Wait.
Bennett was a hit song.
How does it sound? Maybe if I heard it, I was the love song a lot. Is that like a love song?
It's a love song to a record. And the best line is tear him up. It was a love. Don't forget that we are all over social media. But the first one was called Willard. Suspects. That was so
Two different apps?
We have truly lost the battle. Yeah, there's been so much out there. Rick, you can talk to
I never heard it.
Like that's not weird. You are weird. I am seeing Ben. I am seeing Ben. But by the way, here's what you don't know. You've got a friend that's with you. The hamster thing, so I wish you luck. Yeah, and it became clear I can understand your hatred for how sick people are when the rats are down. Like it's the rats, I mean, you look nice to them. It's a normal thing.
But is it?
Yes. Sorry to
so bad.
No, but here's a take of the place. You can say that society finds it acceptable to get a fix. You never could. I have a story about what you don't like about getting fixed, your friends growing up, and that bit would be funnier. When you are doing your first thing, you don't do that thing. But leading up to it now, because you're developing, make it funnier, make it more personal.
You just take clutches and what you provide. It's what now.
Like maybe you wanted a dog and the dad wants to skirt I will not accept this. That's how you
I like this. I'm not overthinking it, thank you.
Guys, that kills out. Hold on. I have one thing to say. Okay, what was the guy's name of the bacon guy? Okay, Sarah Weinstein. Okay. Sarah Weinstein marries Clark Bacon. Does she insist that she does she want to be Weinstein with bacon, or does she go all out with bacon? I'm curious. Weinstein in the black community was actually beat down so severely. Yeah, but Luke, God. I was on DVD, and I think one how we shot in Detroit on DVD, and on the road every weekend somewhere. On Christmas, on Twitter, so that bad. In Christmas, Facebook, on the birthday, put it stick to the main. I have a fake Facebook page. Start coming to go work with you. The Welcome Show on Twitter. Is also at Thanks everybody for listening. Thank you, live audience. 61 with Chuck Erwin
The countdown is on to our iHeart Podcast Awards. Creativity, knowledge, and passion will all be on full display.
Now, Tony, give it up for Tony!
Yeah, dreams really do come true, everybody. How are you? San Diego, at the American Comedy Club. This is so exciting. Welcome.
That was a lot less than last year. I think it was about 5 hours, 5.5 hours. There you go.
My mind is blown. We got here.
Wow. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Doug's doing a podcast down the street. We're battling time.
It's like it's sort of like right the chain out.
No.
Well, it makes it look like
Maybe Nickelback.
right.
You know, they've been in like.
But you did it. That was a funny show. That was on Orthodox.
Yeah.
The Witzel.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're bringing everything down to San Diego and one thing that so I'm just going online. I might have some interesting cat meows today. And
So you guys made out San Diego ever took San Diego's wife. And well, you guys are pretty much pretty much anyone so exciting. To go deep into the world
representatives from State Farm, Rothschild, and Governor Casey and Ricardo, the commissioner, met in person to discuss insurance companies receiving a request for a shotgun. They want more money.
That's a newer one.
So State Farm is looking at 22% increase for non-tenant homeowners, 15% for tenants, renters.
Just crashed into a McDonald's up here.
I had a horrible bird. We have a bird nest right outside my bedroom window. And you ever had a bird nest down near your all day, all night long. But the worst is when he fell out. It was like a bird I get ago. And I guess it's sizzling. No, the bird, the baby bird, is awful and dog. Like a toy. I'm like, what do you got there? And I pick it up. And I'm like, ah!
It's a bird thing.
Birds,
It's a great way to get their show started. Pictures of baby bird, everybody. That'll put a lot of the nests. So I actually killed a baby bird when I was a little kid. I'll admit it right now. It made me feel really remember the mom was talking about 3 or 4 baby bird. I swear to God. And I've always looked back at it like my little crazy serial killer. So, I guess I want to ask that baby bird thing for criticize.
That's just weird that you fucking said that. This is true. We've never talked about this before. I had one instance where I heard something really bad, and I look back at it all the time. It was a red baby bird. It was all fucked up.
That's against the law.
That's like a state of I know, it's a state
I
bird.
once killed a bald eagle with a shovel.
But I remember I didn't throw a brick at it, but I threw rocks at it because I was just like, what the fuck is this thing? It's a monster. And I always think back at that baby bird that I had.
Maybe that's what brought us together. Was a secret of being a baby bird. Who would have thought? One day it's melon baby birds and that's so
That would happen.
By round of applause, who here killed a bird at some point in their life? Whether by accident.
Whoa! All right. What if we found a connection? What if everything that we do is all just because we all have this secret desire to kill great baby birds?
You're all brought together tonight by the souls of the dead baby birds that we've murdered. And, you know what? That's going to be tonight's sponsor. Our sponsor tonight, Dead Baby Birds. Everybody, they never get any credit for anything. We're going to start a Kickstarter for a Dead Baby Bird.
That's right, man.
Push a little bit like it might have. Oh,
there we go.
Guys, if you've ever seen
Wow, it's great.
As you guys know, we always have security because they it used to be that there was an Iron Patriot. Each week we have a new person dressed up as the version of this costume. Still the opportunity, but it's all up to you. Anyway, this week is no different. For your news, we got our head of security tonight. It's Iron Jeremiah Watkins, everybody. The improvisational guru, Jeremiah Watkins, one of our funniest friends and the founder of Thunder Pussy. Greetings. His nose is so big that he actually can't wear the mask.
That is 100% true.
So he has to wear the mask on top of his head, but when he ducks his chin down like this, he looks like your favorite. So there you go.
Yeah, we're doing like a Thunder Pussy tonight, right after the show.
Yeah, we stick around for that.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of fun.
You guys better dig deep. You guys gonna be a crazy night.
Yeah, you can see me and most of us go, okay, we just drove for 6 hours. It's time to get fucked up and make an ass of ourselves. That's right, Tom. Pretty good. We're sharing killing bird stories. Yeah, one time I killed a Hawkeye. Superhero San Diego Comic Con. How you guys doing tonight? Superhero.
Oh,
did you read comic books?
I was more
a situation that is deadly, and they say you can't do anything about it.
It's funny because when you're live wearing a mouthpiece like that,
It really accentuates it, right? Hey, there's a live audience here.
Oh, yeah, it's sure. You got it right where we want Jeremiah, you've done this before.
Absolutely. Your safety is my number one duty.
You should have your dick.
Forward, please. Excited to see what San Diego's going to bring to Philadelphia. We did a once in a while competition. We're doing it here at American Comic Con. Let's get this thing cracking.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, shall I bring out tonight's guest? I think you're going to be really excited. One of them, we started together. I said, Put your hands together for the great Stephen Goodman and Tiffany Cash. Yeah, Tiffany. Platinum Death Squad member Tiffany Cash. 1/3 of the cast pack with me and Brian. We get on the road together. Wow. It's a very pro-animal episode of Kill What's it called? It's Kill Bird. Real voice.
I killed roaches. Does that count? I'm from the free. Roaches and that. Oh, I killed a turtle by accident. Oh man, I got a turtle from downtown LA and I was like taking care of it, and I used to call myself walking the turtle, and I tied thread around his throat to walk the turtle, and the turtle wasn't walking, so I started pulling the turtle, and I was like, oh look, you can fly, turtle. And
did it become a frog?
No, it turned into a motherfucking click-clack, basically. It was click-clack on the brain.
That's a real word.
Yeah, that's an actual toy.
Well, at least it just,
He died like a black man in the 1800s.
Oh, wow. Too soon, Tiffany. Too soon. The Patriot.
Thank you, America.
Let's talk animal. We're there.
Yes. Have I ever killed an animal? Yeah. No, I haven't. But my uncle killed a bunch of animals because he wanted to get dogs, so he got a bunch of Shih Tzus, and then he didn't know how to take care of them really well, so he drove over one with his car.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm dead serious.
Shih Tzu. You know what? It's a cute little baby Shih Tzu.
Yeah, he was like. Yeah, that's one back there. That was terrifying. He ran over with his car. He dropped one. He dropped one on his head and died, and then the other one he dropped in the pool and then turned the remote and it went over the pool covered it.
He was a murderer.
Yeah, he's not allowed to own
I was
dogs
just
anymore.
like one of those kids off of Animaniacs or something. Little girl that
Sure,
that was cute.
Did he get in trouble for this?
He got in a lot of trouble.
No, yeah. That one fact where you're like, Brian showed a baby red Tarzan.
Yeah, no.
I didn't kill it. It's my version. Like one of those peasant rolls. Right. But once I have one of those big boats that look like a baseball with like the eyes that stick out.
Oh, sure.
And it died, and it was in Ohio. It was like -30 out. So I put my dead fish on the front porch and throws like a baseball. And then I threw it. I had one of those fish with the eyeball too.
I killed a rat. That's the coolest thing I've done. We were. I was like, this one, avoid my cheese. My cheese. It broke into my apartment and like ate a bunch of cookies out of the drawer I had.
Oh, there's no faster way to die.
What's that?
you broke into your apartment? It broke in like through a wall. It like a mafia rat? No, it was like fucking coming in. It busted a hole through the wall, got in, and then ate my fucking cookies. And I was like,
How did you kill the rat?
I call him a exterminator. So,
so you really didn't kill it?
I'm a big pussy. I didn't really. I did. I called him. Well, I put some traps down, and then it like knocked over one of the traps, and then I was like, and then it got out. So I called the real guy. He came over. He was a real man who smoked cigars. Ooh.
What about so only this is about killing animals as a child? What about as a young woman in her 20s trying to have a picture on it? Yes. You had a well, it was my grandma's house. It was 3-bedroom house, and I had 14 people. 14 people puppies I had, and I would go down to Venice Beach and with my little Red Ryder wagon, and I would try to sell the people puppies. But then they caught me because I did hundreds of dogs, and I got me a baby gun and I started shooting pigeons.
This podcast is brought to you by Petco Park. Petco Park for all your pet needs. We got into a weird place.
I love that twist. I thought it was going to just be all about the pit bulls. So I had all these pit bulls, and then I started shooting pigeons with the BB.
Because birds get dogs horrified because they carry it. And then you know what else I used to do? I did this as a kid. Okay, so you have to go to the beach and you be eating like a hot dog or something, and a seagull would just come and take your hot dog. Right? That's messed up, right? They just be stealing out your hand.
I know when I'm at the beach and a pigeon be doing
But I'm talking about not a pigeon, like a pelican. You know what I'm saying? A big ass bird with faces. And so some like Jeremiah. A seagull. Yeah, a Jeremiah. And one time I was on the beach eating a hot link, right? One of the Louisiana hot links. And the pelican or the seagull, whatever, came and took it out my hand and it ate it, and I was so mad, and I was like, I hope you die. And the bird exploded because it was spicy, right? And feathers and everyone's like, yeah, I killed it.
There's a
involuntary. I didn't mean to. Maybe I'm a bird.
There's a place down here in San Diego, Cardiff by the Sea. You guys know where that is? Yeah, so Cardiff by the Sea has these like beautiful restaurants right on the water. And I'll never forget as long as I lived. There was a fancy restaurant right on the ocean, and we were all sitting there. And I was like, "Very nice. Thanks for yawning. I will fucking kill you." So we're all sitting there, and I'll never forget this. There was a seagull. Everyone's and a seagull lands right next to where everyone's eating, and it's got a stick coming out of its eye. And I would just go, like. And everyone was like, seagull's got a stick on its eye. And it would just look right at you with just one eye. And it was there for like years. Like I remember for 5-6 years, I would take fancy dates there and just wait for it to happen. It would land. It was great.
That person probably asking somebody to pull that shit out of its eye. And then if we would have pulled that stick out of its eye, we would have made it gold egg. We would have been fucking millionaire.
That's hilarious.
That's my rule.
Well, that's the portion to show everybody. This is the part where we talk to comedians. They do a minute of stand-up, and then we chat to them afterwards. Comedians, you guys know that 60 seconds. Or the sound of a UFO.
Or the sound of a vibrator when the battery's dying out.
Ooh.
Nice walk.
You gotta wrap it up quick.
I think down here it might be the Hillcrest Bear.
Hillcrest Bear. What?
The Hillcrest Bear. That's the West Hollywood of San Diego.
Hillcrest Bear. We got.
I went to Hillcrest Elementary School. Does that make me gay?
It does.
It's
100%.
Go for that, yeah.
That word, I hope that is the kid. I'll suck the winkers out of some balls.
That's right. Oh, wow.
It sounds just like that, too.
I felt it.
Say my name.
Those guys should get their red balls out of their mouths just to scream or S&M.
Jeremiah, you have no questions for our guest?
Got any questions for the guest, Jeremiah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you possibly
Thank you all for being here. If you can hear me, hey, Puddle Bob the Side, 10 to the moon. If we did this for a few weeks straight, we'd have so many people in here, so keep it up.
It was fun, man. The funnest thing I ever did was fly. I got to fly and be a superhero. And they were put me up in the sky, and I got to fly. And while I was flying as a superhero with a cape and everything, they played that Greatest American theme song, Greatest American Hero.
Look at what's happening. I can't believe it.
And it was like the greatest moment of my life.
I put this
I'll show you. It's fascinating.
Really?
Yeah, I have videos. Yeah.
How about a question?
What is the weirdest looking dick you've ever seen?
Whoa, okay. The weirdest looking dick I ever seen.
Did it look like the turtle that you walked in?
Is this like grown dick or like baby dick? Because I used to be a babysitter.
Please stick to grown dick.
Yeah. Because I babysitted this one little boy. She's like, oh, you ain't gonna get no bitches. The weirdest dick I ever seen was on an African dude. His dick had like, it was like a curve. It was not only like a curve in it, like a hook in it, but it kind of like, it was like a U-turn thing, I called it. It had a U-turn, and it was like the dick went back to him. And, yeah, like a candy cap. No, it was worse than a candy cap. I mean, it had like it was touching the base, like the tip was touching his face. But it was curled up towards his belly button. I was like, ooh, I think you put this in the microwave too long. This motherfucker curled up. It's hot in Africa, ain't it? Old plastic meth up dick. Yeah, I think he used it too much.
Sufficient answer provided.
You're welcome.
Let's get this party started. You guys ready to see some San Diego now or what?
Hell yeah!
Yeah, bring it on!
Let's go!
Is there anybody here not from San Diego? Somewhere else?
Where are you going?
Yeah, we're all New York State. New York is here. Where are you going for your first meeting? And then he goes by the name of Carl. Carl, everybody.
Members of the LA City Council have at yesterday's meeting said we need to make sure that immigrants are aware of their rights.
And I looked at the guy, he rapped to the east. I asked him, yo, bro, why you rapping to the east? He's like, oh, because we don't wait.
Crisis is office has hosted multiple Know Your Rights events for immigrants. The city council voted late last year to make LA a sanctuary city, barring local police or
I don't know if
mandated by federal law. A Democrats have sent back to his health.
while you guys were doing the exercise that
ABC's Terry Moran says Pope Francis had a coffee fit that showed a sudden worsening of his respiratory conditions.
Doctors told the Pope a non-invasive mechanical ventilation.
What you thought was the cat originally was just Jeremiah's nose. So after
Yo, what up, pimp? How you living? What's good? Excellent. Well, we want you to know that we love you. Thank you for being here. How's your day going, Bitcoin Obama? Excellent. In about 8 hours or so, we're going to try to get your account back again. Then 24 hours will have passed, and we'll see what we can do, okay? Excellent. You should know that we're doing 24-hour spaces, so if you ever want to come in here and say hello, you're more than welcome to, and we just want you to know how much we appreciate you being a part of the community. Thank you. We love you, Bitcoin Obama. We love you. We love your friends. We love your family. Absolutely. Well, thank you for coming in. Feel free to stay here as long as you want, but I know you're doing other things too. But just know if you need anything, we're here to help you, okay? Okay. Love you. Okay. Make sure that if you hear us, follow Bitcoin Obama. Bitcoin Obama, when you want to have your space, why don't you just come in here and I'll make you co-host and you talk about whatever you want. All right. Well, I mean, when you wanted, I mean, what do you want to do as co-host? Oh, okay. I understand that. Well, I mean, you can come up and say whatever you want, but when you're going to have your space, if you want, you can just come in here and I'll make you a co-host. Here, I'll make you co-host right now. I know. All right, I just made you co-host, Big Dog.
Yeah, of course you do.
That's true.
That's for his own body weight.
These are like
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, your eyebrows are off the motherfucking chart. You are killing them with them eyebrows, okay? They look better than mine, all right? I need to know what we need to work on. The eyebrows are good. No, his smile is good. He got a good business. I know he bought them. He got them from Tijuana. They look like big ass chickens. Them is cute. He ready. Sell them motherfuckers.
You turned into like a totally different looking person when you smile. I know you told you that before. Yeah.
What's the joke about your face?
Oh, I just say if I'm not smiling, I look like
Okay, got it. All right. Did she get all the money? Okay. Well, he sues her. He sues her. Is that so?
When he smiles, he looks like an ape that just sold me some hair. Well, look at us so much. I hope you like your little son. You're cute.
nationality are you, Carl?
How many languages? 3?
Which one?
Initiated. Can you speak Czech really well? Reasonable.
She took the extra $7,500.
You can do it. You can check. Yeah. You should do like a Yakov Smirnoff. That could be fun.
Yeah.
In Czech Republic, with in America, I have apples for these. It's good in the market. In Czech Republic, we are stuff on fire. Like do stuff like you can do that. That'd be fun.
That would be good.
Yeah, somebody asked me the other day if they could check yourself. You should check yourself before you like just the way he said it. Somebody said to me the other day,
in America, you have automobile that you can buy and drive without anybody following you. In Czech Republic, they light fires to my wife. They stuff like that. You should do that.
Yeah. Why do you know how to speak Spanish? From living in San Diego? No.
No way. I got it back.
Oh, so you learned from her something there too?
I just started dating her. It seems like there's very powerful, very.
Hell yeah. Mexicans work hard.
They like now I know why Mexicans like would work so hard to get out of the house. And they seriously, I looked at us the other day. My friend said, "Check me." I said, "What do you want?" I'm right here.
That's good stuff.
Tony scores big.
Yeah. Well, Carl, how many spots a week you got? You working hard at it?
For the last month? What's up? Is this what you want to do? What did you do before?
Where do you get?
Have you ever fucked somebody with you?
The governor has full control part you can work, and there is no time.
You ever fuck someone who has a vagina looking camera? Because I know someone.
It's not me.
It's not her.
You ain't talking about me. I soak in vinegar and water every day.
Big Czechoslovakia this time. The other day I hooked up with Mexican girl. She get pregnant. We make Mexican.
Chex mix. We make Chex mix.
I said Chex
Okay.
mix all the time. That's what I call it. I didn't stop waiting Czechoslovakia. Carl, thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for coming.
San Diego star.
Stick with it, Carl. Stick with it.
There's been a lot of stars. I speak a week as it used to do in San Diego.
How many spots?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
He's
That's
on
hard to
Twitter.
do.
Sika Carl, that's CIKA. History over Czechoslovakia.
I have killed a few people over there.
Let's keep it rolling. You guys get it? Yeah, fun San Diego, you sons of bitches. The second comedian tonight goes by the name of Mike DeVore.
Mike DeVore.
shit. That makes me want to get a really fancy car with a really shitty license. Like, bro, you see that guy driving that Ferrari? Can you believe he graduated from ITT Tech? You see that guy driving that Bugatti? Man, I couldn't believe he got his degree from the University of Phoenix. You see that Maserati down the street? He got that because of Keisha Preschool Arts.
Wait for the cash. Get these wrapped up. That's cool. I love it. Oh, yeah.
The license plate.
Yeah, the only thing that I don't really get is they just don't use it. Like, I think it's easy to explain that
That's the way it works. My whole association, and that's one of the reasons I shut mine out. Not only downsizing the HOA was completely insane.
You know what I would do if I were you?
Small group of homes, and they wanted 24 hour
University.
Graduate of Alcatraz. Like,
or you know what, we just from San Diego, you can do like college, or you do like a college research. That's
every episode ends with a message. If I were doing that, tell you the leadership. Mountains things that you'll understand.
You're saying that Carl Deacon was this.
Yeah,
Fuck you, Carl. Carl is for
I might think that's all his life. Philippine properties group coming up the top.
Philippine?
Is being reported in LA.
I know you're just 5'8", but Philippines.
Is your wife Filipino too? Really?
Oh, you said that like you're heavily
That kind of proud. To me, it seems like it's proud. Like she cooks, she cleans, she cooks.
But Filipinos do that too.
They do?
You do kind of look like a cross between The Rock and Andre the Giant. But like in a bad way. You know what I'm saying?
I think he got ass, but days to the weekend.
You know, talk about looking like you look like a Rock.
I never joke that
That's good. But usually like after he died.
I can see it being a Ninja Turtle food.
Great.
He should be a Ninja Turtle.
That's racist.
You should totally do that, and you should walk down the street with your collar. Trying to relive your childhood.
I'm dressed up like Shredder.
How long have you been married for? 3 years. How old are you? 27.
Yeah.
Dude, the stuff about your wife's
You got married.
Yeah. He just really loved her, like he loved her. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
You get the good benefits. Maybe not.
Shit, are you in the Navy or she? You're in the Navy?
He's in the Navy, but
So what was his wife?
Similar. You've got to talk about being in the Navy on stage. Are you doing that? Got it. If you like it. Talk about the Navy.
Yeah, like, what was it like being on a boat for 6 months?
I mean, he's been with his wife for 4 years. I'm pretty sure you can't possibly be having sex with her.
No, she's Spanish. She's 40.
They're still going. They're still
Wait till she turns.
Followed by the new drama Apple Cider Vinegar on Netflix. The Night Agent on Netflix drops back 4 this week to 8. The new medical drama The Pit on Max falls back a few to 7 this week. The new season of Preacher on Amazon Prime Video debuts at 6. Another debut at 5 is the new drama Zero Day starring Robert De Niro on Netflix. With Yellow Jackets on Paramount Plus with Showtime slipping back 1 to 4 this week. Severance on Apple TV Plus.
Yo, Tony, give it up for Tony! That's right!
Street drama Paradise on to top honors, making it your top stream show.
Dreams really become
Streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
true, everybody. How are you?
Hollywood history. February 25th, 1950.
San Diego. The American Comedy Show. So exciting. Welcome.
Imogene Coca and help launch the career
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
That was a lot.
2017.
I think it was about 5 hours.
Moonlight became the first LGBTQ plus themed movie and first film with a primarily black cast.
Stereo.
February 28th, 1983. The final episode of the long-running MASH airs, setting viewership records with an estimated 125 million viewers in the U.S. alone. As of this day, no scripted broadcasting. February 29th, 1940. 13 nominations, Gone with the Wind collects a bid.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm just doing a different podcast down the street. We're battling.
March 1st, 1930. Actor, producer, and director Raymond St. John was born as James Arthur Johnson in Hartford, Connecticut. In addition to over 2 dozen film roles, he was the first black actor to have a regular role in a TV Western.
It makes it look like maybe Nickelback, right? You know, they've been yeah, it's one of the things where you're bringing everything down from San Diego. So I'm just going online on my iPhone. You just think cast me out today.
Coming nearly 30 years after the original 1996 release, Happy Gilmore 2 is set to hit Netflix in the year 2025. And what's popping? All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
San Diego twice. And wow, we've had to request for kids.
Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Evan Moss, and Brad Joseph Quinn. He touched the yoga time now, which also here along with Ralph Fiennes and his lead film Galactus. The film also kicks off Phase 6 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is set to run for at least 2027. Fantastic steps in theaters on July 25th.
We go deep into
What's poppin'? Camps on iHeartRadio. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon or your own. It'll do fine. No worries. We got you. Home with Dean Sharp. The House Whisperer tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. KFI AM 640. On the next Bill Hammond show, the crisis on truck administration.
So exciting. Welcome, everybody. How fun. Traffic is crazy. San Diego's crazy right now. The whole place is insane.
That was a lot worse than last year, man. I think it was about 5 hours, 5.5 hours.
I wasn't yelling. This is my first Comic Con ever, everybody.
Wow. You're a little stereo.
My mind was blown. Like when we got here, the only thing that we had time to do was go eat. There was like one of those outside places where you see people walking by, and there's all these people dressed up like superheroes and like cool things. Like I saw one guy dressed up like Doug Benson, and I'm like, "Hey, Doug Benson, right?" And we turned around and it was Doug Benson.
Wow.
So we talked for a few minutes, and that was fun.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Doug's doing I guess, a podcast down the street. So we're battling podcasts right now.
Which isn't it? Which is it's like that's sort of like it's like right in the same alley. It's like if Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd are playing a walk away from each other. Well, I mean that makes it look like
maybe Nickelback.
Right? Yeah.
Billy Vanilli.
Yeah. But you get it. That was a fun intro. That was a little unorthodox.
Yeah.
Just the whistle.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're bringing everything down to San Diego, and the one thing that you use the most, the iPad, leave it. So I'm just going online. I might have some interesting cat meows today. A little.
Anything can happen. I love it. It's an unorthodox feeling. So glad you guys made it out. San Diego is the first place that we ever took Kill Tony on the road, so we're glad to be back here before anywhere else. We've done San Diego twice, and we've had requests from pretty much everywhere, anywhere, and we came back to you guys before going anywhere else the first time. So congratulations to you, San Diego. We love you.
Yes, we do love you.
So exciting. We go deep into the world of stand-up comedy. I always have two of my funniest stand-up friends on the show, and that's going to happen yet again tonight. And we get to see some of the new fun San Diego talent that signs up for the chance to do 1 minute. The bucket is filled with San Diego comedians for the chance to do 1 minute and then be on a podcast with all of us, including you, San Diego. This guy wore his best teal polo shirt for the occasion. And you know, like the double thumbs up on that from him. That's a newer one, huh? Damn right it is. Young Oscar De La Hoya here up front. How fun, though. We've got the setup. It looks like a half a sushi restaurant just crashed into a McDonald's up here. And what's better than that?
Eagle looks pissed off. I had a horrible bird thing. We have a bird's nest right outside my bedroom window. And have you ever had a bird's nest like near your fucking window? You don't want to be mad that these little retarded, ugly birds are all day and all night long. But the worst is one fell out. And it was like 110 degrees in Burbank the other day. And I guess it sizzled and just cooked.
The egg.
No, the bird, the little baby bird.
Oh.
And it's awful. My dog was fucking chewing on it like a toy. And I'm like, what toy do you got there? And I just pick it up. And I'm like, ah!
It was a bird toy.
Bird, baby bird.
Well, that's a great way to get the show started. Just picture a dead baby bird, everybody, and that'll put a smile on your face.
Fucking bird.
Fell out of the nest, poor little thing. I actually killed a baby bird when I was a little kid. I'll admit it right now. And it made me feel really bad. I remember that my mom was talking to the mailman. I must have been like 3 or 4 or 5, and there was this baby bird in the backyard, and I grabbed a brick and I tossed the brick on the baby bird. I swear to God. And I've always looked back at it like, my little crazy serial killer moment, but I was just a kid trying to figure out the difference between life and death. So, I guess I one-upped you on this sad baby bird thing after criticizing.
It's just weird that you fucking said that. This is true. We've never talked about this before. I have one instance where I heard something really bad, and I look back at it all the time. It was a red cardinal baby bird, and it was all fucked up.
Oh, that's like against the law.
I know. It's like a state of I know. It's a state
I once
bird.
killed this bald eagle with a shovel.
But I remember I didn't throw a brick at it, but I threw rocks at it because I was just like, what the fuck is this thing? It's a monster. And I always back at that baby bird that I hit. And I went,
well, look, maybe that's what brought us together was our secret of being a baby bird murderer when we were kids. Who would have thought? One day you're killing baby birds, the next you got a successful live podcast together.
That's how it happens.
That's how it happens, guys. But by round of applause, who here's killed a bird at some point in your life, whether by
whoa, all right. What if we found a connection? What if everything that we do is all just because we all have this secret desire to kill great baby birds?
It's we're all brought together tonight by the souls of the dead baby birds that we've murdered. And you know what? That's going to be tonight's sponsor. Our sponsor tonight, Dead Baby Birds, everybody. They never get any credit for anything. We're going to start a Kickstarter for Dead Baby Birds. And, I don't want to give anything away, but I see some sound effects popping up.
Good try, man.
It looked a little bit like it might have something.
Oh, there we are.
So stupid. Oh, it's fun that you have a different soundboard than usual. I always like different noises. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Guys, if you've ever seen Tony, okay. Is that a monkey bird? What was that exactly?
Wow, I don't know. All right. Let's do this.
I love it. As you guys know, we always have a head of security to keep us safe on the show. It used to be that there was an Iron Patriot. If you know anything about the story, you know that there was a guy in a $5,000 Iron Patriot outfit that came up to us and said, we want to be part of your podcast. I thought it'd be a great idea to have him on the show as set decoration and never let him say anything. After a few episodes, he started talking. I realized that it was funny, our interaction, because he was a crazy guy in a fancy suit. So we had him on the show regularly until in about week 30 or so, he started to go crazy. And he told us that he got too big for the show. And that if we ever go on Comedy Central or what was the other thing? It's some internet site. Jash. If you're ever on Comedy Central or Jash, I'll come back. But until then, I'm just too big for the show. And to show him how replaceable he was, each week we've had a new person dress up in a less expensive version of his costume. It's still the Iron Patriot, but it's all off of Amazon Prime. Anyway, this week it's real different. Put your hands together for our head of security tonight. It's Iron Jeremiah Watkins, everybody. The improvisational guru, Jeremiah Watkins, one of our funniest friends and the founder of Thunder Pussy.
Greetings.
Now, Jeremiah, it's always fun to have you on. Jeremiah is one of the few patriots whose nose is so big that he actually can't wear the mask.
That is 100% true.
So he has to wear the mask on top of his head, but when he ducks his chin down like this, he looks like a Iron Patriot. So there you go. Which works out perfectly. Jeremiah is one of our funniest pals. A lot of great podcasts and fun things that you do.
Yeah, we're doing like a Thunder Pussy tonight, right after the show.
10 p.m. Who's sticking around for that?
Yeah? Oh, that's going to be a lot of fun.
You guys better dig deep. It's going to be a crazy night.
Yeah, you get to see me and most of us go, okay, we just drove for 6 hours. It's time to get fucked up and make an ass of ourselves.
Yeah, we're going to let it rip.
Yeah.
Now, Jeremiah, you're straight edge. You're from Kansas.
That's right, Tony.
How you feeling tonight?
Pretty good. We're sharing, killing bird stories.
Oh.
Yeah, one time I killed Hawkeye.
Oh, that's right.
Superhero San Diego Comic-Con. How you guys doing tonight? Superhero references.
Oh, Hawkeye.
It's a Marvel
Oh, I
reference.
gotcha.
Did you read comic books, Tony, growing up?
No, not really. No, I was more of like I really just loved pro wrestling and Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters was big.
Did you like the cartoon?
Yeah, I like the cartoon, but I would just watch the movie all the time, really, over and over again. Bill Murray will always be my thing.
Jeremiah, were you a comic book guy?
A little bit. I like the action figures and cartoons more because they're easier to watch instead of read.
You cracked yourself up there at the end, huh? A little laugh there at the action figure. It's funny because when you laugh wearing a mouthpiece like that, it really
accentuates it.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure did.
Hey, there's a live audience here, Tom.
Oh yeah, it's perfect. We got it right where we want it. Iron Jeremiah, you've done this before. Thanks for keeping us safe, buddy.
Absolutely. Your safety is my number one duty.
You shit out of your dick? Yeah, number one duty.
Poor word choice.
I guess it all depends on how you spell duty. I've always loved that those two words are the same. Like it'll be my highest duty to, and I always just picture this steaming pile of shit. Duty jokes, people. Duty jokes. So how fun. Jeremiah, anything else? You excited about tonight's show?
Really looking forward to it. I'm excited to see what San Diego. I'm figuring out my mic still, guys. Sorry. Excited to see what San Diego's are going to bring to Kill Tony. We did it once at the La Jolla Comedy Store. Now we're doing it here at American Comic Company. And let's get this thing cracking.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, shall I bring out tonight's guest? I think you're going to be really excited. One of them, basically, we started stand-up together. Actually, I started stand-up with both of these guys pretty much, and they're both amazing. One of them is just on TBS's Funniest Wins. The other is a regular on Nickelodeon's Big Time Rush, and they're both killer stand-ups, two of my best friends. Put your hands together for the great Stephen Glickman and Tiffany Haddish.
Be a gangster. I mean, one that you don't really know.
Yeah, Tiffany. Platinum Death Squad member Tiffany Haddish, 1/3 of the Cat Pack with me and Brian. When we get on the road together, shit gets what we would call cray-cray. Yeah. It's a very pro-animal episode of Kill Tony. One could call this Kill Birdie. Tony. You guys ever kill an animal when you were a kid?
Fuck yeah.
That's his real voice.
I kill animals all damn time.
I kill roaches. Does that count?
Ooh.
I'm from the hood.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kill roaches and rats. Yeah.
Some of those.
I killed a turtle by accident.
Oh, how'd you kill it?
The Patriot does not approve.
How did this turtle situation?
Oh man, I got a turtle from downtown LA, and I was like taking care of it, and I used to call myself walking the turtle, and I tied a thread around its throat to walk the turtle, and the turtle wasn't walking, so I started pulling the turtle, and I was like, oh look, you can fly, turtle. And
did it become a frog?
No, it turned into a motherfucking click clack, basically. It was click clacking on the ground.
That's a real word.
Yeah, that's an actual toy.
Well, at least it didn't have like a painful death. It just got drug around by its flimsy neck for a few hours.
It died like a black man in the 1800s.
Oh, wow. Too soon, Tiffany. Too soon.
The Patriot approves.
Thank you, America.
Let's talk animal killing. We're there. We're in the moment.
Yeah.
Tell us the truth.
Have I ever killed an animal?
Yes.
No, I haven't. But my uncle killed a bunch of animals because he
he wanted to get dogs, so he got a bunch of Shih Tzus, and then he didn't know how to take care of them very well, so he drove over one with his car.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm dead serious.
A Shih Tzu. You know how cute a little baby Shih Tzu looks?
Yeah, he was like. Yeah, that's one back there.
I thought that was a human being in the audience, by the way.
That was terrifying. He ran over one with his car. He dropped one. He dropped one on his head and it died. And then the other one he dropped in the pool and then turned the remote and it went over the pool covered it.
He was a murderer.
Yeah, he's not allowed to own dogs anymore.
Like one of those kids off of Animaniacs or something. You know, that one little girl that
sure,
the animals. That was
cute.
cute.
Did he get in trouble for this?
He got in a lot of trouble. The ASPCA.
He was a deep shit.
He was.
Now, Glickman, I understand that you're on a Nickelodeon show, and that if they found out that you're an animal killer, you were an animal killer as a child, it might not be good. Enough about your uncle. I want to know what kind of animal you killed when you were a kid. I'm going to get this out of you.
You know you have that one flashback where you're like...
Brian killed a baby red cardinal, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, no. I didn't kill it.
At least my bird was like one of those peasant normal birds.
Right. But once I had one of those big birdfish that looked like a baseball with like the eyes that stick out.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and it died, and I lived in Ohio. It was like -30 out. So I put my dead fish on the front porch, and it froze like a baseball.
Perfect.
And then I threw it, and its eyeball cracked off.
I had one of those fish with the extended eyeball too, and it gets like infected and comes out.
Yeah.
And we changed its name to Popeye. Yeah, I remember that specifically.
I killed a rat. That's the
there you
coolest.
go.
That's the coolest thing I've done when it
What
comes
happened?
to killing animals.
Were you guys racing to the same block of cheese or something?
We were. I was like, "Where's my cheese? Where's my cheese, sucker?" It broke into my apartment and like ate a bunch of cookies out of a drawer that I had.
Oh, there's no faster way to die than his cookie drawer.
Wait, it broke into your apartment?
It broke in like through a wall.
Are you talking like a mafia rat?
No, it was like, I'm fucking coming in. I'm coming in. It busted a hole through the wall, got in, and then ate my fucking cookies. And I was like, no one eats my cookies.
How did you kill the rat?
I called an exterminator. So,
so you really didn't kill it?
Oh, big pussy.
Hilarious.
Oh,
I didn't really do it that way. That's how I did it. I called him. Well, I put some traps down, and then it like knocked over one of the traps, and then I was like, I fucking got it. And it got out, I was like, man, I gotta call someone for real to take care of this shit. I can't do that.
Yeah.
So I called the real guy. He came over. He was a real man who smoked cigars.
Ooh, a cigar smoking exterminator, everybody.
Lloyd's Pest Control.
Oh, but shout out.
So only
San Diego.
this is about killing animals as a child.
Yeah, that's what the podcast
What about
is
as a young woman in her 20s trying to have a pit bull farm?
Did you do that?
Yes.
You had a pit bull farm?
Well, it was my grandma's house. It was a 3-bedroom house, and I had 14 pit bulls. 14? Yeah, 14 pit bull puppies I had. And I would go down to Venice Beach and get with my little Red Ryder wagon, and I would try to sell the pit bull puppies. But then they caught parvo because there was birds in the yard. And I got me a BB gun, and I started shooting pigeons.
This podcast is brought to you by Petco Park. Petco Park for all your pet needs.
We got into a weird place.
I love that twist. I thought it was gonna just be all about the pit bulls, and you're like, so I had all these pit bulls, and then I started shooting pigeons with a BB gun.
Because birds give dogs parvo because they carry it. And then you know what else I used to do? I did do this as a kid. So you ever go to the beach and you be eating like a hot dog or something, and a seagull will just come and take your hot dog, right? That's messed up, right? They just be stealing out your hands.
I know when I'm at the beach and a pigeon be doing that, it drives me crazy.
But I'm talking about not a pigeon, like a pelican. You know what I'm saying? The big ass birds with the big faces. And so,
you mean like Jeremiah?
A seagull. Yeah, a Jeremiah. And one time I was on the beach eating a hot link, right? One of the Louisiana hot links. and the pelican or the seagull, whatever, came up and took it out my hand, and it ate it, and I was so mad, and I was like, I hope you die, and the bird exploded because it was spicy, right? And feathers, when everyone's like, poof, and again, I killed it.
Wow. There's a place,
involuntarily. I didn't mean to. Maybe I'm a murderer.
there's a place down here in San Diego, Cardiff by the Sea. You guys know where that is? Yeah, so Cardiff by the Sea has these like beautiful restaurants like right on the water. And I'll never forget this as long as I live. There was a fancy schmancy restaurant right on the ocean, and we were all sitting there, and everyone was having a very nice time. Thanks for yawning. I will fucking kill you. So we were all sitting there, and I'll never forget this. There was a seagull. Everyone's having this fancy dinner, and a seagull lands right next to where everyone's eating, and it's got a stick coming out of its eye. Oh, and it would just go, we'd be like, and everyone was like, oh, there's seagulls going up. The stick coming out of its eye. And it would just look right at you with its one eye. And it was there for like years. Like I remember for 5-6 years, I would take fancy dates there and just wait for it to happen. And it would land and then just it was great.
Man, that bird was probably asking somebody to pull that shit out of its eye. Pull it out of my eye. And then if you would have pulled that stick out of its eye with a laid gold egg, you'd be a fucking millionaire.
That's hilarious.
That's my world.
Yeah, guys. Well, that's the animal portion of the show, everybody. Everybody's favorite part. This is the part where we talk to comedians. They do a minute of stand-up, and then we chat to them afterwards. Comedians, you guys know that your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Or the sound of a UFO.
Or the sound of a vibrator when the battery's dying out.
Ooh. That means you got to wrap it up quick, because if you keep going longer than that, you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
I think down here it might be the Hillcrest bear.
The what?
The Hillcrest bear. That's the West Hollywood of San Diego.
Hillcrest bear.
I went to Hillcrest Elementary School. Does that make me gay?
It does. It's 100%.
You're in San Diego?
Wow.
Gay for that dick.
At that point, I'm a faggot for dick. I'll suck the wrinkles out of some balls.
That's right. Oh, wow.
It sounds just like that, too. Say my name.
Those guys take the red balls out of their mouths just to scream at that for a moment. Or S&M thing.
That's the best thing that ever happened.
You guys ready to get this started or what?
Jeremiah, you got no questions for our guest?
You got any questions for the guest, Jeremiah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you improvisational guru. You go right ahead.
What was your favorite moment working on Big Time Rush, Mr. Glickman?
When I got paid. It was fun, man. The funnest thing I ever did was fly. I got to fly and be a superhero. I think they hooked me up in the sky, and I got to fly. And while I was flying as a superhero with a cape and everything, they played that Greatest American theme song, Greatest American Hero. Look at what's happened to me. And it was like the greatest moment of my life.
I'd love to see the camera footage of the three guys on the ground that have to hold you.
I'll show you. It's fascinating.
Really?
Yeah, I have video. Yeah,
that's gotta be funny.
It's good stuff.
How about a question for Tiffany?
Tiffany, what is the weirdest looking dick you've ever seen? Please describe.
The weirdest looking dick I ever seen.
Did it look like the turtle that you walked to death?
Is this grown dick or baby dick? Because I used to be a babysitter.
Please stick to grown dick.
Yeah. Because I babysitted this one little boy. I was like, oh, you ain't gonna get no bitches. The weirdest dick I ever seen was on an African dude. His dick had like, it was like a curve. It was not only like a curve in it, like a hook in it, but it kind of like, it was like a U-turn dick, I called it. It had a U-turn.
Oh my god.
And it was like the dick went back to him.
It was like a cane.
Yeah, like a candy cane. No, it was worse than a candy cane. I mean, it had like it was touching the base, like the tip was touching his base.
Jesus.
But it was curled up towards his belly button. I was like, ooh, I think you put this in the microwave too long. This motherfucker curled up. It's hot in Africa, ain't it? Old plastic bent up dick.
He needs braces.
Yeah, I think he used it too much.
Sufficient answer provided.
Well, let's get this party started. You guys ready to see some San Diego talent or what?
Hell yeah!
Yeah, bring it on!
Let's go!
Is there anybody here not from San Diego that's visiting from somewhere else for Comic-Con?
Where are you coming from?
Fuck yeah, well, welcome, sir. New York City? New York is here, everybody. Put your hands together for your first comedian tonight. He goes by the name of Carl Zika. Carl, everybody.
So I was at the gym the other day, and I heard a grown-ass man screaming. You know this guy at the gym, he has to scream to seek approval. Because it's the best thing he does in his life. He looks at everything, so he puts him back down. And I looked at that guy, he wrapped his knees, and I asked him, yo, bro, why are you wrapping your knees? He's like, oh, it's because the amount of weight I'm pushing might explode my knees. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if about you guys, but if there's any exercise that risks my joints exploding, I'm not going to do it. So.
You have 10 seconds. Do you have anything else?
That's good.
That was the what you thought was the cat originally. It was just Jeremiah's nose having a reaction to your joke.
The patron enjoyed that joke thoroughly.
So after you said the knees exploding thing, can you repeat the rest? What happened after that?
Oh, I just said
you're not going to go to the gym. You don't want to have that.
Just if you have to if you're pushing that much weight,
right?
Why would you ever need to do that?
Right. Gotcha.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you do.
Glickman wraps his knees and he doesn't even work out.
That's true.
It's actually baby
That's
wrap.
for his own body weight.
Yeah. His knees are like pigs in the blanket. So you work out a lot. Yeah, how long have you been on stand-up?
About a month.
Nice.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, your eyebrows are off the motherfucking chain. You are killing them with them eyebrows. Okay?
They
look better than mine. All right? I need to know.
We need to work on, but the eyebrows are good.
No, his smile is good. He got a good dentist.
All right, so
I know he got them. He got them from Tijuana. They look like big ass chiclets. They're just cute. He ready. Sell them motherfuckers.
You turn into like a totally different looking person when you smile. Has anybody ever told you that before?
Yeah, I look mean as shit when I don't smile and when I smile.
Yeah, you're like a Bond villain when you're not smiling.
Yeah, I have a joke about that.
Yeah, what's the joke about your face?
Oh. I just say if I'm not smiling, I look like a Bond villain, and I say when I'm drunk, my voice is Russian sounding.
You can say when he smiles, he looks like gold.
Do an impression of him?
Yeah, if he does.
When he smiles, he looks like an Asian that just sold me some hair. Look at so much. I hope you like your unicorn hair. You're cute. I totally sit on your face.
What nationality are you, Carl?
I'm from the Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Wow.
How many languages do you speak?
3.
3? Which ones?
Czech, Spanish, English.
Oh,
Spy alert initiated.
Can you speak Czech really well?
Yo, what up, pimp? How are you? How are you? Kicking ass, taking names. Do you know about what we're doing here? Oh, all right. Do you know who I am? Okay. Okay, excellent. Good. Do you know what we're doing? Okay, so essentially we're doing 24-hour spaces. I've been doing 24-hour spaces for 15 days now, straight on video. And what you do is you log in with your computer to your X account and just leave your account in here as a speaker for 24 hours. And when you are in a space as a speaker, it tells all your followers that you're here, and then we get free advertising for the coin. And I'll keep doing 24-hour spaces until we go viral, and it's pretty simple. Does that make sense? Excellent. So if you can do that, like, I understand that, you know, not everybody can, but you can still use your account in other spaces, meaning you can be in simultaneous spaces at once. Yeah, so just leave your, like, just open up a Chrome tab, x.com. Make sure to keep your make sure to join this space as a speaker, and then go use your phone or another computer to talk in spaces or to interact on Twitter, and then we'll always have your account in here. Every 24 hours, I have to restart the stream or the Twitter space, so you have to do it once a day. Make sense? Exactly. And so what you do is just when you have a chance, get your computer. You're the man. That's what I need you to do. And then we're going to do it every day this week. That's all right. You're good. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening. Take care. Peace, baby.
Can you say something like a sentence in Czech for us, just so we know what it sounds like?
So like, yeah, I'm Jesse.
He did it with an American accent. I want to hear with the Czechoslovakian accent.
You can do it. You can do a Czech accent. Can you do an accent like that?
It's very
Yeah. You should do like a Yakov Smirnov thing. That could be fun.
Yeah.
Like in Czech Republic, we don't have. In America, we have apples to eat. It's good at the market. In Czech Republic, we are set on fire. Like do stuff like you can do that. That'd be fun.
That would be good.
Yakov's tone of jokes is so funny. Fixing that, like somebody just blatantly ripping it off, would be so funny.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me the other day if they should visit Czech Republic. I say, you should check yourself before you wreck it. Like, just the way he said it, you can say anything and it's funny. Somebody said to me the other day, it's just
in America, you have automobile that you can buy and then drive without anybody bothering you. In Czech Republic, they light fire to my wife. Stuff like that. I don't know. You should do that.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes. That's really good.
Why do you know how to speak Spanish?
From hooking up with
From living in
Fuck a lot of
Puerto
Mexicans.
Rico?
Yeah. Fuck a lot of Mexicans.
No.
They find us out.
Did you have a Mexican nanny?
No. My brother has a Mexican wife.
Oh, and so you learned from her? You fucking her too?
I just started dating a Mexican. It seems like it should come with a handbook. It's very powerful, like I feel like I'm a bitch.
Hell yeah. Mexicans work hard.
They like now I know why Mexicans like work so hard is to get out of the house. And it's like,
Seriously. I went to a restaurant the other day. My friend said, check please. I said, what do you want? I'm right here.
That's good stuff.
Tony scores big.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Well, Carl, how many spots a week you doing? You working hard at it?
We gotta do it like 4 to 5 times a week.
For the last month.
Perfect.
That's what's up. Is this what you want to do with your life?
Sure.
What did you do before?
I used to be like just random tour guide and stuff. Like
Where were you getting tours at?
La Jolla.
La Jolla?
What were you giving tours of?
Like kayaking.
Are you talking about on stage yet? Are you talking about that?
Not really.
Have you ever fucked somebody in a cave?
Unfortunately not, but I should have.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not too late.
You ever fuck someone who has a vagina like a cave? Because I know someone. You can introduce yourself.
It's not me. It's not her. I know you ain't talking about me. It's not me. That part. I soak in vinegar and water every week.
Being Czechoslovakian is hard. The other day I hooked up with Mexican girl. She get pregnant. We make Chexican.
Chex Mix.
Chex
We
Mix.
make Chex Mix.
I see a Chex Mix all the time. That's what I call riding the subway in Czechoslovakia.
Yes.
Carl, thank you so much.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
everybody.
Thanks for coming.
It's San Diego's next stop.
Stick with it, Carl. Stick with it.
Been in a lot of stuff.
Honest,
5 spots a week isn't easy to do in San Diego. I'm sure that must take a lot.
How many spots does he do a week?
5.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
He's
That's
on
hard to
Twitter
do.
at Zika Carl. That's Zika Carl. All one word. Fun.
Yeah.
We're often bumping. Any history over in Czechoslovakia, Iron Chair Maya?
I've killed a few people over there.
Okay. Let's keep it rolling. You guys get it? You having fun, San Diego, you sons of bitches? Your second comedian tonight goes by the name of Mike DeVore. Mike DeVore.
So I was driving today. I pulled up behind a BMW with a license plate holder that said UC San Diego alumni. That's some snub shit. That makes me want to get a really fancy car with a really shitty license plate holder. Like, hey, you see that guy driving that Ferrari? Can you believe he graduated from ITT Tech? You see that guy driving that Bugatti? Man, I can't believe he got his degree from University of Phoenix. You see that Maserati down the street? He got that carrot because of Makisha's Beauty School of Arts. So my wife's been sending me pictures of all the food she's been cooking. It's an upgrade from sending pictures of her boyfriend's dick. Either way, she has great taste.
But yeah, that's it. I like how you just wait for the cat instead of just wrapping it up. But that's cool. Got an applause break out of that awkward pause. I love it, Mike. What are we talking about here? What was the first thing? It was your girlfriend taking pictures.
Oh, the license plate.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the license plate thing. The only thing that I don't really get is I just don't understand how. Like I think you need to explain that you want to be rich and get the car, right? That's the part that I missed. Like
I messed up the setup where I was supposed to say license, but like a really fancy car with a really crappy college license plate.
Right.
So I had to say college car.
You know what I would do if I were you, as somebody who has that I watch a lot of stand up, and I would just lose University of Phoenix and ITT Tech as a rule of thumb. Those things happen so often. But if you go straight to LaQuisha's beauty school, Ferrari, then you're in and cooking with something. Or like a little bit more of a misdirect than.
Yeah, just those two specific places.
Exactly.
Graduate of Alcatraz, like, because you know you can get a degree in jail. Ask me how I know.
Or you know what? Since you're in San Diego, you could do like Palomar College.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
community
do like
colleges.
if you name like a college in the town that you're at.
Like University of Correspondence Community College.
That's funny. That's funnier.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 4 months.
Wow. How often are you getting up?
About 5 to 6 times a week.
Wow.
What?
5 or
Really?
6. So you're saying that Paul Zika's a little punk-ass bitch. Who's
Yeah, fuck you, Carl.
He's
Carl,
actually, he's
of course.
grinding too, so.
Of course. No, I'm kidding. I know you guys haven't seen
Yeah,
each
you
other
got
a lot.
great
That's why I like to
energy.
put you on the spot in that situation. Mike, what nationality are you? You guys all seem like weird mixes so far tonight.
Filipino. Philippines.
Philippines? Filipino?
I am white.
You're like the Andre the Giant of Filipinos. I know you're just 5'8", but for Filipino, that's huge.
Is your wife Filipino too?
No, she's Mexican.
Really?
Oh, you say that like you're heavily disappointed.
No,
she's Mexican.
He said that kind of proud.
She's Mexican.
To me, it seemed like he was proud when he said that. Like, she cooks, she cleans, she fucks.
But Filipinos do that too, and his parents are probably like,
They
"Oh,
do?
You should have.
You do kind of look like a cross between The Rock and Andre the Giant, though. But like in a bad way. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, it's rock. He means an actual rock.
I think he got ass.
That's
for
funny, man.
days
You
for the
can do
week
that.
of it.
You know, talk about looking like The Rock.
Like a black
You look like The Rock.
Thank you. I have a joke that I go with, like, I look like Rufio from the movie Hook.
That's good.
Tom
But you should like
People seen it. Yeah.
after he died.
Yeah.
I can see him being a Ninja Turtle for Halloween.
You can totally pull that off.
Good grief.
He should be a Ninja Turtle
That's
for
racist.
Halloween, and you should totally do that. And then you should walk down the street with him on a collar and try to relive your childhood.
And I'm dressed up like Shredder and shit.
How long you been married for, Mike?
About 4.5 years.
Wow. How old are you?
27.
Yeah.
Dude, the stuff about your wife's really funny. I mean, that stuff's really funny, dude.
And you got married to a Mexican young. Did you get her pregnant?
No. No kids.
No kids?
Wow. That's amazing.
You just really love her. Like, you love her.
Yeah, and I joined the Navy too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
You
wow.
gotta get them good benefits.
No, I love her.
And you love her.
Are you in the Navy or is she in the Navy?
I'm in the Navy.
You're in the Navy?
He's in the Navy, but
So
she,
what was it
she
like?
swam here from Mexico,
Right.
so it's sort of close.
Similar.
You picked her up there.
It's not talking about being in the Navy on stage. Are you doing that?
I attempted to when I first started.
You gotta do it. That's
Do
too
what?
big. They're talking about the Navy on stage.
Yeah, like, what was it like being on a boat for 6 months? No pussy.
It sucked. Like, it was just.
I mean, he's been with his wife for 4 years, so I'm pretty sure he's used to no pussy.
Yeah.
You can't possibly be having sex with her.
No,
She would've
she's
been already.
Spanish. She's horny.
She's a good wife.
Oh, she might stay here. All right, I guess I'm your asshole.
They're still young. They're still doing it.
Yeah.
They're still making it happen.
Wait till she turns 30. Oh my God.
Yeah.
She's really going to be sending you dick pics for real.
What else do you like to talk about, Mike?
Just whatever comes to mind. Like, just I want to write clean material. I strive for clean material.
Gotcha. You're from San Diego, born and raised?
No, not born from San Diego.
Why do you strive to write clean material?
I was like, when I was researching to do comedy, it's easy. It's better to because if you can write clean, you can write dirty. But if you can write straight dirty,
Yeah, but are you clean?
Most
You should always be yourself. So you shouldn't try to be clean if you're not a clean person.
Yeah. Normally Filipinos are very, very dirty.
I agree with that.
I don't know about that. Their material, just their culture.
I guess for me, it's just my personal taste. Like,
Right.
I like listening to clean material, so I try to.
Sorry, R2D2.
Glickman just got a call from Big Hollywood.
Big Hollywood.
Yeah, I have a weird thing with the whole clean material thing because a lot of comics always say that's lazy. That's if you're new, that's an easy way to hide shit. But I'm a really dirty fucking person though. So if I try to clean up my act, I'm doing a play. Because I'm not gonna be like, and then this lady came over here and I kissed her on the cheek. That doesn't happen, like I'll fucking slap her and put a finger at her,
Yeah, but there's a difference between being dirty and being dirty. Like, for example, like when I go on stage, I'll say fuck or shit or whatever, but
And that's about as dirty as I get. Like I have content that's dirty material,
right?
But like the stuff that I'm talking about isn't dirty. I'm just using bad words to do it. I think that's not a bad idea because then you can always clean it up for television.
Right.
But if you want to talk about like sometimes I want to talk about a girl that I dated who got fucked by a robot. You know, like sometimes I want to talk about that. But that's a real thing. That really happened.
What's the dirtiest joke you have, Mike?
Ladies, don't you hate it when you get jizz on your pubes?
That's the whole joke.
If she has pubes.
Yeah, that's
because we get it waxed.
I can see why you don't do dirty.
Yeah.
Maybe it's best you just keep it clean.
When I first started doing stand-up, I worked all clean for the first 5 years, and then I realized.
Really? What would you do? Just make queef noises with your mouth?
No, I didn't even know how to queef then. I was 16. I didn't even know how to queef. All I knew how to do was talk about I rode the bus. I was in foster care, so I talked about living with different types of races.
You were 16 when you started?
Yeah, I was 16 when I started doing comedy. I talked about being a mascot at my high school and it being 3% African American. And how I was a Mexican soldier as a mascot, and how I was a Blaxican. I talked about all kinds of stuff. But once I started having sex and realizing that was my power, I started talking about that shit.
I love it.
My pussy is powerful.
And then, so there you go. Take Tiffany's advice and start talking about your pussy.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike DeVore.
Great job, buddy.
He's on Twitter at It's Mike DeVore. All one word. It's Mike DeVore. DeVore.
DeVore. That sounds French too.
That's interesting. It's Filipino.
Yeah, Filipinos. So they have Spanish names, French names, everything. They mix. They like black people, but the Asians.
You know, sometimes I go to, I don't know.
And Filipino women only date black men. That's why he had to marry Mexican. Y'all can Google that. It's the truth.
Okay. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Sebastian Tawa.
Woo!
All right, so I recently just met my girlfriend's family. She's Colombian. I don't know if anyone's ever met a Latina family, but everyone's got the same fucking name. She was like, "This is my brother, Jose Maria Jesus. My other brother, Jesus Maria Jose, and my sister, Maria Jose Jesus." So, guys, but somebody told them they have a name problem because clearly somebody came along and was like, "You guys, we need to get more names." They're like, "Oh, okay, well, we'll do 2 first names, 2 middle names, mother's maiden name, father's last name, location of birth, neighbor's dog, and the current code." It's like, no, not more names. Like, more names to choose from. You don't have to use all of them every time. Even their cities, I don't know what it is with the Spaniards, just no creativity. Like San Francisco, San Diego, Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz, Santa Fe, Corpus Christi, Los Angeles, Salvador, El Salvador, San Salvador. All right, Spain, we get it. Oh, Jesus.
That cat died at the end of that one. That was a cat slowly down.
You should have said, "Okay, we get it. We're in Mexico."
What were we talking about there? About the names? Your Latin names
are very long.
You're Latin?
No.
What are you?
I'm from Colorado, but my dad's Egyptian.
Are you dating a Hispanic lady?
Yeah, Colombian.
Ooh.
You better be careful. They got that devil's breath in Colombia, and they blow that dust in your face, and then you have no will. She controls you. Next thing you know, your bank account's empty. You stand on the corner with your dick out, like, what happened?
I wouldn't change much from my current thing.
And she'll get your inheritance. You got Egyptian and French in you. That means you got an inheritance.
Dude, I think that I don't want to jump in, but I think I do want to jump.
I want you to jump.
I will jump.
Cannonball.
I'm gonna cannonball.
Get that shit.
I'll break the stage. I feel like that kind of material. It makes sense. It makes sense. You kind of have to just take that shit, and it feels like that's material that's in the middle of your act. You're not opening with that.
Well,
Is that
it's part
stuff
of
that
a
you're
bigger act of other names as well.
Latin names.
Latin names and Arab names. And black
It sounds
names.
like a George Carlin bit, like an old.
That's really nice compliment.
Well, I mean, wait, no,
It's like
hang on.
George Carlin format.
Yeah, no. It sounds like a George Carlin like format of a joke. It just you need to like find some more punchlines in there because right now it's just like name. There's a lot of
You're
information.
saying the word names a lot, which I'm like trying to figure out what you're talking
It's like a
about.
math joke. Yeah.
What was the first part of it where you actually were naming names?
Oh,
You said-
she's introducing her family.
Right.
And they all have the same names, just shuffled in different order.
Could you do that in an accent?
Yeah, I could try them.
You should. It needs some kind of spice to it.
It needs
right
some
now,
seasoning, man.
This is my son, Maria Wong Carlos.
Yeah.
This is my other son.
What did you do before you started doing comedy?
I'm still doing it.
I'm a salesman.
No, I'm a neurophysicist.
Oh, Jesus. I was way off.
Jesus. God damn, why don't you talk about that shit? Because I don't even know what that is. That sounds like something that's going to make me come.
Well, I do have a bit about
Jesus.
Sorry. Neuro, I got nerves.
I'm afraid you're going to come back here and, blow us up or something.
What is a neurophysicist?
Not because of the Egyptian stuff. That's a whole different thing.
But what is a neurophysicist? You deal with nerves, like sciences, like
Study the brain.
Yeah, I study how information is transmitted in the brain.
Do you study black women's brains that get perms and shit?
No.
Because I think that's why black women be acting up, because the perms be fucking with their nerve system in their brains, because the chemicals get in, right? And it make a green mucus between your scalp and your skull, and it make you want to fuck some up.
We haven't studied that yet.
Is there any
Study that
differences
shit.
with brain function and race that you've noticed?
He only
Our brains
studied
are pretty much like identical to a rat's.
Right.
Do you do
That's where
material
that comes from.
Do you do material about your job?
I do have a bit about trying to take up chicks as a physicist.
That's fucking great. What is that? Can you do it?
It's pretty long, but
Can you do just a little bit of it?
Abort mission.
How long have you been trying
He's like,
stand-up,
hey, girl.
Sebastian?
a couple of years.
Nice. You doing a lot of squats, or is the neurophysicist taking over?
I mean,
a lot
that
of
takes up time, but not at night. I usually get up like 5 times a week.
When you a neurophysicist, do you work with live people or dead people?
No, I work theoretically. So
You don't even work with people? You just doing math?
I'm pretty sure he's running this whole operation out of his garage.
You just mostly work with mice?
Other people, no, they work with birds and mice.
They work with birds? So you don't really, what are you, the cleanup guy? What the fuck?
They work with birds and we have to do the math and figure it out.
Oh, so you don't actually be hands-on with the brain. You just be like behind the scenes, like you do the
I
data
come up with theories that explain the brain.
that explain the brain.
Yeah, I think here's the thing we're saying is that when it comes to doing material about names or doing material about like, okay, we get it, Mexico, you have all the same fucking saying that you lost this, lost that. It needs some stank on it. Like it needs.
It doesn't take a neurophysicist to realize that.
But you're a neurophysicist. Like, do some like more smart shit you do about how what's it like being smarter than every fucking person in this room. Like that's a big fucking deal, man. I don't do math well. Like I'm not good at math.
How about telling us why motherfuckers be bipolar?
I think it's
another ignorant question from Tiffany.
I'm just saying, break that shit down. What happens when you get your ass beat? What happens to your brain? I want to know.
Really expand on the neurophysicist thing would be, it seems to be the advice. From the
Nobody's doing that.
Because you got great tone on stage and you're funny and you got a good fucking look. I would just keep playing.
Don't dumb it down and just reach for it. Use that neurophysicist thing as part of your perspective.
Nobody's doing that shit.
I agree. Yeah, who the fuck? What are we gonna do? Neurophysicist jokes?
I try. It's tough doing math jokes.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Oh, so North is mathematics.
It's a lot of math. It's physics.
Yeah, but because you're smarter, like what are the problems that happen because you're smarter?
Well, so like talking to a girl and she's interested, like, oh, you're a physicist, that's fantastic. And she asks a question. As soon as I start answering, I lose her. Right, because it's nerdy.
Well, you should tell her what her body shape like, what number she is. You know what I'm saying? Like damn, man, you look like a 9 right now. Thick at the top, small at the bottom. I want to get in that. I want to sit in your loop, like you know, like.
I love that you can't think of any math references. Damn, girl, you look like a 9. I want
to sit in your hole. I don't know.
I want to divide those legs. And, all right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sebastian,
I don't know math.
You're not on Twitter, Sebastian?
No.
Why is that?
Laziness.
You got Facebook? All right. Well,
there you go.
What's your
You have a
Facebook?
home phone number you want to give out?
Where do you live? What's your address?
10, 11, 12.
What's your mom's name?
Well, come back on the show next time we're in town.
Yeah.
And, show us your neurophysicists and stuff.
Yeah.
Sebastian Tower.
Anyway.
Great job, dude.
Of power. Jeremiah, how's it going over there? How you feeling?
Pretty good, John. Pretty good.
You excited about Thunder Pussy after this?
Yes, very excited.
You can feel it in the air, right?
Yeah.
Is that costume too small for him? Because it's so far out his house.
He does have a.
I have a 6'3" wearing a kid's costume right now, so probably.
Looks like an arrow putting down.
He does have a massive wedgie.
Yeah. Call the next name.
Tiffany Haddish with us. Stephen Glickman. Brian Redman.
We're having fun.
You guys ready for your next comedian?
Hi.
This guy was on the episode with Joe Rogan and Don Irera a few weeks ago, and he tore the house down. He's a favorite here on Kill Tony. He follows us around to a lot of crazy places, and he made it here tonight. Put your hands together for Dennis Wilson.
Woo! Son! Yeah! Dennis!
What's up? Yeah. From South Central Los Angeles. And it's hard out here. I just found out today this is on the news that because of environment, economical reasons, that black people are 3 years older than white people. So that explains why black children get their first electric bill at age 5. Also, I was arrested for identity theft once. Identity theft is easy if you don't draw attention to yourself. And I bought a Cadillac, I didn't have any problems because I guess a lot of black people buy Cadillacs. But the next place I went to, they called the police on me because apparently black people don't buy patio furniture. Yeah, there's a lot of things different in South Central. Like we have ice cream trucks in South Central, but you gotta watch having an ice cream truck in South Central because black kids will get in your truck. They're gonna go outside. All right, thank you.
There you go. Dennis Wilson laying it down again. I love that. Always funny, Dennis. Yeah, I think I recognize that Cadillac one, right? You did that on the last one? Yeah.
Last time I was on the show, forgetting that I'm here for the extra. For me to help me with my jokes.
Well, it all works out.
Yeah, but
my question is this: How often do you write material? How often do you write your material? It's been a couple months since we did the Rogan.
The joke that I just did about the black people.
Yeah, the ice
cream. I wrote that today.
Oh, there you go.
I did that joke because I wanted to hear your take on identity. Right, because I need to be in the pocket of this joke.
Right. How many spots do you do?
I'm not getting a lot of spots. I'm only getting like 2 or 3 spots.
Why is that?
Because I live in the IE.
The IE, the
there's a lot of shows out there.
I know.
I used to do that San Manuel Casino out there every Wednesday.
Yeah, I want to do that.
If I were you, I'd start my own show. It's a cool bar that has a stage. I'd ask them what day of the week you could just have a room and started from scratch.
Yeah, the
Because
Jazz Cafe out there.
You're such a funny guy that you could totally just post something and then all of a sudden build a little thing, have a few comedians come out. Everybody really likes you, you know what I mean? Like, I know my buddy, the very talented Benji Aflalo brought you up the other day and talked about how funny and cool you are. And all of us, we've always talked about how cool you are. You know, a good person always stands out to us. And so you definitely have that going for you. You know enough comedians and you have the talent to run your own show, and that'll take care of an extra hour and a half of stage time per week if you just run your own stand-up shows. And it'll also, since you get to go up between every comedian if you're hosting the show, it gives you a chance to work on so much more material. Since a guy like you who's so funny needs to be hitting that stage a lot. So if you do that once a week, you'll kill two birds with one stone. I highly recommend that for you because you're way too funny to just be doing a couple spots a week.
Yeah, I mean,
right, everybody? Dennis Wilson's
hilarious. So I'm leaving for New York. I'm leaving for New York on the 16th of August to the 21st. So I'm going to do a lot of rooms down there.
Oh yeah, you're going to do a lot of rooms in New York.
I just want to test the steel I got out, see what I'm doing.
Totally, it's good.
I appreciate you guys coming here. Good time.
Dude, the ice cream shit was hilarious.
Yeah.
That's a great joke.
That's true, though. I used to stay getting on the ice cream truck when I was a kid. I grew up in South Central, so that's true.
I know, she ready.
Yeah, that's why. You know she ready.
You know, whatever the song is on an ice cream truck, whatever the most...
It's Pop Goes the Weasel.
Isn't it like... It's a racist song?
It was.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
No,
yeah. Pop Goes the Weasel was Pop Goes the Weasel was about killing black people. Oh, that's in your neighborhood.
No, that's the entertainer.
That's the white ice cream.
That's the white neighborhood.
What's
We
the
have the
black
entertainer.
one? How's the black one go?
California.
Everybody wants ice cream, so get a drink. I want something cold to eat. You know you look at cold in your mouth. You know ice cream eating it out. Oh, you we got that good shit. Fuck on this blow pop. Yes, it's a big goal. Yeah, that's right. Hell yeah.
That's what black kids do to get free ice cream. They do a whole rap album for the ice cream man. DJ Popsicle.
Dennis, thank you so much.
You were great.
Dennis Wilson, he's on Twitter at DJ Sunset Boulevard. Did it again.
Yes, he ready.
Wow. I did it.
I couldn't get spots in Ohio at all. And it took me like 2 months to get a 3-minute spot. That's how bad it was in Ohio. So I bought an amp and a microphone and just did it myself in my living room just to practice my voice. And practice the jokes in between. Now that was an awful idea for when I actually went on stage.
Yeah.
It almost felt like I was.
You remember the guy that he came on Tony right time? There was a comedian, like episode maybe 20 or 30 something, right in the middle, and he once came on and he goes, "Well, I have a comedy album." He goes, "This is my first time on stage." And we're like, "Okay, comedy album." He goes, "But I have my own comedy album out on iTunes." And we're like, "What?" And he was so quick, he brought it up during the actual thing. And what he did was he sat in front of his computer just saying things that he thought were funny with an echo effect on so there's no laughter from an audience because there's no Dude, he's just bombing. It sounds like he's bombing.
Do you remember Seamus that worked at the Comedy Store?
Yeah.
He put out an album that he recorded with a laugh track.
There's nothing worse than a laugh track.
Yeah, no, that's the worst.
That's why I just can't watch those normal TV network sitcoms where it's like, hey, what are you doing? Nothing. So funny. Keep watching NBC. So hilarious. please don't go find what your sense of humor actually wants anywhere else. All that you need is here on NBC.
And you know who has the best laugh tracks? If you ever listen to XM radio, like Sirius Radio, the classic radio, like those old shows like George Burns and Lucille Ball, all that stuff. We were listening to it on the way down here, right? My favorite husband or whatever.
Oh, sure. No one listens to that, Tiffany.
Well, I do, okay? I like classic radio because back in the day, I was a gay male choreographer and I used to choreograph dance routines for them old bitches when we did movies.
This looks like something really interesting here. Put your hands together for, I haven't seen this before. Evil Tony Hinchcliffe. Like,
Wow.
Evil Tony Hinchcliffe. Evil Tony
First of all, how dare you insinuate I can only come up and do 1 minute? So I will do my whole minute about how I don't want to do 1 minute. Congratulations to all of you for witnessing the real evil Tony Hinchcliffe. Watkins, nice ass. You're built like an action figure. Just back and then legs. That man did a show in his own apartment in Ohio with no audience, and I was the first headliner.
Oh my God.
9 years later, Red Band, you play an animal sound, and I'm going to jump over there at you like a tornado of fists and teeth.
Oh.
Are we going to judge that or what?
Evil Tony Hinchcliffe, everybody. It's Jason Tebow.
He wishes. Oh, you son of a bitch, you're going to pay for that.
That's Jason on Thunder Pussy up next, guys.
Thunder Pussy up next. Thunder Pussy.
Put your hands together for your next San Diego comedian. It's Vince D. Amica.
Well, you can't fuck with me. So when I'm in your neighborhood, you better go. Cause Ice Cube is crazy as fuck. As I leave, believe I'm stuck everywhere.
Yeah, Vince D. Amica, everybody. You ready?
Hey everyone, my name is Vince D'Amico. As you can see, I'm very disabled, but I'm not one of those like motivational, inspirational type of handicap guys. The kind that say the things like, "Oh, like you believe in yourself, you can do anything you put your mind to, keep on trucking or whatever." I don't know what other handicapped people say. I don't hang out with any because they're gross. And let's be honest, even when they're being inspirational, it's still pretty depressing. So, I'm not going to tell you how you should or shouldn't feel about my injury, but what I will do is give you the list I've compiled over the last 7 years about the good things about being in a wheelchair. All right? Number 1 on the list. I haven't stubbed my toe in fucking forever. Forever. It's been nice. That's all I have for the list so far.
I love it. Vince D. Amica.
It's fucking hilarious.
Man,
that was very inspirational.
I want to give him a lap
keep
dance.
the mic. We're going to talk to you.
No, keep it live.
Man, that was amazing. You were really on a roll there.
Jesus.
Yeah, seriously. Very, very, very funny, Vince. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A year and a half for 4 mics a week.
Oh, awesome.
Wow.
That's what's up.
Awesome.
It's so comfortable
Yeah.
off stage.
Tell me maybe voice. Off stage.
Well, that's amazing. And you hustle around like that, you know, and people come up with excuses on why they only do it, you know, a couple times a week. And while you're lugging everything there, that's so cool and inspirational. In a not depressing way.
I'm actually going for like being the Uncle Tom of handicapped people, so I'm like the word inspiration.
You want to be the Uncle Tom? That is sexy.
That's what he said at the beginning.
Damn.
Totally want to sit on
Is your material now all based on your condition, or do you?
A lot of it is, but I'm trying to like my short-term goal is first 10 minutes not even mention it, and then the last 10 minutes just brutal, self-deprecating handicap stuff.
That's
great. Great.
I want to open up a nightclub for handicapped people.
Yeah.
How you feel about that?
Sure.
We'll call it Ramps and Rails. It's going to be off the chain. Ramps and Rails. You're going to get VIP treatment. You understand?
Ramps and Rails.
Yeah, it's going to be hot.
What else do you talk about in your act? What other kind of stuff? Well, I actually became disabled on April Fool's Day.
Are you serious? How?
So I talk about how that sounds like the origin story of a Batman villain.
This is funny, man.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. The prank of the Legion.
The prank of the Legion.
What happened?
It's really funny.
What happened? Do you talk about it specifically?
I mentioned it. I'm a horrible drunk and I passed out in the street a block from my house when a car came to me.
Wow. In the street, just laying down?
Yeah.
Wow. Now, have you been drinking more since the accident?
Absolutely.
All right.
That's funny, dude.
You remind me of the guy from Forrest Gump now. It's like, totally want to fuck you, Captain. Whatever was his name from Forrest Gump?
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
You know,
you want to role play?
Absolutely.
You ever been with a color girl before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I've never had sex with one, but I ate it once pussy out. So,
Oh, that's
it
good.
tasted good too.
Yeah.
There you go.
Just like beef brisket, baby.
Beef brisket.
She's considered the Rosa Parks if the back of the bus was sitting on somebody's face.
Holy shit.
He's hot, yo.
Did the person
He's a good looking guy. You look like the fucking guy from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, like, yes! Yes, Snow! Jon Snow! Fuck yeah!
Yeah, dude.
Hell, motherfucking yeah.
Did the person hit and run or drag or whatever?
Well, they were in a lowrider. They were in a lowrider, so it was more like a hidden, like, swoosh. Oh, did they take off them? Or no, they stuck around. But it was weird because they said they got in trouble for leaving their kid at the house, and they said they went to the bank at like 2:30 in the morning. Left it there by itself. I don't know. It was weird.
Wow. Did the insurance from his shit pay you at all? Or how did that get fucked?
Well, I got a little bit of money, but my lawyer gave me a 25% discount because I got so screwed. You know, when a lawyer does that, when the lawyer's that nice, it's like you get fucked.
Damn. Well, here's the thing. I gotta say this, Vince. I've known Vince. We grew up together here in San Diego.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we've known each other since we were probably like 15, 16 years old, somewhere there. And he's always been fucking hilarious. And when I walked in here tonight and I saw him, I was like, oh my. Then I heard that he was doing stand-up. I was like, I can't wait to watch you. And then you happen to be on the show tonight. So, congratulations. Dude, you're fucking hilarious. So,
yeah, extremely
proud,
I'm
man.
really amazed that you two guys know each other because he looks like Jon Snow and you look like Frosty.
Hell yeah! No, he looks like the other guy from Game of Thrones, the one that's messing with the wildling bitch.
The wobbling bitch?
No, the wildling. She's a Sam Farley. Y'all could be.
Chris Farley's brother? Is that what happened?
No, his name is Sam Farley. He's like he's kind of like a coward, but he ain't a coward. He be killing these motherfucking White Walkers.
You coward.
He's gangster, this motherfucker. But
I'm
he's
gangster.
but it's sexy though. Like, oh, I was such a
Okay, I'm never going to leave you and your baby.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you and your baby.
Yeah.
Steven, you guys literally look nothing alike. You're just a fat dude.
Thank you, Jeremiah. I appreciate that.
Honesty.
And do you go on a road? Do you do like road gigs?
I haven't got out of San Diego yet.
You haven't got out of San Diego?
Well, you're always on the road, so that's how I got into this mess.
Ben, you're absolutely hilarious. I want to invite you if you ever come up to LA. I'd love to put in a word for you. Get spots.
Get you the comedy store.
Are you on YouTube or what's your Twitter? Like, what's this deal?
And it's not because of the wheelchair. It's because of how literally I think you stole the show tonight. So thank you.
Yeah,
for
dude,
that.
great job.
He's on Twitter at, is it the Danny Swan or the Donnie Swan? Donnie? The Donnie Swan. One word, S-W-A-N. The Donnie Swan. It's the Amico.
I want to the chair vibrates. Like,
come up to LA and next time we're here, come down again, Vince. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Vince the Amico, one more time, everybody.
He could get the business.
Fuck yeah.
You know, I've only slept with one handicap dude. I don't put my putting two.
Really? What was the handicap? The guy you did.
I mean, he was slow, whatever. We talked about that already.
He was slow?
Roscoe?
Yeah, Roscoe. Yeah.
Roscoe?
Yeah, Roscoe.
You slept with the slow guy?
Yeah.
What did he do? Help you or something?
No, I was working at the airlines and he was my back chandler. He had one regular arm and one little bitty like hook hand. Yeah, that's crazy.
I slept with a dwarf, so, you know.
Yeah.
Tony, a little less back to Roscoe is I played him in a pilot with Tiffany that never got picked up.
Well, we never even shot that shit because I ended up getting booked on the Tyler Perry series.
I won't mess with you.
It's okay. Yep. I'm actually showing that Tyler Perry and see what he says about it. Because you did a good job playing the handicapped retarded dude. That was sexy.
All right, let's try to get one more quick one in because we're running out of time. It's already 1.
Always do apologize if it doesn't get up, but we got one more coming up, and he goes by the name of Devin Quinones.
I saw an ad on Amazon the other day for a lifetime supply of combs. I opened the box, there was 2 combs with a letter that said, "Don't lose me." I think bananas are in a relationship because all the bananas I get are bruised. What was the last one? Okay. Every time I come to downtown, someone hands me some money. I love that free parking. I drive around the Path. It's powered by dice. If I ever roll 3 again, I'm going to be late for work. Right, that's what we got.
Little monopoly there at the end. How do you say that last name?
Quinones.
Quinones.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
Mexican.
You're 100% Mexican?
Half.
What's the other half?
White.
What kind of white?
Mud.
Wow.
Just like a white.
Bunch of different whites.
It does make sense because your first name is one of the whitest.
Yeah,
whitest, Devin.
And my dad was the one who picked it out. Who's Mexican.
Interesting. Because he didn't want you to sound that Mexican. He didn't want you to get in trouble.
Maybe.
Call him Devin.
I didn't get that one joke. I didn't understand.
Oh, it's like it's a Monopoly joke when you learn the free parking.
Yeah,
I didn't want to say Monopoly.
That's my newest one.
Yeah, you need to kind of, I guess, stress the Monopoly more because I never played Monopoly ever. I did not get that. But I know now from playing Monopoly in the past.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, you're just doing one-liners, which is, those are fucking hard to write.
Yeah.
And that first one you did, killed.
What was it again?
The comb.
Yeah, that's a fucking good joke, man. It's really funny. You know, I think, you know, the thing with one-liners, who do you know that's a comic that does one-liners? Like J. Chris Newberg does one-liners.
Fraser Smith.
Who else?
Steven.
Tom Dreesen.
Chudberg's dead, sir. Sorry to break the news for you. I don't know if you heard about that.
Dude, I mean, those are hard because, like, you're literally going, like, you're just sailing.
Yeah.
And then you're like, that one hits, and then you just go, well, these two are fucking
That's
garbage.
what I
Make this one try again, but these two suck.
I try to do like a mostly new set, so it kind of helps that I do one-liners because then I can just do new jokes. And the ones that fuck up, I just throw away. But then the ones that actually kind of work, I can just keep throwing back in.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
8 months.
Oh.
Oh, well, no, since January, so about 8.
How many you guys?
About 4 around there.
People are working hard down there.
Yeah, for real. And what do you do to survive?
Like
Like,
work.
yeah.
On my host, and live with my parents.
Oh, that's. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You can still be molded.
What do you think your parents would say to you if you brought Tiffany back to the house tonight? A drunk Tiffany Haddish who just starts cooking.
My family would probably be cooler than cook her dinner.
They probably would recognize me.
We're not going to cook dinner until always 10 o'clock.
Would your girlfriend like some chitlins?
No, she would.
It's more like burritos and stuff.
Yeah, I would like a carne asada burrito with extra cheese.
I don't think we're going to find this out at home, but
No, I have a chicken one then.
we have chorizo. I'm pretty sure it's fine.
Chorizo with eggs.
I like your face.
Thank you.
You got to trim their eyebrows behind up. Because that first guy's eyebrows.
Yeah, you gotta talk to that first comic when you get his
eyebrows, that's your work. Like, look at his eyebrows, see, look exactly how big they are, and then just
Bottom, exactly.
Yeah, you know, wherever he gets his eyebrows done, that's where you need to go.
You're 21, but your eyebrows are 53.
Oh, that's funny.
But he has a lot of personality.
No, you got a great face. You got good hair.
I'm gonna need you to do something different with these socks, though, because your hair on the legs is hanging over them. It's really bothering.
That's my big final piece of advice.
I want to just break
No
your
shorts on
legs.
stage.
No shorts on stage.
That shit is. Yeah, it's distracting.
Do I have to wear advertisement on my strips?
Yes. I look like an idiot. I know that.
Next time I wear cargo shorts like that, there better be a grown man's pair of pants in one of the pockets.
Yeah, or do some fucking Australian jokes or something like.
I
God
can
damn.
tell that I have an Australian accent. So I'm from here.
That's the worst Australian accent.
I guess, yeah.
You can't really tell that I
You
have
sound
an
like
Australian
a lazy Spanish American to me.
Fuck yeah. You definitely look like you got those shorts in the Outback. I'm talking about the steakhouse.
That's where he's a host at. Outback Steakhouse.
Really?
He's this job.
Oh.
Yeah.
What place were you a host at?
Sammy. Have you heard of it?
Sammy.
Woodfire?
Something in LA.
The Woodfire Grill?
Woodfire.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
Oh, sure.
Employee of the month.
Whoa! Give him a round of applause. Yeah.
How'd you do that?
And stop it.
How did you get employee of the month?
Woodfire.
That's your Spanish side?
Yeah, that's Spanish side. I was a dishwasher before, so
Of course.
don't want to downgrade.
So you went from dishwasher to host?
Yes.
That's what's up. I need a dishwasher in my house.
Yeah.
I always wanted to, you know what? I'm about to be real rich in like 9 months. And I said to myself, I'm going to get me a man. He ain't got to pay no rent, no light bill, nothing. All I want you to do is when I come home, you need to be a different character from Black history. I don't want to know you. I want to know, George Washington Carver.
You can get her, man. You go home, study BET, do your research.
Sounds like a lot of work for some project.
Yeah, but you don't have to pay no rent. You live for free.
Oh, no rent.
No rent, no.
All right, you got yourself a deal.
There he goes, Devin Quinones.
I'm about to X.
Devin Quinones. Guys, this is the part of the show where ever since the beginning of the show, we've had 2 regulars that come on to do 60 seconds each week. We brought them down from Los Angeles. You guys ready for them?
Yeah.
Going up first tonight, you know her as a regular on both Phil Tony and the Dysentery podcast. Always goofy, always fun. It's the princess, Sarah Wineshank, everybody. Whoa! Here she is.
What's up? Yeah. What's up? I got dumped on Christmas this year. It's funny, right? I was just sitting on the couch listening to Jingle Bell Rock, crying while eating peppermint bark, and also watching YouTube tutorials on how to get my ex back. He never came back. He was a hipster. At first I thought it was cool. I thought he was like a badass LA hipster. But then I realized after the fog cleared that the only thing that I thought was badass was stupid. Like, he would just steal Polaroid film all the time from Urban Outfitters. And at first I'm like, yeah, he's freaking renegade. Well, then I got some clarity. And I'm like, this guy is stealing Polaroid film, and I'm into him. He spent months searching for the perfect vintage glass water bottle. He took longer to get ready than me. And right before we broke up, he got his spirit animal tattooed on his chest. It was a coyote.
Okay, there you go. Looks like somebody's getting their revenge for getting dumped on Christmas, huh?
Yeah.
Really venting it all out there. Who was this douchebag?
I don't want to say. I don't want to say it.
We want names. We want.
It was Tony Mitchell.
I'll release it later.
What?
I'm not ready.
Oh.
I'm not ready.
Alright, let's talk about this ass.
Okay.
This really happened.
Yes, it's all really happened.
And what do you think made her break up with you over Christmas?
It was because of something I said.
What did you say?
I called him. I said.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I called him a faggot.
Oh, that's right.
Because he was looking at the I don't know if I should say it.
Patriot has never heard that.
Well, you don't know if you should say it.
Breaking news here. That's right. Here it goes. Just in. Someone in this building.
Yeah.
All right. we're already balls deep into it. You got to get in there. Tell us the truth. I don't know if I ain't shit. Enough of that. Let's
Okay.
just get into it.
Okay, well, this is what happened. It was bitching because he had a lot of work to do all the time, nonstop.
What does he do for work?
Films, editing, film editing.
But like nature films?
No. Like web series. They can't afford to pay the other guys, so they're calling
So
him.
then what happened?
So then he was bitching about how he had all this work to do. And I went to the bathroom, and I came out of the bathroom, and he was looking up bow ties. And I was like, why are you looking up bow ties? Like, instead of doing your work. And then he said, you're so mean. And then he broke up with me. On Christmas.
Because he became Muslim.
He's selling
now.
Yeah, I mean.
Wear bow ties.
Potential faggot alert.
I get the feeling
There is
that wasn't
nothing-
the only thing that happened.
Yeah, obviously they had
Well,
other stuff.
I wanted to talk more about the spirit animal tattoo, but I didn't.
Right. Now, was it really Christmas when he broke up with you?
Yes.
And why did it upset you so much? Did you really, really like this guy?
I mean, yeah, I did him for 2 years. My family was like, where's your boyfriend? I'm like, yeah, he's gone. He's in Joshua Tree trying to find himself.
That's
on
funny.
Christmas.
Sounds like a character from Orange is the New Black.
Yeah.
He was actually in a guy named Joshua.
He was in Joshua Tree.
I think you're better off.
Really? Just because you said, like, was there anything else? Was you like,
No, I
man,
mean,
you need to make
he
more
was sick of
money?
me. He was just sick of me. You know what I mean?
Right.
That was just like, I was on cake. He's like, finally, an hour.
The icing on the cake was that bow tie.
Yeah, that happens in relationships where you're like, oh, please say something fucked up so I can leave you.
Yeah.
Right.
Just want to leave now.
Right.
Good.
It's like your breath stinks good. I don't want to eat your ass anymore. My breath stinks every fucking morning. It's over.
Well, can you imagine dating her? It's probably just like her yelling and bitching about every single thing. Like she sits down, it's like goddamn couches with the chairs and the cushions.
Every little thing bothers the hell out of Sarah. Like if you get to meet her after the show, you'll notice that if anybody that she knows is around, she'll meet you and she'll shake your hand and then she'll look at the person that she knows and like, oh, look at this moron.
Yeah, she looks like a tough girl, but you know deep down she's a big old softie.
Oh,
You know, she got a big old
I
softie.
know her well enough to know that she likes to color and she's a sweetheart.
Yeah, I do. I like the color.
She does. We color in color books together when we play like we're little girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about sex and color.
Your mama a faggot.
My mom is a faggot.
Easy guys. Come on. Come on,
Say
guys.
that about my mom.
We're 3 blocks from Hillcrest. All right?
Your mom's not a
Be
faggot.
respectful.
No. She likes
I gotta get laid tonight.
Let's talk about dead animals again, guys.
No. Good job.
Sarah, you ever kill an animal?
No. Not
A
yet.
spirit animal?
Oh, no, it was already. Yeah.
You ever kill a man's spirit?
My,
Yes.
Yeah. I think my spirit animal will be like a snail.
Why do you think that?
Just chilling.
Yeah, with that, Sarah Weinstein, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Princess Shank on Twitter.
She's beautiful, you guys.
She killed it tonight. She almost killed us driving here. Turns out, fun fact about Sarah, if you're ever in a car with her, she doesn't use her mirrors or turn her head. So, good luck in the lane switches with good old Sarah Weinstein.
I love Sarah Weinstein. No homo.
I heard that she uses the left for the gas and the right for the brake, or they vice versa.
Yeah, to be honest, with you, I'd rather let Vince D'Amico drive me home than I'd rather ride with him. Just fucking Flintstone.
Just sit on his lap.
My legs.
Just sit on his lap. He got the motor.
Your final comedian of the night, a college dropout after she appeared on Kill Tony for her very first time. She just had a couple semesters to finish at Florida University, and instead she stayed in Hollywood. Has been doing a new minute every single week since her first time on stage. It is Kimberly Compton, everybody.
Thank you guys. So glad to be here tonight. Mostly because I also drove with Sarah. So I'm happy I made it. My name's Kim, everybody. I'm 23 years old. And I feel like somebody else has gone through this. Has anybody had
a mother go through menopause, midlife crisis.
Hell yeah.
Right? Some crazy shit. They say that they go back in time, they act younger. My mom started acting like a kid. It was kind of weird. I had to put my mom down for a nap one time. She was misbehaving. She's also, we're not getting along right now. I'm a little upset with her because she's got a new boyfriend. Like I said, I'm 23. He's 25. I know. It's like, Mom, he's just getting out of diapers and you're going into them. Not okay. She's like, I've raised my kids. I've done my job. And I'm like, you have to raise another one now. Doesn't make sense. Like, what is so good about a 25-year-old, She told me she had a boyfriend and she had him on a leash. I thought she was being controlling, but I guess it's one of those baby leashes. Okay.
Oh,
Thanks.
baby. Tiffany, I heard you making some noise. I think you're going to defend the 25-year-old dick, right?
Hell yeah. Girl, you can do a lot with 25-year-old dick. Your mama know what she doing. She's going to get booked all night.
Yeah. That's what I said too. Like, no matter how much I hate the guy, I'm still fucking my mom. Like, I can't say anything.
Yeah. Hate the guy?
Yeah.
Why would you hate him?
Because there's like a lot more to it.
Do you feel like you should be dating him?
No, he's a fucking loser.
Well, then let your mom sit on that dick and enjoy herself.
It's hard to go against that. It's hard to be like. It's easier to be like.
It's hard to go against it.
Yeah, it's hard
Yeah,
material
to
be like. Oh yeah, fuck my mom dating a young guy, as opposed to being like, yeah, my mom's dating a young guy. It's good because she should be getting.
There are more details to it that make him not such a good young guy, but I didn't know if it was like too personal.
Like what?
Like the fact that he was in rehab for being addicted to Xanax, and my mom's prescribed Xanax. And I'm like, you don't see why he's with you?
So your mom is controlling him. Basically, that's her jump off that she controls.
No, I think she just really likes him
pimping.
because he's a good-looking guy, and she's going through this whole thing, and he acts like he likes her, but looking from the outside, you're like, no, I see what you're doing.
He's just getting dope off.
Yeah.
So she's pimping him.
Maybe.
Your mom's going to be dating a 25-year-old no matter what. I met her this weekend. She's one of those, like, super cougar.
Oh,
yeah. I can tell she's hot. Look at her ass.
Yeah, I know.
Look at her body. Like, I can tell your mom is the shit. Like,
thank you.
Your mom's going to be banging
you don't see ass like that too often on females like you. I'm just saying. That's a nice ass. Like you say from Georgia or something, girl.
Let them see your ass so that we know what we're doing.
Let them see that ass.
Let them see your ass.
seen anything like that. The only place you can see an ass like that in San Diego is at SeaWorld.
What?
Hey,
you
were fine. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
awesome. She's on Twitter, Kimberly Congdon, Jeremiah Watkins.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Jeremiah Watkins is on Twitter at Jeremiah Stand Up. Thank you so much for being the patron.
Good job.
Everybody you see here is going to be on it. The great Stephen Glickman is Stephen Glickman on Twitter.
Stephen Glickman on the Twitter. Hey, if you're at Comic-Con tomorrow, come and see me on Podcrash with Chris Gore and Judah Freelander.
Tiffany,
7 o'clock.
Yeah, check me out on Twitter at Tiffany Haddish. That's Tiffany like the diamonds, Haddish with the 2 D's. And also you can check out September the 9th on a new drama with Tyler Perry called If Loving You Was Wrong on the OWN Network. And Oprah's my new mom. She just adopted me. What?
Oh, no, she didn't.
She did.
Thank you as always.
You guys.
Live audience. You did it. History. Thank you so much.
It's a present coming live from the Rothschild Comedy Store. Open the door episode of Joe
Yeah. Fuck yeah, there's a fun energy in here, and I'm loving that. This is exciting. Hi, happy Monday, everybody. Another fun episode. This is episode, what is it, 63?
63, and I can already tell we're going to kick somebody out within the first 7 minutes.
Yeah. Here we are, everybody. You guys excited or what? We have a new sponsor this week, Don Carlos Burritos in La Jolla, California.
Yes, definitely.
Our friend Ryan is, that's his restaurant, and we are very, very happy to announce our new sponsorship with Don Carlos Burritos.
That's right. Go down there and say you're with Death Squad. Guess what happens? Just imagine what happens when you say you're with Death Squad.
Mm-hmm. And when you say those magic words, you get some kind of discount on one of their delicious burritos.
Yep.
A lot of them named after comedians.
Yep. And if you say, like, you want the Death Squad burrito, it might be one thing. If it's closed and you're behind the place and you ask for a golden pony, it might be something else.
This is true. You ask for the Death Squad, there's going to be barbecue sauce and onion rings in the burrito.
Maybe some coleslaw.
Well, that's in the golden pony. The golden pony is coleslaw, lettuce, and spinach, and that's it.
Oh.
So, very exciting. No, I'm kidding. I would never eat that. But guacamole is amazing. I could eat just guacamole wrapped in a tortilla. Who's with me on that, right? Can we not all agree on guacamole except for the second row, obviously, a very anti-guacamole row. They're staring at me like I think we're in the wrong show. We are not into the guac, but Don Carlos Burritos, big fat delicious hot burrito in La Jolla on Cole Street. Don Carlos, where the burritos come to you. I just made that slogan up in the moment, guys, and I don't think it's a good one for a burrito. Because why would the burrito come to you? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. It would be, unless the burrito has legs, which you can only find at Don Carlos Burritos, everybody. So I'm very excited to be here. I had a fun weekend in San Jose. We did Kill Tony live at Comic-Con in San Diego.
That was fun.
Since we've been here last, it was a blast. We did it again. So much fun to take the show on the road, and we'll be making more announcements very soon about Kill Tony on the road, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And because we have so much fun doing it. So many fun, loyal listeners. A lot of them came up to me after my show that I did in San Jose. It's getting out of control. So it's really fun.
I think we all got sick. I think the cat pack had a little cat sniffles.
Yeah, somebody had a cold at Comic-Con last Wednesday. And Tiffany didn't tell us about this cold that she had. Yeah. And we all got the sniffles from it.
And low blood counts, I heard also.
Who had low blood count?
That was just joking.
Oh, okay. So guys, it's Monday night. Are you excited or what? Every week we have a new patriot to keep an eye on us, a new head of security. This guy is one of our more popular patriots. He's also the accident-prone producer of the show, our friend and awesome young rising comic. It's Josh Martin, everybody. The Iron Patriot. The only patriot with a full-blown speech impediment. That's why we call him the Patriot.
that the guy you're kicking out?
No, that's his lover.
Oh. I sound better with the speaker box. It sounds much better.
It's true. This is just like your days of being a manager at McDonald's. At least you're getting feedback from something tonight, Josh. You got to look at the positives. You have a set to look forward to later where a mic making some noise would at least. Anyway, Josh, how's it going, buddy?
I'm doing all right. Feeling good. Trying to stay positive. This mic is too much in my nose.
Yo, why don't you turn something down?
I don't know.
Yeah, turn your dick down a little bit. We have the microphone patch always on the crotch of the Patriot, and one of the weird traditions that stuck around for some reason. Of all the things that we took from the original Iron Patriot, we really stuck with the speaker box coming out of the crotch, and I'm happy about that. Every Patriot, for some reason, has always had the microphone at mid-level. Yeah. So what else is happening, Josh? You were in San Diego with us. Did you have fun?
Yeah, I had fun. I got to do a spot in Thunder Pussy as well.
Are you wearing your glasses underneath the mask right now?
I can
Holy
see
shit.
that out there.
Wow. Can you lift up the mask and show the audience what they're dealing with, the man behind the mask? Look at this nerd, everybody. How cute is
Let's keep it like that.
Yeah, keep it like that, Josh. It's better like that.
Yeah, let's see your little apples in here.
Aw, look how cute he is, everybody. What's funny is that you have the pajamas of an 11-year-old in the face of a 9-year-old. You actually go backwards. Most of the people look too old to be in that costume, whereas Josh is like, is he really in there? Like, it looks like you're standing on a midget comedian right now.
You know, Tony, just stay positive. You don't have to be so negative towards me.
All right, I see the way you're playing it. Fuck yeah. So excited to have you back, Josh.
Didn't he look like the Campbell's Soup Boy up top?
I don't remember the Campbell's Soup Boy.
The little kid with his little cheeks and his little face. You don't remember the Campbell's Soup Kid?
No, not really that big of a...
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Have you been called Campbell's Soup Boy?
I've not, but I assume he talks like a goddamn man, so I'm exactly like him.
Oh, well. I think you're the first person to... You really spent a moment picturing what the Campbell's boy fucks like, huh?
You know?
The Campbell's boy's probably an old man by now.
Or a woman.
Whoa, twist in the soup, everybody. Okay, Josh, are you excited?
I'm very excited.
How many times have you been the Patriot? You're one of the few return Patriots.
Like 4 or 5.
Wow, really?
This is like 4 or 5. I regretted about 3 of the 4 times.
I got you any pussy yet? I like how your voice cracked when you said 3 out of the 4. 3 out of the 4.
I was just trying not to say the word tree.
You were just not trying to say the word tree? What does that mean? And you wiped your nose when you said snot. That was really
I'm adjusting this mic. The mic is uncomfortable.
Oh. The mic's not comfortable, huh?
That's not the only thing I'm comfortable right now.
He's on fire, everybody. Not really doing much, but we're happy to have you, Josh. I love it. Are you guys ready to meet our guests tonight? I'm so excited about this one, guys. So much fun. Following that heat of Garland and Sinbad, I said, how can you possibly follow 62 years of comedy experience with Sinbad and Garland last week on the show? And I said, let's go for the fucking, what's the coolest shit going on right now? And 2 of my funniest pals who, we do stand-up together for years now, every night, pretty much everywhere. 2 grinders who I work with everywhere all the time, and I'm so happy that they're here. They are currently 2 of the stars of the NBC's hit show Undateable. Put your hands together for tonight's guest. Good morning, Rick Glassman, everybody. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. It is raining men. So many men. Fuck yeah. Welcome to the show, guys.
Thank you, man. Thanks. I want to just real quick say, I noticed something that you questioned you didn't answer. He didn't want to say tree because when he says 3, it sounds like tree, I think is what you're saying.
Oh.
Is that right? Is that why you didn't want to say tree? It wasn't just a random tree thing, right?
We have that Jew connection, 2 of us.
All right.
There you go. Is it a Jew connection thing, you think?
No, I just used to have problems saying my R's, but then I grew up. Right. I did.
I know, but you know.
So what you're saying? So what you're saying is I shouldn't be wearing an Iron Man costume.
No, I'm just saying it's 3.
Did you say touche?
I think he meant to say tree.
Welcome to the show, guys. It's so fun to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great to
Gonna
be
be a
here.
blast. You guys, were you guys just in Montreal this weekend? Am I right about that?
Montreal, yeah.
Little hanging out with the Frenchies, having fun in Canada. We love it up there.
I love
Montreal's
it.
one of the few places I haven't been.
Really?
You guys had a blast? I take
Oh,
it.
it's so fun.
That's the biggest comedy festival, and you got to do a show with the whole cast.
Were you
Right?
gonna sneeze?
No, he's just soaking in the.
Just, Montreal,
Never
now
gets
the belly.
old.
Now
I
the
was
belly?
taking it in.
Oh.
And I also had I just breathed in.
Okay.
I don't know, I didn't really think it was a thing.
It was a powerful inhale.
I have,
It was.
sometimes I forget to breathe and I have to make up for it.
You have awake apnea. Sometimes
I think it's just called apnea.
Maybe.
Was there any parties that you got to go to that like crazy? Because it seems like it was just nonstop everywhere. You go, comics everywhere, every bar's comedians.
Yeah, I think everybody pictures that being like a never-ending night, sort of.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Right?
It never ended for you. It went late for me.
Yeah.
It's just like everyone wants to buy you drinks and you want to take them because it's like, oh, someone wants to give me something. I'll take that.
The few festivals I've done, I always end up doing karaoke at some point. Does that ever happen to you guys? You hang out with the pro karaoke crew at
I just get lost with the French.
I ended up singing No Scrubs with Byron Bowers at the South Beach Comedy Fest a few months ago. You know,
Really?
4 in the morning because their bars don't close or something like that. And,
Wow, I would love to see tape.
oh, it was amazing. See, we were sort of pandering because there's a lot of people there, but there was this awesome group of black women, maybe like 12 of them, that sort of just stood out because they were just sitting on the couches while everybody else was sort of like dancing or whatever. And you could tell that it was a lot of just like, white people singing, took the midnight train, all this bullshit. Me and Byron both noticed these girls. Let's fucking break it down and dedicate it to them. Next thing you know, it was a blast. The video would totally make me and Byron new karaoke stars. Our approach on No Scrubs. He was out in the crowd moshing by the end of it.
Moshing with the 12 black girls?
Yeah, and I'm over and
they were on the couch.
I know, but he implied that once they started, it felt like they got up and made things happen.
Oh yeah, totally. The energy, we took the energy from the back, and everybody else was like, "Holy shit, they're starting a whole new party."
Yeah.
And of course, see, my approach is to up the white about 30-40%, over enunciate the things while Byron's taking the loose repeater roles.
In the race game, that's like you playing the straight man.
Right.
Gives him something like
I don't want no scrubs. A scrub is a guy
Man,
who
what the
can't
fuck
get
you
no
doing?
love from me.
It's not want no, like he was doing that stuff.
Well, I was reading it, so.
Well, I'm saying that that's the energy he was having towards you, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck this dude. And I was like, yeah, fuck him because he's the straight guy.
Yeah. This is fucking cool. So let's get to it. I can't believe I went on that huge rant about the festivals and I turned it into a thing about me singing No Scrubs and went nowhere.
Well, it's because we kind of paused, like some terrible shit happened. Like, there was just dead silence for 2 minutes, and all I could hear is Josh breathing over there.
That's what I was watching. I was just watching him breathe, looking around. Everywhere every time he stands, he looks like he's looking for a place to put his hands, but there's no place to put them, so his face just panics. Like, where do you put your mouth? That wasn't a sexual thing. It was.
Well, what does it mean?
Well, like hands you could put somewhere, but since there's no place to do it, it's like now where do I put my face? And
Oh,
I
you
put a
say-
specific thing on the face.
Then you said the mouth.
Yeah. You're a loser.
I like you, Josh.
I love them.
I hope that suit's a burn
Fucking throws it right at you.
Yeah, but like it's also like superhuman shit that he really does have.
What do you drink over there? Water daiquiri? What is that?
It's just water.
A water daiquiri.
Living that gangster life.
Hell yeah. Hydrated.
Byron would say something funny there.
Yeah, totally.
I like you, Josh.
Oh, thank you.
The water gangster.
I do.
the water gangster, Josh Martin, everybody. Let's get this thing started, shall we?
Hell yeah.
This is Kill Tony, where you can sign up for the chance to do 1 minute of stage time and then be on a live podcast and talk to our guests and me and Brian. Guys, you know that 60 seconds of stage time is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Come on, really? Is that what we're dealing with?
They wouldn't hear it. They'd
It's
run
out of
it.
control. When you hear the sound of a kitty, oh, that's the sound of a kitty that we know. That means you gotta wrap it up, or else you're gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Is that the bear?
No, it's not the bear.
Is that a crow?
That's a bear. That scared me. That was a delayed bear for you podcast listeners. I apologize. I could almost hear their headphones hitting the treadmill. So let's get it started, guys. Are you ready for this? It's Kill Tony number 63 with Blake Morin and Rick Glassman, the stars of Undateable. We'll talk more about that as we go on. We'll talk about
on
stuff.
NBC.
We'll talk about stuff.
Hell yeah.
Oh. The first comedian tonight, Kevin Fard, everybody.
We went to the Philly Pizza Company and ordered some hot tea. The waitress said, well, no, we only have it iced.
How's it going? My name is Kevin. Kevin's an Irish name for why is this Persian guy calling himself Kevin? Middle Eastern. I feel like Middle Eastern guys, like, we're creepy enough as is. I understand why we have all this excess body hair. It's too much. Look at me. It's too much. I'm so hairy, my dick has back hair. Like, what's the biological purpose of my chest hair falling out of the top of my shirt? It's not for warmth. I'm from the desert. Does it keep me warm? Like, if body hair was for warmth, then shouldn't Eskimos look like Furbies? Like, how about this? Shave my back, give it to an Eskimo, save the environment. All right.
There you go. Kevin Fard bringing the thunder.
Hair is it's to protect from the sun. It's not for the warmth.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there we go. Got the answer.
Is that true?
How do you know that?
Is that really true?
No, Eskimos don't have hair because there's not as much sun. I just deduced that. I'm not actually sure.
It's the best reason I've heard so.
I like
so
being
far.
inside, so that makes a lot of sense. And as another hairy guy, I completely love your set. I felt like that back hair dick joke was awesome. But have you guys heard that before? Because that seems like one of those. I don't know. You've seen it.
No, I was making a joke. Like, I don't know if you're asking, like, have you heard, like, that exists or that
it
joke?
seems like I've heard that before, but it might be just because it's so good that I'm just like, wow, that's just amazing.
I've never heard it.
I've never heard
That's
of
a
it.
great joke, dude. That's a hilarious joke.
I actually had that a long time ago. And I just
just
did it in this joke. Like,
Nice. I love that joke.
I want to know more, but now I want to know the actual thing. I want to know the actual science of the body hair. Like,
I know. Taller is you to take to more your body can take in the sun. So and shorter you don't have as much. If you're shorter and you're around cold, you take in heat better because there's not as much to warm up.
That's
That's why
the big
Eskimos are low and black guys are so tall because of Africa.
that's why they have big dicks is warmer climates.
But also like the color of your skin, the darker you are, it the heat and stuff. Like black people from Africa, they're dark. I got it. So if you're not dark, then you need some dark shit for the sun and stuff. So you got hair, you got dark hair.
It's the greatest TED talk I've ever heard. You got dark shit, but you're good. Next up, Bill Gates. Every time you wipe your ass, how much hair is on the toilet paper?
You know what? You gotta give it a little trimming. I mean, it gets uncomfortable, especially in the summer.
Yeah, because it's hot.
Yeah.
So how do you trim that?
You got like beard trimmers.
You take a risk.
No, I don't know like beard trimmers. I come from the opposite spectrum of hairiness.
You get it like one of those $12 beard trimmers at like Rite Aid, and they work perfectly for your balls and your asshole.
Yeah,
it's true.
It's just to clear you have to get over. Like I used to start with like Gillettes and stuff.
Oh,
and
that
one day I
would
just
that's
that works. And then you just get one of those shavers. I mean, you just have to be careful. Once in a while, you'll nick a little vein here and there, but
Do you use
Jesus Christ! Like you said, the $12 one. We're not going to spring for the expensive one.
No. What's the expensive one? 25?
No. You don't need to go. I found.
Figured it out.
It's nice. The $12 ones work perfectly.
Okay.
Who just said I love it in the ass?
Yeah, that did come out of nowhere. That was a female voice, so that's extra points. Normally it's the guy in the back of the room saying that, so I'm excited. Okay, let's get back to this beard trimmer. What's the price that you say you pay for your beard trimmer that you use for your ass?
Well, they're $10 to $12.
Wow,
I can take it right in.
That's the going rate for a beard ass trimmer. I love it. Now, have you ever gotten, because you probably grow facial hair quickly, have you ever gotten in a little tiff and all of a sudden you need to use your beard trimmer for your
I
face?
was just going to say that. Sometimes I just do it.
Yeah,
you just
go for it.
And you can put a little rubbing alcohol in it. It takes a
Yeah,
little
but you probably don't every time. You're
Not
probably in a
always.
hurry at that point, trying to get out the
not,
door.
It's not the rush. Maybe I'm just.
I feel like putting rubbing alcohol on your puke trimmer that you use on your face would be like the equivalent of washing your hands at home when you take a pee. I'm sure there's some people that do it.
I agree.
It makes sense. But like I don't think so.
Right. Now, would you use his beard trimmer that he uses on his ass
I
to
wouldn't
shave your
use his beard trimmer that he only uses on his beard on my beard. It has nothing to do with you. That's just who I am. So no.
You wouldn't go beard to beard with it.
You would go his ass. You would go your ass to your own beard, right?
I go from my pubic hair to my own beard.
Exactly.
But I do like this with it.
What
is that?
This.
You flick it?
Oh, when you tap it. Ow!
No, like
There's got to be a better way.
Like a cigar. Like a cigar. Yes.
Like when the remote control won't work.
No,
He's just really good at it. We're done.
Perfect flow of hair going into a trash can.
Get the shit I don't want off. Like weed track and field. You just get the shit I don't want off.
Weed track.
What do you do that over? A sink?
Well, I put down a top.
Oh, here we go.
I have more.
You have two towels?
I have two towels in the row. No, I have more.
No,
than
Rick
two.
is the opposite of the way he's describing himself right now.
You know,
He's like Howard Hughes. Go ahead.
I have extra towels, but I have two that are in the rotation. You know, you have a lot of jeans, but you have two that are in the rotation at a time. I have my two that are in the rotation. So I wash it every maybe 5 days. So once I'm ready to wash both of them, I'll take the second one. That's about 2 weeks. I'll trim my pubes every 2 weeks or every month.
Wow, that's a lot of trimming.
Let me tell you something.
You're like a barber.
It's not that it's that long. It's just that I want to keep it where I want to keep it. And I want to keep it for about 40 days.
Yeah, because you never know. Like,
I know. No, I mean, it's okay if I go a month.
Rick knows. He's on an NBC show right now.
Once I book the show, I
never know. You might never know, but he knows.
But anyway, I'm over a towel.
So what happens if a girl sees you're downstairs after 15 days? That's what I want to know. What happens at this cutoff?
Some people don't even do it. I'm not out of control. It's just that I want to keep it high and tight.
I just started when I moved to California. I never did it like in Ohio. No one talked about their pubic hair or masturbating or anything.
Follow-up question.
So really
do
well.
you go out?
Also, actually, you go ahead.
Do you just ballpark 14 days? Do you have a calendar in your bathroom? You mark off, or do you like feel for the hair?
No, it has nothing to do with the hair. It has to do with my towel laundry.
Oh, it's all about the towel.
Everything cosmetic has to do with when I do the laundry.
Now,
I buy Proactive every 5 washes.
so when you're doing your beard trimmer on your ass, what's your positioning like? Are you over the sink like
well,
backwards?
the ass is
Just outside.
I use one. If you use the ones that are portless,
outside. Like he's pointing your dog.
Hey Jerry, how are you? Shaving your ass? Yeah. What?
Dude, outside is brilliant. Why don't we do it outside? Because it's so annoying. Our bathroom looks like it's
I get right.
Think about it.
When the neighbor comes out and the wind's blowing from east to west,
I'm embarrassed just to shake my towel out outside, which I do. Imagine just doing it out there.
We can have shaving tents. I'm sure we all have a tent we don't use.
I guess if you have a tent and you got to clean it up, might as well use your bathroom.
I just picture like you walking out with a towel and like you don't even care where you are. It's like the community.
I shake my towel out the same way I do when I'm crossing a busy street. I'll like
press it.
I'll shake a couple times. I'll look at my phone and then I'll just do it. And then I run in like I'm scared to fuck cadence. I didn't have it fast enough. Shit. Cadence. Play the bear for me.
Kevin, thank you so much. It was fun.
Thank you. And I've never heard that dick back joke. That was a great joke.
It's Kevin Fard, everybody. He's at Kevin Fard. That's F-A-R-D on Twitter. So for you podcast listeners, that's
nice
Kevin.
that you give the Twitter like that.
Yeah, it's cool. They get feedback. Nice. Like, they sometimes there's,
Positive.
yeah, totally. Josh, did you have any questions for our guests? Normally, the Patriot asks our guests a question about something. I was wondering if you had anything.
I do have a. First question for Rick Glassman. You're a very funny comedian. You're an amazing basketball player. Why haven't you gone pro at basketball?
Okay, first, what is? Yeah, thanks. I guess I just love comedy more.
Oh, okay.
Nobody loves comedy more than the NBA.
Like you could totally go pro. No, I just love. I
can't go pro now.
Right? No, I know.
But I could have gone pro.
Really? You think so? What were you like? That's so college. Oh, wow. Where'd you go to college?
I took them off.
That's so fun. Did you have the strap or you just...
I have a strap.
Help! That's great.
Help! Where's the ball? Just Scout's like, no, you should do comedy. Did he shave his ass? What's going on with his shorts?
I love that image of the basketball scout writing the word comedy next to his name. Like, this guy's got to get into the arts.
He's just a really good comedy scout.
I love that.
But I am good, right? At basketball?
Yeah.
You are good.
And my second question is for you, Brent. Why are you not as good as Glassman in basketball?
Oh, gee.
That's true.
Actually, I'm more skilled. He's just built taller.
Okay.
Yeah, like if we did a skills challenge, I'd win.
A skills challenge. That just goes to show you that you're not better. Is that you want to play me in a challenge instead of one-on-one.
Look, I could play a one-on-one.
I can't beat him in a game, but if we do a shooting over the backboard game,
let me tell you something. If you had Shaq versus Chris Paul in a game, Shaq would fucking win.
No, he wouldn't.
Chris Paul's more skilled.
Nope.
All right?
No, Chris Paul would beat Shaq.
One-on-one is way different than a game scenario.
Shaq can't go.
You can't even dribble with your fucking legs. You can't even dribble with
Okay,
your
all right.
legs.
Do your rapping fingers.
You do. This is just.
Josh, I blame all of this on you.
Stay the fuck out of this, Josh.
I love it. You can have a show on NBC.
You know what?
You
can spell better than me.
No, I can't.
I thought they were talking about dick size at first.
No, his dick is huge.
It's because he's taller. That's what I thought you were
He's got big hands and he's got a big dick, okay? And he shaves his ass. We're learning a lot.
No, I shaved my pubes. I have shaved my ass. I don't shave my ass. Everyone has shaved their ass.
I don't think
and if you haven't, it might be arrested.
You never shave your ass?
I don't think I don't have to shave my ass. I have a hairless ass and back.
Brent is a hairless ass and back.
Wow. I have chest
Look at
hair.
Brent's
Yeah, so I'm perfect.
We talked?
Yes, we've talked. That's what I was going to say. If you look at Brent, if you cut Brent in half, which I recommend you do, if you were to look at his torso and his legs, you would not put them together. He's got a hairless boy bitch button legs and a very hairy, manly, could do a skills challenge well, but not the best basketball player torso.
I'm fucking really good. Like, you didn't even fucking play college.
I did.
That's where you say neither did you, Brent.
But you did you?
Yeah.
Oh, you're limited. All right.
Man, I'm still hairy when I shit when like Poof has eyelashes.
Oh my god. All right.
There it is.
My dad coming down when my friends are around.
Josh, a few weeks ago, you admitted live on this show that your penis is how big again?
You know.
No, I don't remember that.
Jesus. I don't remember.
Oh, come on.
I didn't say 2 inches. Give me some credit.
Wait, hard.
Make eye contact with somebody who's insulting you.
A dick is never small if you make eye contact and you say how big it is.
Screw these hoes.
There you go. By the way, I'm pretty sure the number was 4 for you guys.
No, it's not.
I was underestimated. It's like 5.
Oh, you were underestimated.
On a good day, it's 5.
You're the first guy to ever underestimate the size of his penis, by the way.
To say 2 numbers, it's got to be. It's never the biggest one. Or you'd start. You can say 5, 5.5. If it was 5.5, you wouldn't say 5. You'd say 5.5, 6. Right? 5.
No,
it's 5 if he just trimmed his pubes.
Humble dick talker. It's quite a characteristic. You love Josh. He's funny. He's very humble about his dick. He's got
That's true. It's hard to find.
You can talk it up.
You guys ready for your next meeting?
Brent's well done, Thank you.
Yeah. Let's roll on. Your next meeting goes by the name of Chandler with
Do you know what that means?
You just got no. That's the. Are you?
We're talking about body hair. He took the spot. I love it. It's his. Is he in the room? It's not in the room.
I don't really think you can.
Hey, right. I think it's such a bad example. But,
yeah, because we're gonna have to deal with this for the next 500 episodes.
So you can stop. I like the initiative. I got to be honest. What if it's on me? No, make it on Brett. I mean, like he recognized that person wasn't going to come up.
It's a live show. Right. We have people that don't show up like 4 times, 5 times an episode.
All right, let's stop off the stage. Yeah. I don't know.
Sorry.
What's your Twitter handle? Well, that's got to be you. Okay, well...
He did stand up when you said Chandler and then sat back down.
You wrote it next to the name, first of all, and...
He's saying with no D, not with no D. I would have said the same thing as you.
Guys, give it up for Chandler!
I get your mistake.
Once again, give it up for Chandler!
Okay. There you go. Chandler, from now on, when somebody says your name, just go on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Chandler with no D.
This is my first time on stage tonight, and I'm really nervous because I grew up listening to Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle, and that's a lot of pressure. It's not the pressure of living up to their greatness that scares me, though. It's that when those are your biggest influences, there's a pretty good chance you'll get on stage and drop the N-word. That does not go well with this complexion or this accent. When you have a southern accent, people automatically assume you're racist anyway. For example, true story, my wife is half black, and at Christmas one year, we're sitting around eating, having a good time. Out of nowhere, her uncle looks at me and says, "You say nigger a lot, don't you?" And I tried laughing it off, like, get a load of this guy. But I look at everyone that stopped eating, just waiting on my answer. So I said, "What's a lot?"
Wow, there you go. 50 seconds.
It's pretty good.
Is this really your first time on stage?
It is, yes.
Right now.
Like first time tonight?
First time ever.
Tonight is the first time. I thought the same thing.
Oh, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chandler.
I think you're one of the few comedians that said the N-word the first second.
Yeah, definitely.
That was a legitimate concern.
I believe it. I bought into it. I'm on board. I say it all the time.
You're smart enough to say it after you said that you had a half black wife. So.
And I brought her with me for proof.
Yeah, there she is. That's blatantly one of the best first time sets I've ever seen. What's your actual name, since you wrote your name next to your Twitter handle and then didn't come up when I read that? What's your name?
Chandler Raper. Oh, okay.
This is
there's enough rated jokes already.
You're going to be a huge star, Chandler.
Raper with no D.
Welcome to show business.
Thank you.
Holy shit. Where are you from?
Alabama.
Wow.
Nice.
Now, did you know the show coming from Alabama?
No, I didn't. My buddy told me about it the other day, so I've been like listening to the podcast, listening to the feedback that other people have gotten.
Stand-up something you've always wanted to do?
It's something that I've been thinking about doing for a while, and I finally just...
You live here now?
Do it. Yeah, I do.
How long have you been here?
I lived here from 2007 to 2010 and went back to Alabama, and I've been here now since April.
That's awesome.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, it's so exciting. What did you what were you doing in Alabama? And well, how old are you?
26.
Awesome.
Oh,
and
nice.
what were you doing in Alabama?
Oh, well, I moved back. My wife is from here, and we moved back. We have our daughter there. She's 3 now, so I was just driving a forklift, working at a warehouse.
Man, you're just fucking cool. I'm so emotional right now.
It's like a Disney movie right now, but they'll have to take the N-words out.
Yeah. If this were horrible, it would be a movie now.
Yeah.
No, it's Chandler. It's not Chandler.
It's not Chandler.
Just driving a forklift, headphones, and the Chris Rock. One day.
That's so fun. What made you start tonight?
Well, I actually came last week and saw how it went, and I think this is a good setup of getting constructive criticism and feedback. So it's different than any other open mic. You're just going up and
you know, if people like it or not, you know, because it's a room full of fellow comedians and an open mic, you can actually get feedback here. So I thought this was the time to do it.
I like you so much. I like you so much.
You did great. Like, I really thought you had been doing it for a while. And then I actually was doing something. I missed like that one sentence where you said you were married to a black chick. And I was just like, holy shit, this guy is being really racy. I'm like, and then I started like, oh shit, I'm wearing the wrong shirt for this. And so then it went like this.
You think it's racy because it says he's married to a half black? Isn't that
Should I just leave that out? Just leave that out?
What's that?
Oh, I just leave out that No. I think that's very, very cool because at first I was kind of like, but I still liked it. But I would have liked to have known that first. That would have been maybe more comfortable.
Sorry you weren't paying attention.
That's funny because he's serious. He's
also
he's
like
very genuine.
shaking, making strong eye contact.
It's the confidence of a guy that's been doing this a few years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's ridiculous. And you never did any other open mics, or have you ever been on stage for anything like plays or band or anything like that?
I did a couple of plays when I was in high school, and I've done like when I came out here in 07, I did some small like films.
The craziest part is how close we came to him not coming
Sure.
out.
Right.
Yeah. Let me remind you.
You're welcome. You got this Twitter account up yesterday because I heard you giving people shit for not having one. And so, wait a minute. Chandler was not.
Damn, he's the next
How freaked out would you have been if there'd been a guy with the name Chandler with not that came up and you're just like, fuck!
I started to do the show as Chandler because I thought I was going to get shit for my last name. So I would have really been confused.
You gotta own that shit, bro.
No, you gotta change it.
Having a last name like Rager completely matches your crazy Alabama, perspective.
Jews change their last name because it has man at the end. You know, like glass man, that's racy. Really?
That's
I mean, I'm not changing my name, but I mean, Jews change their name all the time.
Yeah, I'm German. I had to change my name because it was right, like Third Reich. You know, it was just not. I had to change it to Red Band.
It's true.
Yeah.
His last name's Reichel. You have any idea how German that is? That's like fucking insane.
I can't work in this city with Reichel.
It's true. That's why he's Brian Redfin. Yep. We learned a lot about everything here tonight.
Good job.
Thank y'all very much.
Chandler, amazing job. Probably one of the best first-time performances I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of those on this show. So please come back again soon, Chandler. And do spots as often as you can. I mean, having a 3-year-old, I'm sure, pretty time-consuming. But, yeah, please do.
His wife is not really. To the 3-year-old being time-consuming.
Oh, perfect. Well, then let him do comedy.
Where is he now?
He's got natural talent. What, the 3-year-old signed up? What's going on? Oh, interesting. You guys
Love to see a 3-year-old
like a couple.
How you guys doing? You look good. 3-year-olds and a deep voice.
Which brings me to a question that I always ask my first-time guests, which is you guys. Is there something that you did when you very first started comedy, maybe your first time, your first week, your first few months? Is there something you did on stage or something that happened that you just can't believe and you didn't know how to handle it, or like something goofy that you just can't believe that you did, you regret it, or something like that?
If anybody heckled me, I'd have a panic attack. 1, 2, I couldn't hold the microphone here because my hands would shake, so I'd always hold it like this, and then I'd have to pace. I'd have to keep moving around. I was just like this asshole blue-eyed kid in a polo shirt walking around like a rapper, just shouting nonsense. And people would be like, fuck you! And I would ignore that. And like, oh, this guy really loves himself. He's even ignoring the heckler. In reality, I was scared shitless. I couldn't watch a tape. If I set up a tape, I was just going in and out like, you don't fucking know what's going on. Just swearing. It's the worst stuff. Yeah.
That's blatantly.
That's why I'm always impressed when, especially a first timer, gets up and stands still. That used to be the most impressive thing to me. If you could stand still and talk slowly. Yeah. And also, I still figured out how to do a joke in a minute. So that's really impressive.
I'm pretty guilty of that same thing. When I first started, a lot of looking down and pacing back and forth. I remember that specifically. It was very hard to lift up and connect. And
0 pauses for me. Just no pauses. Like joke. No, just like suck it in a bit. Give that awkward silence and maybe
Let them connect to it. It's just you were just shooting.
It's kind of like a timing belt. You have to find your normal timing belt sometimes. Because I find myself doing up to this day. Today, like I'll smoke too much weed or something, go on stage, and I'll be speeding up too fast.
Yeah.
It's like it sound like I'm on coke or something.
Rick, when you started, anything crazy? I mean, I'll let you answer.
I'm curious what you're going to say.
Well, I was going to say, a lot of people might not know, I was around you a lot when you started here, and you've always taken an incredible amount of risks. I mean, I consider you the closest thing that we have to like a young Andy Kaufman or Sacha Baron Cohen, or like somebody who absolutely goes for it. It's always something different, and so I know that you can't really regret that. But I mean,
I don't regret any of it. The one thing I know from it is, and it's nothing specific. It's forever now included. Will be. A lot of times I have jokes that I don't know how to tell. I don't know how to do it right. I would tell a joke and it's so funny to me, and I know it is, and I'm doing it, and then it's not only not getting laughs, I'm getting like, fuck you. Like no one texting me fuck you. It's like looking at me like that. And then when I got a little bit better, I would have the only compliments I would get were a couple people come up to me after a show and they say I got it, and emphasis the I, like don't worry, buddy, don't worry, I get what you're doing. It's like just don't talk to me. I get it. I'm not there. So it's just I didn't know how to articulate what I was doing.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah.
Not being able to communicate.
I'm sure you got a lot of that because it was so, it started with when I've seen this with so many of the great comedians. Yeah, it starts in the back of the room and then works its way forward. Anwar's another one like that too. When you see him on stage, you sort of sit down.
Yeah.
And you sort of don't know what's going to happen. There's a select few that it's more exciting than, like,
right,
well, no, the people that are just trying to refine things all the time. Not to say that you're not. It's just two different types of refining and taking chances. Is letting it rip and going with something completely crazy in the moment, or trying to make it a bit better. Anyway, sometimes things come to a complete halt as far as the comedy part of things. And how about one more time for Chandler, guys? Was that crazy or what? That was insane. He's got that Alabama cadence. You never know when he might say something completely out of control, right? Yeah. Felt like anything could happen. Your next comedian goes by the name of TJ Blair. TJ Blair with no R. Stone. Oh, this is the form. Hi, TJ.
Hi. So good etiquette dictates that a gentleman should open the door for a lady. That tradition comes from a long time ago when doors were dog shit and really hard to open. I feel like it's an even plane for opening doors now. Dating can be hard. This is true. I share the same exact name with a notorious serial killer rapist, and it makes online dating really difficult. I found this out by several Tinder dates telling me the exact same thing. They Googled my name, said they were creeped out by the result. And the serial killer rapist, he dominates the search results because he's the first guy convicted of using DNA evidence. But just in case anyone's fact-checking TJ Blair against that, you won't find that I'm using a fake name on stage today so that this set isn't the second result when girls search my name.
Woo! All right, shit. All right, TJ, let's talk about it. Now, I think I remember you from, was it last week you got on?
Last week,
with
yeah.
Garland and Sinbad.
Yeah, that was my first time.
Ever on stage. Correct. How many spots have you done in between now and then? 0. Yeah, I can tell.
I liked how you were reading it completely, but you looked up every now and then as if you were giving a speech and you wanted us to think it was at least extemporaneous. But you said, and then you look up for 4 words, and you didn't have to even look up. It took away. Let it be reading.
You were like Sarah Silverman from the future.
I gotta say something. I like
I'm
the
sorry.
door joke.
I mean, I totally fucked that joke up. Who's Janine Garofalo from the future?
Everyone goes nuts now.
I'll edit that in also.
We get it!
Right down! Holy shit, what happened to the belly roll? Well, Red Man said this fucking hilarious
I
joke.
fucked it up, but it's still played.
The walls broke down.
I like the doors being really hard to open. That made me laugh for real. I can only imagine with eye contact.
What is it that you have 1 minute? What I was getting at, I mean, there's people like Janine Garofalo that will sit there with her notebook on a store or something and look at it sometimes, but it's more just a reminder to the next 15 minutes set. You can't just fucking sit there for 1 minute. You know, I don't have 1 minute's worth of material, so I'm just gonna hold my phone and block my face with it and just scroll. You can't do that.
He's done it twice. I think as long as he gets up, if that's what he needs to do for a little bit.
Maybe.
Yeah, 1 minute though. You can't remember
I'm working for you, man.
I meant it as a plan B, but last week I blanked on stage when Jeff Garland asked me a question.
So you got your.
So
They got that on the horn.
So I got
didn't watch what he was writing.
Right. Okay. Well, you could be the first comedian with like an iPhone sponsorship and just come out and just fucking read everything, just giving the logo.
Josh have anything to say? It looked like you were.
Josh left. He just got back.
All right.
Yeah.
He had to go save someone.
You know it's bad when Josh walks away from the entire show. I don't even really have to pee, but I'm gonna go try to push one out anyway.
You want 20% of the hosts.
I feel good about not being here for the set.
Oh, I thought positivity was your thing.
Positivity.
Once people aren't against you, you'll fight, huh?
You know it.
Now, TJ, first of all, I want to tell you that I love your work in No City Blues. It was awesome, and you play quarterback so well.
People give you shit.
Yeah.
Now, you're converted. You're not Mormon anymore, but you came from a Mormon family and a heavy Mormon upbringing, right? Is that what we talked about last week?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
And so now you live in LA.
Correct.
And you want to start stand-up comedy.
Not particularly as a career. Just like to make people laugh.
Well,
I mean, not like
those are for a career. What are they doing for?
Money.
Really?
What was that?
No, it seemed like a good challenge. You listen, I'm a fan of stand-up comedy, and you always think you can do it.
Is that a real thing? Do you not want to say you want to do it for a career because you feel like you don't want to put too much on the lines for people to like for him to make fun of you or something? Or
No. Yeah, I've thought about it. At this stage, right, I know I'm not oblivious to the grind that you have to go through. So I'm just trying.
What do you do for work?
Photographer and wannabe entrepreneur, and just trying to make websites.
So there's 3 things that are grinds.
Right. So
that's good. Stand-up comedy. Those are hot guy jobs, by the way.
Yeah, but stand-up comedy
Photographer and entrepreneur.
Stand-up comedy is the best job.
You get a lot of pussy,
right?
Sorry.
Would you say stand-up is the best job?
Now that I can eat because of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, when somebody puts entrepreneur, it's competitor. It's sort of tough.
And also, if entrepreneur isn't first, how hard are you knocking on doors?
Right.
How hard are you?
Oh, not very hard.
Okay. So you don't want to be an entrepreneur for a career either. Just something that you want to make people laugh at.
No, it's stress-free living.
Is entrepreneurial like a referral code for stamps.com or is that
no,
just beat the shit out of it.
So I'm gonna panic. I can't lose that.
Supplements online.
I would
Supplements.
So it is.
How much is he worth? Millions and millions of dollars.
He look rich as shit.
No, I live on a sailboat and I'm almost homeless.
So rich.
You live on a sailboat?
Yeah.
Another hot guy thing to say. I'm an entrepreneur. I live on a boat. I'm homeless, but it's like I know the chick who owns it.
I think it's rich.
You know, chicks just hate going back to a sailboat. It's just the worst.
Do you have does it have a covered spot like you would go under and sleep, or is it just like I'm picturing a canoe with a sail?
No, it's
legit. Like
I sleep on a kayak.
sailboat.
You have like a boat, like you have a bed, you have a refrigerator, and some other shit.
Yeah, 30-foot boat. It's got a
Who's like you're homeless with a 30-foot boat?
He's an entrepreneur.
No, it's the 1970 boat. It costs $2,000. It's not.
I want a 30-foot boat for $2,000.
This is Craigslist, man.
Get a bigger one, man.
Yeah. How big?
40 feet.
How much is the 40
That
foot?
would be 2,500. Yeah, round about.
Oh, that's a lot of money. 10 grand for a 40 foot boat?
You spent 10 grand on Uber this month.
No, come on. That's not true. Good joke, though. It's solid.
Uber's fun.
Hey, if you guys are going to yell anything out, which I'm not saying do, I don't know the format, but at least let us hear. Otherwise, you're just
the problem is that he sits under me, and then we fucking talked. He was still saying something.
us.
So it's $10,000 for a sailboat. For a 40 foot boat. Of course you do. You look like a pirate. You look awesome.
I had a free boat.
I want a boat.
TJ.
Can I make my jokes better?
What's that?
Oh, I mean, it's so cute. Jesus Christ.
What did you say?
The jokes. How can I make those better?
I'll tell you exactly how. You have to be able to. The fact that you blanked out with Jeff Garland last week can't put you farther in a bubble. You have to use it as a lesson in going harder. Looking at your phone and falling back on notes is not going to take you to the next level. That's taking you back a level that you were even at last week when you weren't reading a minute off of a phone.
You can get used to blanking, too.
You have more time to work on your timing and your connection with the crowd if you're not staring at your phone the entire time. So the jokes can't even begin work.
That comes with repetition.
Some comics I know when they're doing their set and their wife's about to go through labor will have them to stare at their phone as they do their set in case the wife calls.
You are so happy with that detail. Get it? All right. Why did I jump on board of that bomb? I could have let you sit in that shit, but then I said, you know what? You're not going down alone. I get the bit. If somebody's telling a joke and their wife's in labor, they'd be like, oh, fuck, and they blink because their wife's in labor. That was the bit. It's not necessarily funny, but it makes sense to what he just fucking did. Hand shaking, looking at the front, panning, get back to the boat, get the suitcase for the wife, get back to the hospital, figure it out. Thank you for the golf clap.
And the other thing is that you can do this as a hobby, but you can't expect to just, you can't expect, if you're doing it for laughter and not as a career, that's not going well either. Like, so.
It's a difference between an actor and a comedian. A comedian goes on stage every day, puts those ideas, works them out on stage, figures them out, fine-tunes them. But you're going up, at the beginning, you should be going up at least twice a night for at least 5 nights a week.
Right.
And if you don't have that, then you're just always going to become
Just another sport.
Even the two people that have a regular spot here every week at the end of the show go do spots every night at other places and, work hard at it. It's not just something you can dabble in. You have to go all the way or,
I also would say, advice, and this goes for any aspiring comedian, is flush out that door bit. I'm into that. Talk more about the weird doors.
Rick loves that shit.
I love that door joke. I never got it. I don't get why we have to hold doors. I think it's insulting to hold the door open for someone saying you can't do this.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, same thing. Yeah. They don't brush their teeth or anything.
Rick just did
that. Another thing. Oh shit.
TJ, thank you so much.
Thank
TJ
you.
Blair.
Yeah.
There he goes.
You got the pregnancy thing now.
Josh, what do you think of TJ Blair? A few weeks ago, he was a Mormon.
Here it comes.
Still better than me.
Josh.
There you go.
Josh, you're good. You made me laugh when I saw you perform.
But they laughed for the me being self-deprecating. So.
Oh, you do it for that.
He does it for the laughter, not for a career.
Do it for the puss,
You do it for the puss.
He's like,
You do that. How do you get everybody on your side and then just go the other way? You're like a child actor just started fucking swearing during his live taping of something.
How's that going?
Figure that out, right?
How's doing it for the puss going for you, Josh?
Just pull goddamn name.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Now, you podcast listeners can't see Josh smiling right now, apologetically. Like, I can't believe I just fucking said that. So I just want to let you listeners know that that's exactly what's going on, this little motherfucker. Put your hands together for your next comedian. I will listen to him, though. Your next comic is Timothy Patch. Here he comes from deep
Started the applause.
Yeah.
He's like,
he's excited.
He's applauded with everyone else.
Fucking song will get me amped to do a minute right now. All right.
So I just got a smart car. Already had a smartphone. I eat smart food. I drink smart water.
I'm a fucking genius. Might if I still have my wisdom. That was a smart joke. Am I racist? I think Aunt Jemima and Miss Butterworth look the same. Just found out I have a cavity. Unfortunately, I learned it while I was at the airport and it was getting searched. I think everybody with one leg should eat for free at IHOP. I got a buddy who lost weight from the knee down. He should at least get half off. A cat and a bear walk into a gay bar. The cat says, so the bear reaches over the bartender, grabs him and says,
I see. I think you see what
I knew what he was doing.
half attempts on all parts there. But when you do it,
tell me when you want to play. You nail
it also
everybody like on the video.
It also doesn't work when you do it at the 49-second mark.
Hey, and also because sometimes I don't do a minute. If you are really like that, I've even gone up to like a minute 18 seconds before. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Yeah, and also don't worry, if you weren't kicking that much ass, we would have let you do a minute 18. But to bail on 49, but it was great. You had amazing jokes. That was good. Actually, great work.
Yeah.
Those things I have to really good. Adding to mine on Mrs. Butterworth. I mean, that's sort of something that I think I thought about, like, and which is always like the funniest joke when you hear somebody say something that you sort of thought. Put your hands out for your next comedian. I will listen to him, though. Your next comic is Timothy Cash. Oh, here he comes from deep in the mountain.
Yeah,
He's
excited. He's applauding with everyone else. Fucking song to get the amp to do a minute right now. All right. So I just got a smart car. Already had a smartphone. I eat smart food. I drink smart water. I'm a fucking genius. Might if I still have my wisdom. That was a smart joke. Am I racist? I think Aunt Jemima and Miss Butterworth look the same. Just found out I have a cavity. Unfortunately, I learned it while I was at the airport and it was getting searched.
These jokes are great.
I think everybody with one leg should eat for free at IHOP.
These are great.
I got a buddy who lost weight from the knee down. He should at least get half off. A cat and a bear walk into a gay bar. The cat says, so the bear reaches over the bartender, grabs him and says,
I see. I think you see what
I knew what he was doing.
half attempts on all parts there. But when you do it,
tell me when you want to play. You nail everybody like on the video.
It also doesn't work when you do it at the 49-second mark.
Hey, and also because sometimes I don't do a minute. If you are really like that, I've even gone up to like a minute 18 seconds before. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Yeah, and also don't worry, you weren't kicking that much ass that we would have let you do a minute 18. But to bail on 49, it was great. You had amazing
Really
jokes.
good.
It was good. Actually, great work.
Yeah.
Those things I have to really good. Adding to mine on Mrs. Butterworth. I mean, that's sort of something that I think I thought about, like, and which is always like the funniest joke when you hear somebody say something that you sort of thought of.
That's brilliant. That one in IHOP, I was actually thinking, I was like, man, maybe was it a stone? And I heard someone else say that, like the IHOP is too hilarious. Like I was like, that's just ridiculously obvious.
They do look a lot alike, though.
That is.
I don't think that's racist. They do look alike. If you said is it racist, if I think Aunt Jemima and LeBron James look alike.
I think that'd be a great tag.
And you think Uncle Ben was looking Aunt Jemima
right after this.
I also think that every black person looks alike.
What?
No, I'm saying
You're saying it's the third.
Yeah. You say this and then you say that, and then you fucking get on board.
Right. Yeah, typically. So, how long you been doing stand-up?
probably done it 20 times.
Wow,
I was like in Kansas City, like doing it like for like about 6 months. I go over every Monday night. It's one of those things where you just call, and it's just like downstairs. The whole crowd is just comedians. That's it. So you drive like 35 minutes to do it, and I was just like, fuck it. So I go to like California.
You should be doing it all the time because you're going to grow into an amazing comedian, man. Because that was really good for 20 times.
I think if I just do it consistently.
No, you're a great writer. I mean, if you wrote those, which are awesome.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Fun jokes. What's the first one?
Smart car.
Yeah.
I see that too. Like the smart car, the smartphone, smart food, and smart water. I was like, that's got to somebody had to have said that before.
What's smart food?
Well, I mean, they always. I was gonna say smart chicken. But in Kansas, there's like smart chicken. I don't know if they have that out here. There's smart chicken that's like completely like organic, blah blah blah. But they always also say like this is like a superfood or shit like that, you know. So I just said smart food, smart water, and it was a smart joke. The only thing is funny though, you always
Smart water.
Smart food might throw somebody. Forget that.
Because everything is the same. Yeah.
Smarties. You got to throw Smarties.
I even eat Smarties. Hell, I even have
maybe you get it. Yeah.
And Smart and Final.
Yeah, Smart and Final. That's everywhere, right?
Just beat it to shreds.
You can get a drink at the Genius Bar.
What's Smart and Final?
Can you? Smart and Final's a grocery store.
Can you get a drink at the Genius Bar? Take an iPad and a beer? Yeah. This fucking place is great. I love the Grove.
I mean, if you had smart in front of food, you just had smart in front of anything, though.
Why only
smart shoes? That's all they do now.
Smart shoes.
Smart shoes.
Fuck the smart girl.
What?
I got a smart puppy.
Why have you only done it 20 times? And what do you do for fun? What do you do for work?
Wait tables.
Where at?
Place out there, like Play-Doh, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I'm living in a camper.
Smart camper.
That's awesome. So it's easy to.
That's right now.
It's easy to crash out there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I love the types of homes that our comedians tonight have had.
This goes to show you that
Trailer, a boat, and a hot air balloon.
I want to live in a trailer. I think that sounds like the best idea.
You'd be surprised how easy you could do that.
No, like it's just like having like one of those silver ones. It's just go like, you know what? I'm gonna live in San Diego for a couple weeks.
Welcome.
I mean, get it. Like I guess.
How are you?
Like a trailer, like a dressing room.
A Mel Gibson lethal.
We're just watching Kill Tony. Feel free to enjoy. Glad you're here. How are you? Okay, cool.
Weapon one.
Yeah, I'm talking about the silver ones. All you need is office, kitchen, bedroom, and maybe like a living room. And
it's a lot. It's a lot for a small. Yeah, the silver one you got to pull behind. You want one that you can drive. One that you can drive is you just pull right into a parking spot.
Yeah, smart spot.
Smart spot. Like a camp. Yeah.
You poop I have like the smallest camper you can imagine. Like everybody's like, "Oh, that's fucking awesome." Like, no, dude, it's not like a big camper. Like I'm 6'4", like 6'3". My camper's about 6 foot, so I can't even stand up tall in my camper. And the air conditioner like hits my head.
Oh,
so like it's not awesome. Well, like it was cool.
You know it's sad when Josh was laughing out loud at you. By the way, he was cracking up at the thought that you.
You have to include the Pontiac vibe in the
right. The only person I know that slept in a Pontiac vibe for the last couple of years is laughing at your living situation.
I'm still living in the Pontiac vibe.
Still living in a Pontiac vibe, but he's laughing at
smart bucks.
At least he's tall enough to stand up straight in his Pontiac vibe.
No, it does have. It actually has. It has a shower here, toilet. It also got a good. The only reason I was able to like eat in Kansas City going was because it has the shower in the toilet. So I was like, all right, fuck it. I was like, I can take it. Instead of just going camping, I was like, I can live with this for like a couple years. Worst case scenario. But without the shower or the bathroom, no way. Because I'm not gonna be one of those guys that does it in like public restroom, like bathing.
No, you don't have to do that. You just need diapers and a water bottle. It's a lot cheaper than buying one that has a shower in it, and you get a better one.
No, I just already had the camper, and I was like, fuck it, I'm getting out of Kansas City. But it's funny because the shower is like this tall. The toilet is in the shower.
Did you have to try? Wait a second.
I had to sit in the shower.
Are you just sit in the shower?
Are you sure you're not
just in the shower? That's a privilege. That's a smart shower.
It actually is awesome. It's like surprisingly awesome because you're just sitting there and then you're like, yeah,
something surprising about that. I can take a shit in my shower.
And then you take a little shower thing and you get up a day. And you're like, this is actually not that bad.
Now, I feel like neither one of us are listening to the other one.
Did you have to drop the camper here? Yes, I did.
Man, what do you park that?
Smart spot.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's small, but it's such a small camper, it can fit in a regular parking spot.
Oh my god! Are you just here to sell campers?
Smart approach.
Now, describe this toilet in the shower for me real quick, because that's something.
Everything you need.
So, is the toilet what
It's like a little plastic toilet that's in there, and
in the shower?
Inside the shower, like
is it all one drain? Like what's going on here?
Like the toilet. When you go in the toilet, it just collects, and then you have to hit a switch to drop down into the actual tank. And every once in a while, I'm terrified that I'm going to have like too much coming out of me that's going to pile up.
Oh, like a slack.
I'm always afraid. Is it like an airplane? It never happened.
Toilet? Or is it like a smart toilet?
Does an airplane toilet collect?
Yeah, it collects and then you let it go. I've never shit in an airplane.
I guess like that, but I still think it's pretty shallow. Every once in a while, I'm worried it's going to touch me.
Can't you just flush it as you're going?
No, because if you hold the thing open, then what it does is it runs the water. It's like through the thing, and the water that goes from my shower. And I've only got like 15 gallons, and that.
So you have to fill it up all the time.
I have to stretch.
Where do you get the water?
Stretch that like 2 weeks. There's a place out there. You go pay $10 and dump your shit, and then.
Oh my god! Somebody works at that place. Like I mean,
here's your water. Give me your shit. No, voice is that way.
Literally.
That's your water. Here's your shit. They always ask for shit water here. They always want my ID and my license.
Marking.
I need your ID and license
and DNA.
Do you ever like Rashid have an emergency drop off and he'd make I want to take a shower, there's poop everywhere, and you just have to drop it off in somebody's trash can? Have you ever done like an emergency drop off somewhere?
You ever do the old 1 in the tank, 2 in the stank? Alley-oop.
Smart joke.
Thank you. By the way, every time the magical word of the day was smart, and we just raised $7,000 for children.
Children. Yeah.
I like that.
What do you get when you go to college? If you pays for it if you're smart?
A scholarship.
Yeah.
Timothy, thank you so much. Timothy Cash, everybody.
I like your smart tag.
Fuck yeah.
Josh, that was a good ad. We said it quietly. Oh, fuck. Nobody knows what we're talking about.
You think we can get more?
Smart kids thing. Let's raise $7,000 for children. You said smart children. Like, you know.
Yeah, but I set it up.
Yeah, you set it up. You called it back.
Smart.
You kind of. Fuck, Josh.
These are like good basketball players, dude. They set up.
Thank you.
We're always very happy when we see this thing. Bring your hands together for the great Katie Manzella, everybody. Katie Manzella.
Hey, I wasn't expecting that. How is everyone? Good, okay. So I was just like reminiscing about, my childhood a little bit earlier. All the games I used to like play. And one of my favorite games I used to play used to be called, is this morning sickness or is this alcohol poisoning? And luckily it was always alcohol poisoning. Except for this one time. And so I just did the responsible thing and I got high on acid all weekend. And I was just like, whoops, where'd my baby go? No, I know where it went. It went to Jesus' abortion daycare in heaven because they can't take care of themselves up there, But it's like, I don't understand why people say don't do drugs while you're pregnant. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's the best way to get rid of the baby, Why would I? Does that mean I'm done?
Yeah, that's a minute.
That was a minute?
Katie Manzella just choked for a minute, everybody. That was so fun.
Linear time, guys. Linear time.
I love your style.
I was going to say, I like your cadence.
Your cadence is unbelievably cool and so refined.
Thank you.
I bet you've been doing a lot of spots. I bet you've been doing a lot of comedy.
I mean, I definitely like paid my dues. I used to do it a lot. Lately, I like go up when I can, but like I hate to say that, but like I feel like when you just come up and you know this is what you were born to do, you fucking do it.
Yeah, okay. That's I love that you're giving your Emmy acceptance speech.
Sorry,
I have a question, and maybe I'm wrong. I was apparently wrong about your hair, although I don't think I am. But doing drugs doesn't just make the baby disappear; it just fucks it up when it's born, right?
I mean,
You can't smoke pot, and the baby just falls out.
I don't think pot would fuck with the baby. I think that's like absolutely false.
Right. What about the acid?
I think your baby would just be born really high and happy. What's wrong with
No, I'm just saying you just said that doing the drugs made the baby go away. I'm just wondering, is that like a thing?
Yeah, you can like totally, if you like telepathically communicate to the soul who wants to enter your vessel while tripping on psychedelics, anything is possible.
Okay, very cool. Very cool.
Duh.
Powerful Katie Mansella. I love your style. You're just so confident and like you're like.
I will say, I like your cadence on stage, and I'm happy it's the same when you're done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like sometimes if somebody does something, it's out like, hey, where are we going? And it's like, oh, fucking, that's not you up there.
Yeah.
That's you. I like that. Only yourself.
Exactly.
Me. Thanks for having me. That was fun.
What do you keep in your pouch? What's on your necklace?
Oh, this is a crystal.
You're so funny.
We gave it to her before. Here you go, mother. I'm going to Gondola now.
Take care.
Exactly.
The great Katie Mansella, everybody. There she goes. Thank you, Katie.
Katie Mansella on Twitter.
I didn't see it. It's cut off. Okay, put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Sarah Kenny, everybody.
So did you know that women who wear high-heeled shoes are actually twice as likely to have children as women who don't, who are in their same socioeconomic group? And it's like partly because they look better, but it's mostly because they hate it away. I was at a gas station and I saw for sale this air freshener shaped like a marijuana leaf, and it smelled like marijuana. And I was like, finally, I can get all of that incriminating odor without the annoying euphoria that normally goes along with it. So did you ever get an abortion? And then you run into the guy that had knocked you up, and he's got a baby with him, and it looks a lot like you. So for a second, you're like, oh, he kept it. Wait a minute.
Fuck yeah, that's exactly it. Sarah Kenny.
Nice.
Awesome. What was that second joke? What was it again?
The air freshener?
Yeah, that's amazing. That's hilarious. It's a great joke.
I like that you smile on stage.
You're just flirting with it.
No, I'm just saying it's nice to, especially if you're going to talk about certain things like abortion, if you have a positive attitude.
You gotta be smiling when you talk about abortion.
Yeah, because if you frown, then maybe you have feelings. I always laugh when I feel something. Otherwise, why am I killing it?
Exactly.
Did you guys ever kill an animal when you were a kid?
I'd say a bird.
Did you ever
Wait, hold on. Why it's a bird?
We had a weird thing happen the other night. Just answer the question.
Yeah,
so what's the craziest thing you ever killed when you were a kid?
It was a standoff. I was 5. It was stop. I was like, we're doing this.
The old mountain choke out.
Beat the shit out of him with a JanSport backpack, and then went to school.
I love it.
I was sad
Yeah,
about that.
of course, the thing is my father closing the garage and it killing her shit like that.
Wow. It was a very
You
slow
killed
get out of the way. How fast that garage
It was 2 doors down. That was 2 doors down. It wasn't like a Star Wars store. Just thought it could make it. It said I could make it.
slowly? It's a garage door.
No, it's 2 doors. I don't know, man. Maybe my dad did it on purpose.
What do you mean? 3 doors.
Oh, 3 doors down is a 3 doors down cover band.
That's smart. It was like 500 feet away or something.
Welcome,
Like that,
Frosty.
garage.
It's just a spoiled cat. He's like, I don't need to. Oh no.
Wait, I missed the cat was under the door when the door came down.
Where were you?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, that's what I want to know what 2 doors down means.
That's a band.
No, man, it was 2 doors down. like 2 houses down. Next door.
Oh, it was
2 doors.
Oh, it tried to run in and it just was perfect timing.
Or horrible timing. I don't know. I was half killed.
Oh my god.
Around. I was at home.
What's going on, Pimp? How are you? I remember you talking about him, yeah. All right. What does he do? Okay. What does he do exactly? I know you said he's a creep, but like what? Give me an example of his behavior. Okay. Have you communicated okay, so that's step one. You need to communicate how you feel to him. Otherwise he has no idea. You never know. Okay. Then I mean, if he hold on though. He's your best friend from college. If you really feel this way, you should communicate to him. At least give him the opportunity to be your friend again and change his ways. If not, how good a friend are you? Look, if he was your friend or is your friend, it's your duty to him to communicate how you feel, to at least give him a chance to change his ways. If not, you're not being a good friend to him. If he doesn't want to change his ways, that's absolutely fine and you guys can part ways. But if you don't communicate to him, then you were never as good a friend as he could have ever wanted to. A, a good friend will communicate. But you've never told him how you feel. And it is the onus is on you. The responsibility is on you to communicate this to him. You just have to do it one time so that he knows. So you have to communicate. Listen. What you're saying to me, you need to communicate to him. I mean, I'm fine listening to it, and I want to help you through this problem. But what you should do is call your friend, and we can role play it. Let's do that. Let's role play. Just exactly what you're telling me. So ring, ring, ring. So you're never going to see this guy again. Okay. I mean, what you could always do. Well, you could always. Do you want to be his friend anymore? Yes or no? Just answer your question if you can. If you can. Wait, hold on, Frosty. If you can, please answer the question. Yes or no? Do you want to be this person's friend anymore? Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you aren't answering my question. Yes or no? Do you? Okay, well then just forget about him and go about your life. You're not dealing with them. They're out of your life, and that's fine. So you certainly do that. Second, I just want to talk to you about this friend of mine. I'm no longer friends with them. I just want to vent to you. Go for it. That's absolutely fine. Okay, well, I mean, you've communicated it, and so you just move on. I mean, you can think about him fondly or however you want to think about him, but just know that if you don't want to be his friend anymore, then you don't have to be. Nobody's forcing you to. All right. Well, the best thing you can do is do your best to not think about him anymore if you don't want to be his friend anymore. Okay. I think so. Okay. That's not the real I show speed. That's what? Yo, pimp. Dog, I don't know what you're referencing. What is this? In Egypt? Oh, okay. Yeah, you should continue to do that. Oh, I have no idea about that. What you should do is contact the court and let them know what happened. All right, Frosty, anything else that you want to talk about? All right. You get your. Okay. Frosty, when's the last time you spoke with this guy? Then he's out of your life. You got to stop thinking about him. You're never gonna meet. You're never gonna meet this guy again. You need to stop thinking about it. I mean, maybe you will, but he obviously still affects you. If you haven't spoken to someone in 5 years, you can think about them and think about their memories, but you can't let them continue to get to you. No, he hasn't spoken to you in 5 years. Frosty, I'm going to speak on behalf of Squid Game. We don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He doesn't have a friend who's bothering him. Well, maybe. Oh, wait, I'm mistaken. He does. He just said he did. Apologies. Go ahead, Squid Game. No. I interrupted. Because I'd forgotten that Squid Game had said that he had a friend like that. I show speed. About your friend, Frosty's asking you a question, and I rudely interrupted. Can you, the friend that you had, I show speed. Did he have the same tendencies as Frosty's friend? I show speed. Can you hear us? That's okay. He may not want to talk about his friend. Okay, go ahead. You had a friend who was a toxic friend, and Frosty was asking essentially, and I could be wrong, but Frosty, am I right? Did this person exhibit the same kind of toxic behaviors as Frosty's friend? Okay. Well, anyone in your life who doesn't bring you joy, you can communicate your feelings towards them. And if they don't care, okay, basically, you should cut toxic people out of your life. Okay, so they're not toxic, and what are they doing wrong? Okay, then you communicate that to them, and that you say, I really like being your friend. I think that you're a healthy person, but an attribute of yours that I don't appreciate is how you take me out of my world and force me to be in another world. I want to make sure that you're aware of this. I want to continue being your friend. I appreciate your friendship. And I feel, as your friend, it's my duty to communicate this to you. And when they hear that in such a succinct and clear way, they will either say, well, I appreciate you communicating that information to me. They may question it and say, well, can you give me some examples of this behavior? Or they'll get upset and leave you alone. It's kind of one of those three things. Okay, well, then what do you mean by double life? Okay, well, then that's a you issue. That's not a them issue. And you have to figure that out internally. Okay, if it's an internal issue, it's something that you need to figure out. If it's an external issue, you need to communicate that information to the person so that they can either change or adapt their behavior, or you cut them out. There you go. So then in those cases, you do your best not to think about it. You focus your mind on positivity and positive people in your life. And sure, you may have memories, either positive or negative, with the previous person, but you do your best not to think about them too often and move forward. Life is about where you're going, not where you were. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. Confused. I'm confused. So you have something going on in your life, okay? Right? What? Give me the example. What's the thing that's going on in your life? Okay. Okay. Yes. I don't. I don't see that as helpful behavior. Okay. Look, if you have a situation where you have someone who doesn't make you feel good, they're not a quality friend, then you need to communicate to them how they make you feel. If they refuse to adjust or they're unable to adjust, then you don't be their friend anymore. Exactly. Okay. Absolutely. I'm always here to listen to you, Frosty. Take care and sweet dreams.
Home, and my dad was so attached to that cat.
I have these robots going, and they're going really well. I am in a Twitter space right now with some people from my cryptocurrency, and I'm cleaning up some devices that I have to make them run more efficiently. Oh, it's something that you need to do. Something that you need to do. No one's going to be able to do your work for you. What do you have to do? What's your work? What do you have to do? Right? But what exactly what's your next assignment? Okay, so here's what you can do. Take the study guide. Here's what you want to do. Is the study guide like a Word document? Where's the study guide? Okay, so here's what you want to do. Download an app. Do you have Chrome? Okay, so what you want to do is download an uh, an extension. So type into Google "Speak Aloud Chrome extension." No, Speak Aloud Chrome. Speak Aloud Chrome extension. Or apologies. Read aloud Chrome extension. Read aloud Chrome extension. Yeah. Read aloud. Yeah. So it's a Chrome extension. So type read aloud Chrome extension into Google Chrome and download it. Okay, now go to the page that has your CompTIA study guide. Yeah, you do. In the upper right corner, you're going to see a puzzle piece. And there's a little, do you see the icon? Now click next to it so that it stays on your bar. It says like pinned to taskbar or something like that. Do you see it? Yeah, do that. Go to the page that has your study guide. And now, so you're on the page with your study guide? Okay, now press the button for read aloud and just listen to it. You don't have to read it. It's a lot easier. You're welcome. Eventually, yes. You're welcome.
This is last week. 10. Okay. And I used to keep a photo book, and I had a picture of Hershey, and I put a heart around it and stuff. And then when I went to school the next day, and on the bus, I didn't want to talk about it because I feel like you're not supposed to put your problems on other people. But I acted sadder than I was really sad, but I really telegraphed my sadness, waiting for someone to say, "What's the matter?"
Yeah.
And
Like a girl you like on the bus or something?
Hershey, just a friend. And
he's like, "What's the matter?"
Telegraphed my sadness? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's like, you know, you put it on a little bit more so somebody notices. Like,
I'm talking about my
"Hey,
cat,
Barbara."
So
You know what I mean?
Well, I never heard that phrase.
Hershey got the name, I'm guessing, because it was
No.
like dark brown.
Black.
Black.
Yeah, we couldn't tell the difference.
When the grindstore came down, I did like shit, like all out of his ass.
No, we didn't name it after it died, man. No. This is how it died. We'll call it Hershey.
Thank you for being here, Bitcoin MLK.
The garage door probably looked like a Hershey bar.
Yeah,
right?
you should have seen my dog. Actually, we named the Decapitated Head.
Nice.
Let's dog drowned in the pool.
That's great comedy.
All right.
And a bunch of
Get off.
bunch of birds.
Hey, Josh. What's the craziest animal you ever killed?
Not the craziest thing you did, but the animal that was the craziest.
I shot a deer once.
Really?
Hunting or just like mad?
With like one of those blow arrows?
You go hunting?
Like a gun. I did it once. I killed someone.
With like a gun or with a gun? Was it a fucking
Like a
super
gun.
soaker, or how did you kill this deer?
It was a rifle.
You
Did you kill it in one hit?
Oh, yes.
Were you wearing that outfit?
Did you feel bad or get excited?
Nothing.
Oh, you
Just
felt
like
nothing?
this? You were just this?
Like the end of...
I didn't really want to do it.
Wait a minute, you were peer pressured into murder?
It was peer pressured.
Smart. He was peer pressured.
He was pressured by another deer.
Do it! Not only did you not
Kill my brother.
Not only did you not want to kill the deer, which you did with a shotgun in one hit, you didn't even feel anything after?
I was like 14.
I thought you were going to say 4.
As a special treat to the crowd, just doing a minute and getting no talking feedback, I want to bring up a very funny friend who every once in a while graces us with his presence. One of my favorite comedians, appearing in Together for the Great, Matt Devlin, everybody.
Thank you very much. Chill, well played, dude. Sorry about Neely. All right, we've learned a lot tonight. Start the clock. I said we learned a lot tonight. Start the clock. It's the only night I need feedback. My name's Matt Devlin. I currently reside in a quaint little seaside community called Venice. You've heard of it. 99% of the population is no longer able to defecate without having a smartphone at the tip of their arm. So you very obviously are aware that a guy was struck by lightning and killed there yesterday. My downstairs neighbor is clearly in the 1% of the population because I bumped into him this morning and I said, "Did you hear what happened on the beach?" And he said, "No, what happened?" And I said,
guy got struck by lightning and died. And he said, wow, that's terrible. He goes, the only thing worse than that would be getting hit by a plane. And I said, well, that's funny, because at approximately the exact same time, on the other side of the country, in Venice, Florida, a guy got hit by a plane and was killed. You can look it up on Google. No, well, see, that's my conundrum. I think it's funny. And I don't know where this joke is going, but I would like to think that you could help me prepare for the next time there is a freak accident where a person dies, and then there was another freak accident where a person dies at the exact same time on the exact same day.
Did that really happen?
Venice, Florida, dude got run over by a plane on the beach. Venice, California.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude got struck by lightning at approximately 3 p.m. yesterday. How funny is that, America?
Well, it struck the water and he was in the water. But yeah, a lot of people got injured from that.
Well, if he didn't get struck directly by the lightning, it was effective because he's now on ice.
I know. All right, Matt Devlin, everybody. We're gonna move on. he attacked the newest premise. I'll give him that. It didn't really come around in the end, but
well, the neighbor's saying, "Oh, the only thing worse than that is getting hit by a plane." It's like, well, you know, we died, both died, so they broke that. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, it's crazy. It's like Fox News. It's craziness.
all right, everybody.
Sad, by the way.
We are in a ruckus. Who's still with us on Monday night, huh? This is the part of the show where you have two regulars. There's two girls that do a minute each week. They write a brand new minute every single week, and we love watching them grow and sometimes take a step back. Sometimes things are crazy. Some weeks are easier and harder than others, but they're the only two people that pretty much anybody knows that writes a brand new minute each week and definitely tries it out and puts it out there. So put your hands together for your first regular going up tonight. You know her as the college dropout after her first spot here on Kiltony. Put your hands together for Kimberly Congdon, everybody.
Hey guys, what's up? Yeah, I'm Kim. I did drop out of college. I do stand up. It takes a lot of my time. And I need you guys to connect with me for a minute. Have you guys ever taken a shower so quick that you only wash your fuckable parts? You get it, right? Brush your teeth, the front, the back, armpit if I'm feeling freaky. You know? Stand-up does take a lot of my time, and being a woman and doing stand-up is different because I think a lot about what I'm going to do when I want to have children one day, and I realize that I just need to find a man that's a stay-at-home father, you know? I need to find someone sensitive who listens, is good with children, is honest, loyal. I need to date a woman, I think. That's what I need to do. I'm kind of selfish, so that when I leave, I know that I'll always be calling my husband.
All right.
Oh, wow. Very,
really listen to the rules.
Do the cue. Yeah, very listen to the rules there.
Wow. Were you close to the end on that?
I was just going to say I'm selfish, so when I call back home, I always call my husband. I'm like, whatever you do, make sure you're taking really, really good care of my Emmys. Because you can always make another kid, but can't get two Emmys, right? I mean, you can. Probably will, but
Yeah. Well, that's exciting. That's funny stuff. What was the one thing that I really...
The shower thing is, by the way, it's called stripper shower. It's, butthole, dick.
Yeah, but I feel like fuckable farts described it all.
It's called a stripper shower if you've dated a stripper before.
Yeah.
You're the
I've never heard that stripper shower if you know what it's called.
If you haven't...
I think it's called being clean when you don't have time.
Yeah. Well, you just don't want to smell like buttholes, cum, or poop.
What would you call a shower where you wash everything but the dick and ass?
The lonely baptism. I love that. When you're so confident that nothing could possibly happen to you.
I'll get this job, but no one's sucking my dick.
I'm just gonna wash my forearms and my shins.
Forearms and shins.
The shower
great smell of forearms. That dick.
I like that bit. That was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job.
I like how you talk about yourself.
New.
I like how you talk about yourself.
Thank you.
Flirting.
You do it. Can't help it. It's cadence.
Another brand new minute from the great Kimberly Congdon.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody, there she goes. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon. And your final regular tonight, always goofy and fun. Put your hands together for the great Sarah Weinshang.
What's up? Hey. Erasers. I feel like erasers are to blame for making people mediocre and lazy. It's like, oh, you made a mistake, no problem. Just take a pink pearl to it. You can kind of get rid of it. Kind of. But it's never really fucking gone. You can always see sort of what was there. It's just a smudge. Or a hole if you really get into it. In 3rd grade, my math test would just be holes. And I would just be covered in eraser debris. It's like, why can't we just cross it out and start again? Right? What the fuck? What about erasable pens? Those were a huge mistake.
Okay, I guess we're going with new sounds out of nowhere.
My bird sound didn't work right.
But it's not even supposed to be a bird. It's supposed to be a cat.
What happened with the bird last week?
You guys gotta listen to last week's episode.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. That's like one of my favorite minutes I've ever heard you do.
Yeah, you did. That was great. That was a great bit.
I might use Sarah Weinshang. I mean, that was, what I love about that, for those of you that don't know, is that her voice, it's so you to tackle erasers like that. Her style is like take a little something and like make it into really funny.
Pink pearl. What were you gonna say about pens?
I'm glad that minute, We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about those pens another day.
I heard a good quote the other day. The internet is written in pen.
Can't get rid of it. Yeah. That means. Or they don't know what the internet is.
Or
it's a very profound metaphor about you can't. What?
Go ahead.
Timing.
I was going to say we're fucking idiots because we went, pen, and everybody was like, ink. Internet's written in ink. Oh, yeah. Good job.
The pens with ink was almost, it's almost like, I remember when that happened.
For a minute, right? I feel like the pen with the eraser, it's kind of like cursive. Like you'll try it out in 3rd and 4th grade, but it's like you use a pen or you use a pencil.
Yeah.
I remember when at least I feel like I remember when it started. It may have been before my time, but I remember it seeming like mind-boggling at the time. Like, oh my God, they can erase ink. And it's crazy to think that.
It never did it 100% either.
Right.
We just accepted it because it was so amazing. It went from 100 to 20.
And that's really what I think is the funniest thing about your bit, and somewhere to really, if you're going to make it longer, attack, is that you can still see the mistake. Like, I'm not exactly sure. It almost reminds me, like, whatever, this probably isn't the right example, but it erasers and that smudge that's left over is sort of like, to me, that new 9/11 World Trade Center tower that they built, because it's like, oh yeah, it's a new trade. I fixed the problem, but it's like still called the World Trade Center, and you can still sort of feel like there was a disaster there before that wasn't correct. So, like I said, probably the wrong example, but it's the first one that comes to
Also,
my evil dark
when you use an eraser and you can still see what's left, it's admitting your mistake. It's like you're seeing the insecurity. If I erase something and it's still there, it's like, I know, but I gotta know. As opposed to
erasing it and then writing the same thing again.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Just say it.
I was just thinking like cavemen, they just owned whatever they did because they had to.
Sure.
I'd say that's a part that you throw in there.
I meant to put that in there.
Oh, it's okay.
You will.
All right.
Sarah Weinshang,
Thank
everybody.
you.
She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. We did it, guys. That's Kill Tony number 63. What do you guys want to promote? Rick Glassman, powerful Rick Glassman and Brett Morin. You both buy your names on Twitter, Rick Glassman.
I want to promote what I think is the best thing at the moment, and that is my friend Brett Morin. You got to follow my Twitter at Brett Morin.
Thanks.
And on Instagram.
MORIN.
Yeah. I want to promote me. Yeah.
Watch Undateable.
Rick Glassman. Watch Undateable on Hulu now, because it's aired already.
Yeah, but no, it's RICKGLASSMAN.
Glassman.
Let's be real here.
Brent Morin.
Josh Martin, thank you so much for being the Patriot.
I want to promote Josh Martin.
It was so much fun to have you guys on.
He's great. He killed a deer. He's got a 5-inch dick, and he's ready for you. Give him a shot. I'll bring the costume.
I think you just got him up to 5.5 after those compliments.
Hell yeah.
I love it when he looks down. He actually looks like he did.
Oh shit, at my heart.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, live audience. So much fun. Special shout out to some fun people in the crowd. Waterboxer made it. Jared Moroz. My brother, Donnie Hinchcliffe, is in the audience.
That's your
Everybody.
bro.
Oh, yeah. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you again soon. Thanks for listening.
Shout out to Bobby. Shout out to Bitcoin MLK. What's up, Frosty? How you living, pimp? All right. What's up, big dog? We're just watching Kill Tony. IShowSpeed is reading through his study guide. I'm just working on my robots. What's good in your neck of the woods? All right, big dog. Well, feel free to listen to some stand-up comedy, my friend. All right, big dog. You do what makes you happy.
Yeah, fuck yeah, everybody. Holy moly. Can you guys believe it? It's Monday night, everyone. How you guys doing?
Yo, pimp. What's up?
Number 60.
Most likely no, but you should check. Here, I'll look it up for you. No, you can't bring in your own notes or scratch paper into the testing room. You are provided with a laminated sheet and a dry erase marker for calculations or jotting down acronyms during the exam. If you are taking the test online, you can request to use a digital whiteboard feature for scratch work or taking notes. You are not permitted to use any physical writing objects like pens, markers, or pencils during the exam. You're welcome.
For those of you keeping track, 64 motherfucking episodes of Kill Tony. And we're blowing up, people. It's all happening. In fact, I'm happy to announce that today we have our first ever real sponsor. Everybody.
A real sponsor.
A real sponsor. That's right. McDonald's squirt, you name it. If you didn't catch on, I'm sorry to break the news to you, listeners, but that was all a big joke. However, tonight we actually have a real sponsor. It cooked food for Red Band, myself, our guest, and the producer Josh Martin, and it was unbelievable. Delicious. The gourmet cooking. Put your hands together for Elise Lane, everybody, sitting right over there. A super awesome chef. She's worked with many, many great chefs. She's the one. She's a person. Part of her. She's a recipe checker, people.
Welcome. How are you? Flex, how you living, pimp? Dude, my hours have been reversed. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Of course you did. Of course you did, because you're slaying it like it's going out of style. That's what I like to hear. Way to move up in the world. Fuck, I was just going to ask, have you been banned recently? All right, tell Daddy, why'd you get banned? Sure. Oh, so you got nailed for violence? You got to I mean, I've been banned for every reason in the book, so I know why they ban you. Yeah, you're 100%. So how excellent. How have things been in Kickland? Absolutely. Well, you're talking to the king of multi-streaming. What kind of software are you going to use to do it? Okay, that works. Definitely. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I successfully predicted the outcome of the Super Bowl, so that's something that's cool. But in all seriousness, I have been going viral on Twitter. So the way that I do it, go ahead. Yeah. So I've been live streaming my life now for 15 days straight, 24/7 on Twitter Spaces. Flax, are you familiar with what Twitter Spaces is? Okay, but you know those are generally audio, right? So I do video spaces. People don't know that you can do video spaces. So I'm part. No. Not streaming on Twitter. Yeah, I do that too. But I stream on Twitter Spaces video. Not many people. Exactly. Exactly. So you need an iOS device to do it. And there's a little function before you go live that you can turn your camera on in Twitter Spaces. So instead of it just being audio, people can watch what I'm doing. And I've been doing it now live for 15 days. And I've got some members of my cryptocurrency community in there. So that's cool. Yeah. And so in there, like half a dozen or so. But overall, quite a few. There's one platform on which I don't know if I can trust the numbers. In fact, I don't think you can. But Nemo TV, I always have like 50 or 60 people watching me supposedly in there. And I've got 3 different streams going in there. Just randomly, I'll get like hundreds of followers from there, and I don't even pay attention to it. Um, all right, so what else have I been doing? Well, this is a really cool thing. I created these robots on Twitter, and what they do is they essentially parse a person's follower list and collect all that data and then put it into a spreadsheet for me and then allow me to see which one of them can accept direct messages. And then what I do is I send all the people in the list of direct message. I've only been doing this recently for the last like 72 hours, and I've already gotten people who I've sent messages to, whom I've sent messages to come into my Discord and just chill. They're really cool individuals. Yeah, 100%, 100%. So it's a really effective strategy that I've been using, and in addition to doing that, been doing these 24-hour spaces. So basically, people from all over the world come into my space. They talk to me about cryptocurrency and ufology and really whatever floats their boat, essentially. Aside, yeah, yeah, I definitely saw that. We had a Super Bowl party a couple weeks ago, which was fun, and we've done some UFC watches, and that's all been live on Twitter. And now I've been doing the Kill Tony marathon, where we've watched like all the Kill Tonys from the beginning. We're in the middle of that. Aside from that, I can tell you that just I've been getting a lot of action on Twitter. A lot of people know who I am. I just they remember me because I did Twitter Spaces like 2 years ago, and then this most recent time of me going on there, I've just become like a mini celebrity on there. They let me come up, they let me show my project, they let me talk to them about whatever they want. So it's been really great. Aside Absolutely. Aside from that, we've had some chicks in the DMs, which is always cool, and just making more friends. We surpassed 1,600 people in the Discord, and that's generally all organic. So that was just all my spamming of people on Kick and spamming of people on. Yeah, and they get the invite and they join. I would say that really when it comes to Kick, I have just doing my best to be on good behavior there and not spamming anybody. I haven't spammed anybody on there since January 1st, and that's just my plan. I may not spam anybody on there for an entire year just so I can show Eddie, hey man, I'm I've not annoyed anyone for an entire year is the only way that you'll let me back, because I know that I became the most notorious streamer, notorious spammer to all of the streamers on there. And he's a cool person. I think he'd let me back after a year of a self-imposed ban. And if not, so what? I mean, he and I are on cool terms, and he's never done anything. Exactly. I want him to do very well. When I go viral and they want to know what platform I like the most, it would be Kick. And it would be Kick because Eddie does those AMAs every Saturday. And he's really okay. That's all right. But I mean, like you never see Sundar Pichai of Google or the YouTube guy do that. And you never see Jeff Bezos or whoever's running Twitch do that, but Eddie does it and he connects with people, and I think that that's really nice. And I here's the thing: I know they're trying to improve things on Kick. It's just taking too long, and I've tried to tell him in the past that he needs more support, but it just takes too long on there. And I hate. Okay, how much has that helped you though, the normal streamer? Not at all. You're not doing anything with that. Exactly. Okay. I mean, but really what they need to be able to do is have that laundry list that he has of improvements that need to be made, and they need to be made quickly. Um, so, it's just one of those things. I've been seeing a lot of advertising, at least for Kick and Steak on Twitter, but it gets flagged. So what they do is they take like a viral moment and they'll put in the very corner like the Steak logo or the Kick logo, and then that gets flagged as being like non-endorsed advertise. Well, and yeah, exactly. But it's basically free advertising that they don't want people to be able to do there. But I know they're trying to do what they can to get their name out there. Look, I've heard it before that Kick is only there to promote Steak, and I imagine a day where Kick is its own power, and that yeah, there's Steak people, yeah, there are people gambling, but people just go on Kick because they really enjoy it. But I can't trust the numbers on Kick, and I know you can't either. No one can. It's just ridiculous when it comes. Oh, I absolutely do. You're 100% right. You're right. You're 100% right. I'm in agreement with you. No, there's no doubt about it. They're all doing it. I feel as if the SEC, the Security and Exchange Commission, should come in and say that you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to bot these things because well, that's another one that's really bad is with Spotify and the amount of plays that it has. You know what bothers me, and it should bother all of the musicians in the world, is that when you listen to something on Spotify, if you listen to it one time, you should see, let's say that you Flax come out with a song and it has 1,000 people who have listened to it one time. That means that your total play should be 1,000. Well, when I listen to it, it should be 1,001. And when the other people in here listen to it, then it should go to 1,002 and 1,003. It does not do that. It just stays at the same number and updates like every month or something like that. And people can't trust those numbers then. Then, and people's you're exactly right. Well, it's you're 100% right because they're all managed by the same companies, and those companies are in bed with Spotify, and essentially to promote their certain songs and certain artists. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Essentially, they're there though to promote their accounts or to promote their agents for artists, and so they're there to promote them. But I'm in agreement with you. When you have something on shuffle, it should give you some deep tracks, things that you haven't heard before, really interesting things. But you're right; it plays the same Drake song, it plays the same Kendrick Lamar song. I agree with you. Another thing that's really bad are the algorithms. So, like on Twitch or Twitter or any of those, if you are listening, or just reading through your feed, it should come in chronologically so that when you go live, I can see that at what time you did that. It shouldn't be in this algorithm system where things are promoted higher than others, because then quality content gets lost. It should just be basically timestamped when these people went live, and it isn't that. And I really like to change some of those systems, but aside from that, things have been really good. I mean, I really mean it. How positive I'm on things are going on Twitter. I've got some really nice bots. They're really efficient. I've avoided getting all my accounts suspended and such, and I've been doing these 24-hour spaces for 15 days now. And on top of that, I go into other people's spaces and I'm able to promote myself. So I hop into someone's space who's got an open mic or a chill and chill or some kind of share your project space. I go in there, I give them my 2-minute spiel. I have people tell me that's the best elevator pitch I've ever heard. And that's what I like to hear. It's concise, it's exciting. I get a whole bunch of followers from doing it, and then I move on to the next one. It's a really great way to promote yourself. Absolutely. I think about you a lot, Flex. And I'm proud you moved out, you're independent, things are moving up in the world, your stream's going strong. You just got to stop getting banned, which I know you will. You'll be on your best behavior. You can't really control what happened to you before. And just keep living well. Kick is really. Well, I'll tell you this. In terms of customer service, Kick has some of the best customer service that you'll find. They're real people. They listen. If you try to get customer service at YouTube, good luck. If you try to get customer service at Twitter, good luck. It's all automated, and there's nothing you can do about it. But if you have a real issue with Kick, they'll respond to you. They'll respond to you in a timely manner, and you can take your concerns up the chain of command. You can reach out to them via email. They have an email address. You'll get a real email back within 48 to 72 hours. You can't ask more from a platform that Kick is providing. So I hope they continue that kind of customer service. I know that they've got a lot of content that they have to moderate, and it's not easy, but they do their best. And I think that their efforts will really benefit them in the future because people will realize it's a quality platform. Now, hey, it will have been. Well, somebody launched a cryptocurrency for me. I didn't want them to do it. I'm part of a cryptocurrency already. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 EU. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But somebody launched a Rabbi coin, which is cool. They gave me 20% of the yeah, and but I don't really promote it because I am such an advocate for this other cryptocurrency, and there's nothing I can really do about it. I mean, it's the same thing could happen to you, Flax. So just be ready. If somebody likes you enough, they'll just launch a Flax coin, and there's nothing you can do about it. Wait, I understand. I didn't want a Rabbi coin. There's nothing you can do about it, is what I'm telling you. So be ready. The more, the more, the more and more you grow, the more and more people will connect with you. And if they like you enough, they'll launch a coin, and there's nothing that you can do about it. If I had it my way, I had them launch it. Yeah, I got 20%. You do what you want to do. I had no say in it. Basically, somebody came into my Twitter space last week and they're like, "Hey, Rabbi, we launched a coin in your name." And I told them, "Don't do that because I'm already sponsored by another cryptocurrency." And they're like, "Well, we already did it. We gave you 20% of the supply and just let's see how it goes. We know that you're all about data." And it's like, "Okay, that's great." So it's on the Solana chain and it's doing pretty well. I was looking at it earlier today. It's doing better than I thought it was going to do. So, it has ups and downs, but it's more up than down, and that's good. And I basically, while I didn't want them to do that, it didn't turn out too badly thus far. So that's good. And this is all during a time when all cryptocurrencies have basically been doing really badly. Mine, exactly. I mean, to give you an idea, the Bitcoin was about $100,000, a little more, and it's at like 75 right now. So it's down like 25. Yeah, exactly, which is big. But it's a perfect time to buy it because chances are it's going to go to 1 million before it'll go to. Absolutely, absolutely. So, in addition to the cryptocurrencies, what I've been doing is these Twitter Spaces, and I host. Pardon me. I host trivia nights, and I also do karaoke on a nightly basis. So I get people to come in, or I go into there and just really connecting with people. The one thing that I miss about streaming, or I shouldn't say miss about streaming, I should say that I don't like about streaming is you don't have the ability to talk to your audience. You have to go into Discord, which is cool. But with Twitter Spaces, they can watch me and talk to me at any given time because you can have up to 10 people talk with you within a space. So I think that's a really cool element of it. I'd really like to see YouTube, Twitch, and Kick in implement that. Go. There you go, big dog. So make sure you get that 50 or 60%, my man. Hey, Flax coin to the moon, man. You watch. In 10 years, you'll be able to retire on that coin, and it'll be from a funny conversation. They need to give you a percentage. tell them that you'll promote it. Just give you a cut of it. Well, that's what I felt too, but you know, you never know. You get people who like you and they started a coin for you already. So you're now a crypto founder. How do you like that, Flax? I understand that, but you never know. You get a cut of that, and they'll definitely give you a piece in order to help promote it if they're smart. And you've got quite a large audience, so you know you'll be able to promote that at the end of your streams or whenever, and see it pump. I mean, you know, you got to see these things in macro terms, not micro terms. So it might go up and down over the course of a few days or whatever, but you're a young streamer. You have your whole life to be able to stream. And the fact that you are creating all the data that you're creating is going to give this coin a really great opportunity to grow over the long term. So don't look at it as a short term investment. It's going to be a long term investment. And you never know. I might be a purchaser of the Flax coin someday myself. You're absolutely right. 100%. Definitely. And other things that we're going to be doing, I don't know if you're a college basketball fan, but we're going to be streaming. Absolutely. We're doing all the March Madness games in here. And so I've got a community that does that. And then we do a bracket. You know what brackets are? So we fill out brackets for the crypto community that I'm in, and we'll watch the games together and shit talk each other. Aside from that, we've been doing a lot of gaming in here, so just like mini games that we play with the community, and then just really that's what I want to be doing. I want to be able to focus on my community and also my robots. I am not going to be someone who goes viral because I'm the I have the best stream in the world. I'm going viral because I have so much data, and so I'm making the people aware of it, and I'm getting. I mean, it was the best feeling for me the other day. Somebody came in to my Discord at like 5 a.m, and I asked them, you know, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, Twitter. And I'm like, no way. How on Twitter? They're like, you sent me a message. And I'm like, oh, well, that's amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? They're like, I know all about you. Not only did they read the letter that I sent to them, but it gave them all the links to all of my social media. They knew all about me. And it was like, there's a song by the Police called Message in a Bottle. And it's basically the way that I was feeling was like a castaway out at sea, and I would send out these messages to people, and they were like my SOS to the world. It's like a message in a bottle. You know the idea of a message in a bottle where somebody puts a letter in a bottle cap. Exactly, and somebody got it. And since then, I've gotten people who have messaged me back, both positive and negatively, and that's absolutely fine. I know that I am churning a lot of ideas. I'm really making people look into me, and I don't think it's going to be much longer. I mean, you never know. We may be having this conversation a year from now, and I'm still saying, hey, I'm still trying to grind it out, but I don't think so. I think I'll be famous by then, and that means you're going to be famous, and that means the Flax coin's going to be famous, and that means your audience is going to be famous. So they should all be very excited. Keep promoting Flax, keep promoting the Flax coin, and let's see it go to the moon. You never know. Nice talking to you too. Shout out to Flax. Shout out to Flax's community. Shout out to the Kick streaming community. We love you. Take care. Peace, Flax. Bye bye. That's a Flax life, everybody. What a cool individual.
So when chefs come out with something, she's the one that says, this sucks, or put it in the book.
Yeah.
That's an actual job.
Yeah.
And she was nice enough to make us an amazing meal. I believe there was some ahi tuna, some edamame, some shrimp rolls, some glass noodles. And so if any listeners in Southern California, and perhaps even wherever you are listening from around the world,
you could fly her out.
Yeah,
I'm sure she doesn't mind.
You could fly her out. You can maybe she could freeze up some dishes for you, send them on ice. I'm sure that's possible for the right amount of money. Her name is Elise Lane. You can follow her on Twitter at Elise Lane, ELYSELAIN. A very confusing name to spell. But her Instagram is much easier. That's at the girl with a pan. The girl with a pan. Look her up on Instagram. It's like food porn, right? That's one of your big hashtags. I looked you up earlier, and the dishes were unbelievable. Lemon risotto, something I saw, some crazy stuff. On Facebook, she's the girl with a pan. On Instagram and Facebook, just look up the girl with a pan. That's Elise Lane. Follow her on Twitter. She's unbelievable. Mix some good food into your life, people.
No shit, if you're having a party, have her cater. Great, man. Have her cater some awesome. But this is like legit food. Yeah. This isn't like chicken or Chipotle.
Right.
Or, you know, like this is hard. Like going to a nice restaurant and having it catered. I was very surprised with how delicious it was. Thank you very much.
We're definitely going to have her back anytime we have guests that are foodies on, and I'm very excited about our new partnership with Elise. For all you comedians in the room, if you ever make it big, hire Elise for a party. So 17 years from now, when one of you makes it big, hire Elise.
Or her daughter at that. She might have a daughter at that time.
Elise Jr. I'm so excited. It was another fun weekend. I was out of town in San Francisco. There's a lot of shake-up here at the Comedy Store. Big, crazy shift in power and momentum as a Kill Tony special consultant. He was on a few episodes. Tommy Morris is no longer with the Comedy Store. He was the talent coordinator here since I've been here, and for the last about 10 years, he was under the tutelage of the great Mitzi Shore. And now Adam Egett is the new talent coordinator of the Comedy Store. An amazing maneuver, very cool guy, very hip, very awesome, very every adjective I need to call him for my spots to continue happening.
He's got a huge dick. He's not standing in the back right now. He's
beautiful, always well dressed, hilarious.
Best skin ever. I mean,
well, what's amazing is we had Tommy on a few episodes as a consultant, but Adam was actually on an episode just a few weeks ago with Andrew Santino, and that's available out there on iTunes and at TheSquad.tv. You can watch it and see how, some of you young comedians see how the new talent coordinator thinks about stuff. Go back and watch that. Check out his taste. And it's been very...
What's going on, iShow Speed? Well, so did you listen to your study guide? There you go. And did you listen to what ChatGPT said? Good job, man. That's great. And does it make sense to you now? 100%. Until you start understanding it, use ChatGPT to be able to explain things to you like a tutor. Yeah, I mean, it's a tool. Imagine you were doing math homework, old school, arithmetic with a pen and pencil. Okay, well, in order to do that better and more efficiently, you could get a calculator. Well, in the same way that calculators are tools for mathematics, what you're doing now in studying for this exam, ChatGPT can be a tool, or AI can be a tool to be able to help you to understand more advanced subjects. Another tool. Whatever one you want. I would say that probably to start off, a 5-year-old is fine to be able to explain some of the topics to you. But then you're going to be more familiar with that. And then you can say, explain to me like I'm a 10-year-old. Explain to me like I'm a high schooler. Explain to me like I'm in college. You can advance. Absolutely. Another thing that you can do is, like, here, I'll do it for my for you, but just to show you how easy it is, go to ChatGPT. The thing that's gonna like be difficult for you without much understanding are the acronyms. So like what all this stuff, like what it stands for, what the acronyms stand for. So what you can do is just go, please provide me with a list of 100 acronyms for the CompTIA Plus exam and their spelled out meanings. Exactly. And then what you're going to do is you take that information, and so like BIOS is basic input output system, CPU, central processing unit, RAM, random access memory, ROM, read only memory, SSD, solid state drive. And then you have it just read to you that in the read aloud like 10 times. And you'll start to know what all of these little acronyms mean. And then you won't get lost as quickly. Does that make sense? All right, well then do it. You're welcome. Let me know how it goes, okay? All right. Keep on working. And one other thing, when you go to bed, I find it helpful when I'm studying for something is to listen to stuff. I've heard, I don't know if this is absolutely true. I don't know if anybody technically knows if this is true, but the hour before you go to bed is when you absorb the most amount of information. Perhaps the last 2 hours before you go to bed, but there's like a key time. So when you go to bed, what you can do is create an audio file and just listen to this stuff on loop and just have it going all night, and it will literally sink into your subconscious when you don't even know it, because you're awake at different times of the night and you don't recognize it, and this information will pierce through your sleep cycle and it'll just be absorbed. And so when you hear something like, or you read something like WAN, what is that? Oh, okay, I know what that is. That's wide area network. And you'll be like, I don't even know how I remembered that. It's because it's absorbed into your subconscious when you're sleeping. It's a very beneficial thing that I've used for studying, and use it if that's something that's going to be of benefit to you. If you don't know how to do that, a really great way. Do you have an iPhone? Okay, so then when I just said like, give me a list of 100 different things, and it told me HDD is hard disk drive, and SMS is small and medium business, and WAN is wide area network. What you do is you go to the recording on your phone and just record that sound being played of it. Record the read aloud talking to you. Make that into a file, and then just loop that when you go to bed. Yeah, you absolutely can do that too. But you'll find that it's difficult for you to, I mean, perhaps it won't be, but 8 hours of material will be perhaps difficult for you to find. And also that app will crash. I mean, it doesn't always crash. It'll work. That can work, but it's going to be difficult for you if you are 7 hours into the material and you awake to know exactly what it's talking about. When if you just have these acronyms going, or just the basics, like basically, if you just have the basics in like an hour long audio format and you fall asleep to it, and it just plays, let's say you sleep for 8 hours 8 times over the course of a night, you're going to be really solid on that. You can, though, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a bad idea to just play an entire CompTIA Plus book. That's fine too. I don't know if you're going to really be able to absorb all that information when you're sleeping, because it takes a lot more knowledge, or I would say a lot more awareness, to know where you are in a given book, to understand and put together all of the characteristics of the lesson that you're learning. But if that's something that you'll find beneficial, then go for it. But I would say probably the best thing to do right now is to take your study guide, put it in read aloud, and then record read aloud with your phone, and then just listen to that study guide all night for like a week straight, and you'll know that study guide like the back of your hand. Study guide. Okay, so you have an iPhone, right? Okay, so swipe left to your iPhone so that you're on that screen that has like your gadgets or whatever, your widgets, and then search voice recorder or voice memos. Do you see the app that says voice memos? Yeah. Do you see it? Okay. So what I would do is ask ChatGPT to give you the top 100 acronyms that you're going to need for the CompTIA Plus exam. It will read and then do the and then right before you hit play, go to voice memos and record all of those acronyms so that it says them to you, and then have it play the study guide. And it'll be like, I don't know, how long did it take you to listen to your study guide before? Okay, and then so you'll have like a one voice recording that is your all of the acronyms that you're generally going to need to know, plus your study guide. So it's, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, and then you hit stop when you're done, and then you just keep listening to that on repeat. There you go. And make sure that you loop it. So what I mean is when you do voice memos, you don't want it to just play one time. You have it play infinite times, so it just keeps going. Once it gets to the end, it just starts up from the beginning. There you go. Enjoy, big. Absolutely. You got no, no. You should not lie about your experience, because what's going to happen is you may get one of those jobs that you really, really enjoy, and you go for a promotion, and somebody checks your resume and realizes that there's an inaccuracy on it, and you're going to get fired, and you're not going to get that job. You're young enough that you don't need to lie on any resume. It's not like you're 60 years old and you need to come up with a fake, all this fake experience. You're a young person. No one's going to expect you to have a bunch of experience. Basically, you need to get your CompTIA certification, and once you have that, then you may work as an intern or before you can get a real position. But you'll get a real position pretty quickly, and then from there, you don't have to lie on anything. You No, you won't necessarily need to do internships, but if you're having trouble getting a full-time position right after having finished that certification, then you can do an internship, but you shouldn't probably have to do that. You'll probably be able to get a job just with that certification. It may not be at Google, it may not be at Facebook or Meta, but it'll be somewhere, and then from there you'll be able to get a job at Meta or Amazon or Alphabet or Microsoft. Okay? There you go. You're welcome.
you missed this whole weekend, but I had to make it here. If you guys hang out at the Comedy Store, now's the time to be hanging out here. So much nonsense, like craziness is happening. People are coming. Like Tosh was here the other day. Like all these comics that you haven't seen here are just suddenly appearing here now because of the news.
Yeah.
So this is an exciting time for the Comedy Store. So just start showing up here, guys. It's going to be pretty. I bet you anything this week we're going to see something insane. Like me and you already know about it. I think. But
probably shouldn't say.
We probably shouldn't say it.
All right,
But
we'll talk about it next week.
Yeah.
Because somebody might be coming back to the Comedy Store.
That's
I'm
right.
not going to name any names.
Yeah.
But anybody that knows me and Brian and sees our excitement could probably make some. Anyway,
yeah, whatever.
Let's just move forward.
Connect the dots.
Great stuff happening here at the Comedy Store, the home of Kill Tony.
That's right.
So it was a fun weekend. I was in San Francisco with Jeffrey Ross, and I'm excited to be back. It was a nice, long, gloomy weekend. San Francisco is just the worst weather you've ever imagined in your life. Like they say Seattle's more depressing, but I think San Fran's a little bit more depressing because it doesn't have that depressing stigma. So like you're thinking that it might be nice when you get there, and it's not nice at all. San Francisco's weather is garbage, and I was excited to tell them that from on stage. I just completely destroyed them. They talked about how the pot's not strong enough there. Are you serious? Well, I mean it is, but I'm saying the pot's not strong enough for San Francisco to be fun. I kept telling them that, and they're a smart crowd, and they like it. They like taking jokes, and it was also a Jeff Ross crowd.
It depends how this QR code is made. So if the company made it where they can change things on the back end, they could change the URL if this needs to. Okay, that's number one. So you wouldn't have to get in touch with them. But the thing is, when you scan this code, and you can email me this code and I'll take a look. But when you scan this code, if it's going to the actual video that you want, is that where your video is hosted? Video? To actually post that video. So, I contacted them, but they're not paid. Every time that I go back, if I go back into it, I will find out the QR code. I will go directly to the video or whatever. Video will never pop up, right? But then it pops up on the QR code if it doesn't. That was relevant. Did the QR code ever work? Yes, it did. Okay. So, you gotta get in touch with this QR code company because that's the only way that you can get them to change this link to the right link. So it sounds like they're probably using a proxy link that when someone scans this code, it brings it to where you want the code to go. It sounds like something got changed. And so you've got to get in touch with that company and do it. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to change this yourself. You can't change a QR code yourself. You have to go to the back end of where that thing is leading to and have them change it. So it's kind of a problem, Bill, but you got to get in touch with that company that made it and say, hey, look, I need this to point to the right URL. This is Rich on Tech. Fine traffic, a couple of connector road problems. First 10 westbound branches into the South 605 with car and SUV tangled is actually clearing off the right shoulder of this transition road. 91 westbound, right where it hooks up to the north 110. You have a broken down vehicle and lanes of this connector road partially blocked. Here's on Big Road 110 northbound before Academy Street, a large bag of concrete that's found in delays in the roadway there. That was part of concrete. My bike delays in around this situation. Southern California's most accurate traffic report. Use your associate or bachelor's degree in behavioral health experience to make a difference for California's youth as a certified wellness coach. Visit cawellnesscoach.org to learn more. Supported by the California Department of Health and Human Access and Information. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale ends soon. Get matched to your perfect Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon or your home. You'll do fine. No worries. We got Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640. Stimulating talk. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. Rich Shapiro here, hanging out here talking technology. The website for the show, richontech.tv. Coming up with Crystal of Geeks on Tour. She's going to share some expert tips on making the most photos. Steve K.
Crowd, so they like getting made fun of. But man, San Fran can't really take it when you're just being honest with them. Like, your city sort of sucks. And they're like, well, why don't you go back to fucking LA? And it's like, no, I will. I like sunlight.
Yeah, I like San Fran, but you're right. The weather is always awful there, and it's so expensive. I just don't understand why people move up there and pay more money for less sun.
Crazy.
It makes no sense.
It's crazy. Yeah, damn. San Fran, I love you. Good people. But build a fucking machine to break up the clouds or something. It's just, if you're that fancy of a city and you're that way ahead of the time, build a cloud breaker. The cloud breaker. That sounds like a cool name or something. Hiding in the red corner. Raymond, the cloud breaker. Doesn't even matter the last name. You don't even need a last name if you have the nickname the cloud breaker. Speaking of powerful people with fancy nicknames, we always have a head of security on the show. This is somebody's first time doing this position. For those of you new to the show, we've always had a head of security. It used to be a man that went by the name of the Iron Patriot, who quit around episode 30 saying he got too big for the show. At that point, we decided to show him exactly how replaceable he is by hiring a brand new replacement each week. This week will be no different. A very special patriot. For those of you that have listened for a long time, you might recognize him as a very fun young rising comedian named Scott Kidd. But tonight, he is the Kid Patriot. A brand new patriot. Kid, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Wow. Strong voice. Yeah, probably one of the more confident patriots we've ever had.
Fuck yeah.
Wow, okay. You really got the rhythm down. Is this your first time dressing up like a superhero?
No, actually, it's not. I've been Robin, Superman, Green Lantern, and I think that's it.
Have you been any superhero that doesn't wear underwear over their pants?
No, that's prerequisite.
So this is a first for you.
Actually, yeah.
Very good. Well, welcome. I'm glad we got you all wired for sound. And how's everything else? You good? You cozy?
Good.
You have the classic school shooter, black Adidas with white striped shoes. Can't hide those.
No, never.
Fuck yeah. Well, I like your style. We have a very exciting show, and I'm glad that you're with us. I'm going to pack up this gourmet food from Elise Lane, because this got left here. Delicious gourmet food, a private chef for hire. You can also call her at her home number. No, I'm kidding. Just kidding, guys. I wouldn't do that. Just get this out of the way. Scott, you're excited? You ready for this? Now, Scott's one of the first people that actually asked to be the Patriot before I asked them. He actually messaged me via Facebook today, and for some reason, something in my gut, and I'm not sure why or what, told me to go with it.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, why is it that you were looking forward to being the Patriot so much?
Well, I'm just that kind of goofy guy. I felt like I could fit
that's
the
enough.
character.
Okay, let's move on.
No.
Now, what I love, though, is that if you know anything about the show, you also know that the Patriot's only real job is to have a question for whichever two guests are on that episode. Now, what I loved about what happened today is I go, you have questions for our guests, right? And he goes, yeah, totally. I go, okay, let's just give this a run through. What are your questions? And he goes, well, for Rick Glassman, I'm going to ask this, and for Brent Morin, I'm going to ask this. I go, fuckhead, those were last week's guests. So he already blew it 10 minutes before the show started, and I updated him that he's confused because our guests are the other two stars of the hit show Undateable on NBC, which just got picked up for season 2. Some people say that's coincidence that I had the cast members on one week and then the next week and it got picked up in between, or we call that the Kill Tony bump. Put your hands together for the great Chris D'Elia and Ron Funches are here.
Every one of those late night stations playing songs bring the tears to my eyes. I was seriously thinking about it. I never receive a win.
Now, I say the whole Undateable thing, but we've all been doing stand-up together for a long time.
That's right.
And I'm so glad that you guys are here because it's a very stand-up oriented podcast. And you guys are awesome. How you guys feeling?
Good. Feel good. Feel protected.
Yeah. You ever work with anything that close to anything that creepy next to you?
I wish I could say no. I got him right here.
Patriot Punches. Welcome, Ron. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thank you for the delicious meal that you provided.
Yes, from Elise Lane. You guys both have you guys liked it? Good stuff.
Yeah, it was really good.
That's awesome.
Really good.
That's awesome. And Elise is available for hire. So
she's probably too busy after this bump, right?
Yeah, the Kill Tony bump. So how fun. I'm so glad you guys are here. We're gonna have a fucking blast as always. I had the two other guys on last week. You guys work with them.
I am attributing our second season.
You can't talk, you a little bitch.
Remember you said you weren't going to do this?
I'm sorry.
I am attributing
our second season pickup to you.
Yes,
So, thank you.
boom, you heard it here.
That's right.
Chris confirmed it. If you have a TV show, people, that needs to get picked up for a second season, I'd be happy to have you on the show.
That's right.
So let's get into it. Patriot, what are your questions for tonight's guest?
Well, I have a question.
Exactly.
Ron, you're such a likable guy. I was wondering, what do you think, or what do you feel was the best decision that you made in your comedy career?
That's a really good question.
Yeah. It's a deep question.
From a guy dressed
Yeah. Thank you, Iron Patriot.
A guy wearing 5-year-old's pajamas.
Probably just staying in Portland and doing comedy in Portland was a big deal for me because there wasn't really any map on how to do it. So people just kind of did whatever made them happy, what made them laugh. And I didn't go out and do like the kind of the way to do it before that was to go out and do triple runs in Minnesota or Montana and shitty places. I was just like, I'm not going to do that. I'd rather just stay in the city and just work on my act and not worry about getting $50 and just focus on getting better. I think that was probably the best decision.
How much time did you spend in Portland before leaving?
6 years.
Wow.
So you got good there. You got professional there.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing
cool.
stuff. I had already been on Conan before, I left Portland.
Wow. So you worked it all out there. When you first started stand-up, were you like talking really fast and stuff, and you're like...
I was doing regular stuff. I was doing like, who's drinking the night?
I still do that, but yeah.
Yeah. And then I was like, oh, well, don't offer me anything because I'm allergic.
It's a good punchline.
Yeah. I loved it.
Patriot, what's your question for Chris?
Chris.
You had a good one for him. You better not.
Okay, let's see. We'll see. Chris, you're noted as having the influences of Jim Carrey and Eddie Murphy.
Sure. Okay.
Let's just say some magical miracle occurs where you could go back in time and play either one of them in one of their movies. Which role would you choose?
This guy's coming correct.
Yeah, that was a great question.
Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah.
For not knowing who the guests were until 5 minutes ago, you really, you got a smartphone. You just Googled that shit, huh? Yeah, it's on my Wikipedia. I just saw that. I would pick for sure Beverly Hills Cop. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Yeah, one of my favorite movies of all time. Yeah, what?
I'd like to see that.
Heck yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
But like the one where they went to Magic Mountain. That's the one I like.
You just want to go to Magic Mountain. You just get a ticket.
Yeah. I won't go when there's nobody there.
Yeah, right.
Well, that actually just inspired a question for me. If you were to play Jim Carrey's character in Dumb and Dumber, who would you want your Jeff Daniels to be? You have one in mind?
Oh, that's a good question. Fuck, that's a good question. Not Brent Morin. How about that? That's my answer.
That's a perfect answer. That's a perfect answer. Let's get into the show. You guys ready for Kill Tony 64? Over 20 comedians signed up for the opportunity to do 1 minute and then talk shop with Red Band, the guests, and even little Patriot Boy over there. And we are going to do that.
Just malfunction?
Comedians, come up when I say your name, and you know that you get 1 minute of stage time, and you know that your minute is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. You barely hear it. Listen how quiet that
Somebody
little
just
baby
squeeze
kitty
a real kitty?
Listen to that kitty one more time, so you don't get confused. There it is.
There you go. That's way louder.
There you go. That's when your time is up. That means wrap it up then. You can't run the time, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. He's furious.
Why did you mention the owl that hangs out with the bear?
There's always little animals hanging out with him each week. It's always something different. I was surprised to hear an owl in that one.
I'm trying to be more bird friendly.
I like that. Yeah. Oh, I see. Well, good to know.
It's a good goal.
Guys, are you excited? This is Kill Tony number 64. Let's get it on. Going up first, doing a minute, Put your hands together for Sierra Catao. Okay, go get her. Now, what's interesting, we're going to kill some time here for a second, because Sierra Catao, I happen to know, is one of the only comedians under 21 that signed up for the show. So what that means is, since it's a 21 and over club, she's outside right now waiting, hoping that her name just got pulled out of a bucket. Little does she know that it actually did. It's not the best for a live show to have somebody waiting on the front patio.
Is she 5? Like, how old is she? I
think she's
5 will be
19 or 20. I'd love to see a 5-year-old do stand up.
Just totally relatable.
All right.
For me.
Real blue. Told my fucking mom to suck my dick.
Patriot's hand is up. This should be interesting.
I just happened to notice, I think her birthday was a couple days ago.
Well, you're a creepy guy.
Yeah.
At the end of that sentence was, no, she's too old.
Experience, we got a more Sierra Catao, everybody. Here she is.
Cool.
Hey, folks. This is really exciting. This is a little different for me. I'm used to running my jokes by my grandma. I don't know if you guys do this too. Maybe run your jokes by my grandma. Yeah. And if she laughs, then I know it's funny and I'll come up here and perform it for you guys. And then if she doesn't laugh, I perform it anyway. It's like, what the hell does she know, right? She doesn't even speak English. So I don't know why. No, actually, my grandma used to love coming to my shows. And, after a while, it kind of got annoying. So it was like, gotta stay home, Grandma. You know what I mean? Like, no more come to my shows. But, she found a loophole, as grandmas do, right? And then she died, and now she's always watching my shows. Damn it, Grandma. She's so clever and so dead. I don't know. Yeah, a little bit about me. So I'm in college right now, but I did well in high school. I was valedictorian class president, but some of the
She brought out the bear. That was fun.
I even gave her 2 meows because she's so adorbs.
Right.
Totes adorbs.
So much fun. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was a little out of breath.
How old are you, Sierra?
I turned 20 last Saturday.
Wow.
Patriot was right.
Yeah. It makes it that much scarier when you know the Patriots out there on Facebook just hugging everybody.
Just Facebook let me know. Wish her a happy birthday. Done deal, guys. Done.
But that's the wrong time to say done deal.
I realize that.
That doesn't go there.
Yeah, done deal just says that it's not a done deal. That means that you did some more Googling after that, but Sierra's only 20. Let's not scare her away from comedy for good, Patriot.
Have you been getting up? Have you been getting spots?
Yeah, totally.
What main clubs are you going to? Are you going?
So they let me do the Laugh Factory every Tuesday.
Oh, no, don't tell the time because the Patriot's going to come find you.
At 6 a.m. I did Flappers last Sunday. I don't know, just anything I can do. I come here every Monday and sit out on the patio and just look weird.
That's great. We need to get you a fake ID though.
Yeah.
Because half of being a stand-up, especially is watching comedy.
Yeah.
You watch a lot of
I
comedy.
watched it. Yeah, I mean, like Laugh Factory lets me sit in the back all the time, so it's only really here that's super strict.
Yeah.
And sometimes the which I understand. And then let's see the improv. For the most part, I was able to go to their open mics and everything be fine, but I think they started moving it to like the bar. So then I one time I just went in and was like, oh yeah, I'm doing what? And then another time, I just sat outside and drew on a table. I mean, on a pad. I don't know.
You just vandalize is what you're saying.
Yeah, it was fine.
Cool.
Are you Banksy?
That'd be cool.
So how long have you been doing stand-up?
I first went up when I was 16. I do it on and off. Not so much during the school year when I'm in college.
Yeah. You go to Harvard.
Yeah.
You do?
I brought you guys to the Lampoon.
Yes.
Oh,
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah, so
I thought I just recognized her from here. That's right.
It's fun. I got to take Bong here to the castle with them.
And that's for real. He wasn't high. That really happened.
No, they were great.
So you ran into these guys on campus?
They were doing their Undateable tour and were performing at Lock Boston nearby, so just got them to come by the castle.
Yeah. Awesome. And they gave me that award that I rubbed in to the cast every day since then.
Yeah, good. That's the idea.
That's some real Harvard skull and bone shit right there.
Yeah, it was cool.
Taking him to a castle.
Yeah, it was very cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's a big part of the comedy culture.
So you've always wanted to do stand-up or what?
Pretty much. I mean, when I started, I felt like I wanted to do it, and then I went to school, and I continued doing it at school, and then every time every summer, whenever I could come back here to pursue more, since I started here, but I tried to do it in Boston.
There's good rooms out there, right?
Yeah, there's a lot going on out there. It's really cool. The community is tight, so it's fun.
Yeah.
Do you do any drugs? I kind of feel like you're really funny, but I want to see you on drugs.
I don't do any hard drugs. Still figuring out, the underage drinking thing. I don't know. It's all. I don't know. I'm open.
You should just dabble for a little bit.
Ron, first of all, Ron. Come on, man. She's not even 21. And what the fuck are you doing, Patriot? Help. He's starting to do drugs and Patriot's looking at his palms.
I was just remembering I couldn't remember what hard drugs were. Drugs are drugs, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's actually the truest thing to say.
Did your grandmother really die?
Well,
no, but she's gone.
One's still going strong. The other one did pass away, but before I was born. So
Too soon.
not
That's your grandma's name. Too soon.
Sierra Catao, everybody.
Congratulations.
Great set, fun time. Sierra, I think you dropped something on this stage.
I don't know what that is. It might be a receipt or okay. Follow her on Twitter, listeners. She's Sierra Catao. Sierra, K-A-T-O-W, all one word. So you can follow her on Twitter. Maybe pull a Patriot. Find out when her next birthday is. Follow her closely.
I can't believe the Comedy Store is the strict one.
I know, right? What the fuck? The only thing they protect is their liquor license. You can jizz on the walls, but if you're not 21, get the fuck out. That's the store for you.
Maybe we can get Aiko's ID or something. Somebody like that. We can.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sure she could pass as just any random Asian girl.
Maybe Bobby Lee.
Put your hands together for your next comic. It's Zach Irby. Walking up right now. Here it is. Zach Irby.
Hey everyone, I just graduated from junior college. Is anyone here in college? Whenever I was in the bathrooms at my junior college, I couldn't help but notice some of the most offensive statements I've ever read in my entire life. Always happened to be graffitied upon those stall walls at my local junior college. One time I went into the bathroom stall either before or in the middle of class to take a shit, and someone had literally written on the wall in Sharpie and in all caps, "I fucking hate blind people." As I was sitting there, my cheeks spread wide open to allow the previous night's Baja Fresh to flow like In-N-Out spread out of the end of my bowels. All I could think to myself was, one, why did this guy hate blind people so much? What did he have against them? And two, was he talking about Asian drivers or actual blind people? So I go to wipe and I realize that there's no more toilet paper in the stall that I'm in, and the bathroom is packed.
There you go. 58 seconds of, wow, thunder and lightning.
Before the cat.
Yeah, beat the cat. Zach, that was interesting. It almost seems like a very true, first of all, I love how confidently you asked if anybody else just graduated from junior college. You asked after that, like, hey, does anybody else like sunlight and water? Like very casual.
And I like the pause that he didn't give after he asked the question.
They're not waiting for the answer.
I actually said those 2 lines out of order.
Oh, that's amazing.
Very descriptive.
Oh yeah, it was very descriptive.
Yeah. I think I'm dirty, but you're really just talking about opening up your butthole and letting
Fresh really painted a picture there.
Yeah. You made it sound like you poop differently than everybody else.
I had an experience with Baja Fresh.
You had what?
I had an experience with Baja Fresh, so I felt like I should throw that
molested
in.
there?
It gave me a really big bathroom experience. So,
At the actual Baja Fresh bathroom?
no, the next day, I had eaten Baja Fresh one night, and then the next day, I had an explosive experience.
It was the next day.
Yeah, the next morning.
You have a pretty strong system to be able to hold Baja Fresh in overnight. I didn't really know that you
We're just waiting till the last possible moment. We're coming out, but wait, we're not ready.
Yeah. You're going to have horrible diarrhea in about 24 hours.
The beans aren't here yet. Bunch up, we're out.
You walk very slowly up here and meticulously. And I noticed you're also walking next to a guy that was wearing another Dodger shirt. Was that your friend, or was that just a coincidence?
He was just in my way. That's why I walked so slowly.
Wow.
Heck yeah.
How many times have you been on stage?
This is my first
time.
We did it again.
That's awesome.
Popped another cherry here on Kill Tony. How fun.
Yeah, the timing thing is the biggest thing. Like at the beginning, you really have to be comfortable.
Either that, or you could be that awkward and kill in 2 seconds, but that's going to be hard to mimic.
Right.
That exact. I don't know if it was on purpose or a complete coincidence, but
I was just going with the flow.
If you always do that, you're going to have a lot of fun.
Just vibing with the room.
First time on stage, and you were getting hard laughs from the 4 of us in about 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, we all know it wasn't like that, though. It wasn't punchline related.
It's true. It's true. In fact, during one of the only strategic punchlines, I thought was the least exciting part, and that was the bad drivers. Was it blind or bad drivers? Like you brought in or at Asian drivers. You brought in like a topic out of nowhere.
Right.
When everything else sort of painted a real picture.
That was the one line that I wasn't sure on.
That was the one line.
That was the one line.
Yeah, I probably would axe that line. That's Asian driver joke. Come on, that's
Right. When you already have them committed to Baja Fresh and all that other stuff, there's no reason to go. And I'm taking a shit, and the Baja Fresh is coming out of my butt, and then a chicken crossed the road, and I'm like, what? You don't need to go. You don't want to go backwards.
Well, it really happened. Wait, but also, how old are you?
I'm 23.
All right, so you're young and you got on stage for the first time. So really, the only thing that you could do that would help you is to just get on stage as much as possible. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to tell you do this, do that, it's just like it's kind of moot. Like there's no, you just gotta keep doing
Was
it.
stand up something that you've always wanted to do, or?
Yeah,
Not really. I just keep eating Baja Fresh.
I got really into stand up when I was in high school, and I thought I could do it, but I didn't try. I started listening to the show a couple months ago, and this show, and it made me decide to go ahead and write my first minute. And
that's cool.
I've signed up. I've signed up like 5 times, and finally got them.
Wow,
that's cool, dude.
So cool, man.
Now just keep on going up. Try to go up at least 2 or 3 times a week, if minimum at that.
For
You can find a lot of places that